Without too much further ado, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last day of school for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here this weekend, brought to you by 888 Home Loans, and round 6 brought to you by Trico, the best name in windscreen wipers. We started this journey in 2024 at Sandown, went to Winton. We went back to Phillip Island for the first time. Sandown, Phillip Island, and here we are at Calder. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final round of school this year. And we are about to bust loose with the Porsche 944s. A massive championship unfolding in front of us. We're right across all of our categories. We've got the Porsches, BMWs, improved production, Formula V, XL, sports sedans, saloon cars, MG and invited British cars, and HQs. I'm Darren Smith. I'm going to hand right over to Matt Dunlop and Joey Kellock, the man from 1-800 Lasagna himself, commentating this weekend, not driving. Over to you guys for race 1 for the day.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith. Let's run through the grid for race 2. Mark Verdino winning last time out yesterday. We'll start from pole position with Adam Brewer in second position next to him after that tangle that he had with Jamie Westaway. Cameron Bella, who was a victim of that, having copped a front fascia panel to the windscreen, managed to bring it home in third. He'll start in third, and he trails the championship by 1 point to our leader, Chris Lewis-Williams, who starts right next to him in fourth position on the grid. Behind them, we have Carter Fox in the number 7 next to Nicholas Carpenter in the 14. Andrew Jackman in the Poolmaster Bayside machine will start out of 7th next to Mark Torbert's El Presidente in 8th position with Peter Grant, Richard Howe, Jack Atley, and James Westaway, who is marked on the grid as being out there, but he will not make the start. Bit of a bent chassis with that one, or a bit of a drive shaft that they wanted to be able to get in after the contact yesterday, but they elected to sit out the rest of the day, so there'll be no further part taken by the number 28, Joey Kellock. It's great to have you alongside me. The field is lining up now. We don't have much time to go. How are these conditions going to favour these drivers right now? It's a little bit colder than it was yesterday, Joey. What's the plan off the start?
A bit of cloud cover, colder. I'm going to see higher levels of grip, possibly some passing. It's going to be really exciting. I am fired up. Starting, here we go now.
Here we go, we're underway. Cameron Bella gets a great start off third position, but it's pretty even off the front row in front of him. We'll see as they run down to the first corner there, side by side. Mark Verdino has the inside line with Adam Brewer on the outside in that freshly redone up number 3. He might try and find a bit of position here on the outside. He might have a nose in front, but Mark Verdino is going to have the line, so he'll take the whole shot into turn 1. Cameron Bella in the number 55 will try to take advantage of that line. It's such a bumpy turn 1. He's going to pull up alongside the number 3 of Adam Brewer. They'll be side by side through turns 2 and 3, but Mark Verdino goes clear at the front. There's a little bit of contact there, and Adam Brewer has to go wide. I think he may have been helped out there by the number 55, but no harm, no foul. They're going to play on, but they're 3 wide behind there for a quick moment. Oh, there's some more contact there. That's the number 20 of Andrew Jackman being sent around by, I believe that was the number 84 of PJ Grant.
It's lunacy out there.
You might as well, they look like Porsche 944s, but you might as well call them price tags, folks, because they are all over the shop this morning. They're still going around, no safety car yet, so we're still underway. That is the number 7 of Carter Fox sitting in line astern behind PJ Grant there in the 84. Mark Torbert's in the number 74, I believe. They're just trying, the number 71, I should say, trying to have a look up the inside there, but he's got smoke billowing out of the back of that car. Not sure if that's a tyre rubber, if there's a little bit of oil being burnt off, but he's still underway at the moment as we cross the stripe for the second time in anger here at Calder Park. It's going to be a great morning for racing, but as you said earlier, these changeable conditions are going to wreak havoc. And look at this. That's Chris Lewis-Williams making his way up into third position past Adam Brewer. He does not want to let this championship lead go.
No, absolutely not. He's fighting for everything right here. Lewis-Williams still 1 point in front in the Big State Series. Brewer would be really disappointed with that off early there. He had a big go around the outside at turn 1, but I think after yesterday's turn 1 incident, he might have just been a little bit more conservative. But yeah, now we've got Verdino and Bella at the front.
Richard Howe there in the number 8. He's driven just about everything with 4 wheels, and he's doing a bit of auto crossing here now, taking to the dirt on the exit of the flip-flop, but he's moving back onto the black stuff there. And he didn't have a fantastic run on Friday, didn't get much practice in, wasn't doing too well in qualifying either, but he's slowly chipping away at this field. We know he's got pace. He's been around the traps for a long, long time. He's a very, very handy steerer of these vehicles.
Yeah, there's a lot of action happening out there, as we can see. Carpenter trying to make a move on Howe there, with Torbert's close behind. Up the front, it's all happening as well. It's happening everywhere on the track right now.
It certainly is. Mark Torbett's there in that beautifully presented Apple livery, sort of reminiscent of Alan Moffat. Bit of that Dick Barber racing and the Porsche 935 as well. Trying to get a little bit of slipstream down the main straight, but can't tack onto the back. Speaking of tacking onto the back, look at Cameron Bella. He is all over Mark Medino like a cheap suit. And he'll be, oh, look at the slide in the background from Adam Brewer.
Brewer is going for it. You can see here Bella closing right in on Verdino through this complex. It seems like Verdino has got a lot more straight line speed. Is a move here. No, just shows his nose.
Geez, Mark Verdino is feeling the pressure. That thing is sliding all over the shop at the moment.
Let's see how they go here along the straight, because although Bella is getting right up behind the cars in front of him. Look, as you can see, Verdino's pulling away. He's just got that little bit more straight line speed and, using it to his advantage.
He certainly does, but Cameron Bella's trying his best to tuck in there, ducking out, trying to have a little bit of a look on the inside. You can see the two sides that the mirrors are mounted on. It's a nice little quirk of these 944s.
Yeah, it really
some
is.
of them are left-hand drive, some of them are right-hand drive, and for a lot of drivers, they think, oh, it's much of a muchness, but if you're at this level at the front, it can make all the difference depending on which side of the car you're sitting on.
Absolutely, 100%. We've got the master and the protege here. Verdino, the protege, is holding off the master behind. These are cars that are both prepared by Bella Motorsport. And they're both on new tyres as well, I can tell you. Oh, here's a move here happening by Bella on the inside. Nope, just showing the nose.
Just having a look, just trying to feel that right-hand side. Chops it off there. So still a lot of battling to go. As we see the number 20 of Andrew Jackman pulling into the pits in front of us. Shame to see his race coming to an end. Let's see how they come out of this final corner here onto the main straight. We've got another battle for third position here at the moment. So grab your partner, round we go, folks. It's just over 5.5 minutes left to go in this race. But that sounds like a short number, but at this very short track where they've been doing 107s all weekend long, plenty of action still to come.
Now, Brewer's got a good run on Chris Lewis-Williams here, but you can see Chris Lewis-Williams in the background covering off the inside.
Making Adam Brewer take the long way around, and he's not going to be able to get that move done, so he'll have to slot back into fourth position there, as we see right there behind Chris Lewis-Williams. Obviously, you know, almost another example of the master and the protege, but Adam Brewer's been around this category for a few years now.
Totally. He's no rookie anymore. He's been at it for a while now.
He certainly has. I remember watching him coming through just in those early pre-COVID years when I started commentating 944s and trying to get the grips with the car and to get with the grips with the category, and then he's taken like a tool duck to water.
He's a tenacious driver. He's got very, very aggressive, very, very tough. Geez, he snuck up on the inside of me at times, but I never saw him. He's a formidable opponent out there on the track.
He certainly is.
And I think we'll definitely see him making a move on this before this race is out, if he can get a sniff.
Here's a move by Mark Torbett's on the inside of Richard Howe. These two veterans in the category. Mark Torbett's the club president, goes up the inside of the number 8. He just has to slot in behind there. It's such a tricky part of the circuit there to get right because of that flow of corners there. As we see Andrew Jackman, he's sent the car back out there again, but he's pulled into the pits one more time as Mark Torbett's pulls a real gap now on the number 8 of Richard Howe. So with just over 4 minutes to go, they're only pulling, 1 minute 7, 1 minute 8 laps, so we've still got plenty of racing action here to go today in race 2. Back at the front now, Mark Verdino hasn't been able to shake Cameron Bella. That number 55 Cyan machine is all over the back of him. You might notice there's no number 55 sticker on that windscreen because he had to get a new windscreen after yesterday's action.
That's exactly right. After Adam Brewer and Jamie Westaway's incident into turn 1, the fascia of Brewer's car actually flew through the air and went straight into the windscreen.
It certainly did.
Straight into the windscreen of Cameron Bella. Sorry, a bit of an interruption. Big noise coming out of the 20 Pullmaster car there as it goes through pit lane.
Yeah, that thing did not sound healthy, so it's a shame to see Andrew Jackman out of the race.
Sounded very farty.
But these two are still very much in it here, powering down the main straight here at Calder Park. Cameron Bella is tucked right up on the inside, trying to find as much of a draft as he possibly can. He's just having a look on the inside now, but he can't get the move done. There hasn't been a whole lot of passing happening into turn 1, but there's so many opportunities around this tight and twisty back section of the track here. It's such a brilliant little nugget of Australian motorsport. I've been saying it all weekend. I love this track.
I love this track. It's got everything. It's like a mini go-kart track. It's like a mini Bathurst. I don't know. It's got surface changes. It's got elevation. It's got the flip-flop. It's got the long straight. One of the great things is you can see the whole track from the one spot as well, which is really fantastic. Hey, I've got to say, I am so impressed with Mark Verdino. He is holding off Cameron Bella. He's doing such a great job. There's so much pressure, and he's just holding so tight. The Italian stallion is just looking unstoppable here.
And you can see the side of that car. He's got battle scars. It certainly hasn't been for lack of trying either. It hasn't been easy for him because he had a lot of battling to do early on in race 1, and now he's putting in a fantastic defensive masterclass here. Cameron Bella just hasn't been able to get close.
I reckon he is as close as he has been at all those so far this race.
Oh, look at Mark Verdino.
Mark Verdino is closing up that inside door. That is locked shut. Deadlocked.
He's making it very, very difficult.
He's gone a little wide though.
He has. He's just gotten a little bit wide, but he's pulled it in, kept it to the apex as that V line roars past in the background. Those punters coming in from just out of, in the west of the north and west of Melbourne will be having a show as they look to their left onto the track here at Calder Park. This is just a fantastic battle. Meanwhile, at the back as well, I saw that Adam Brewer had fallen off the back of Chris Lewis Williams a little bit.
I noticed the same thing.
But he's caught right back up. And if these two at the front keep battling as hard as they are, they might even be able to catch it, but it is a bit of a long gap, and there's not many laps to go in this race.
So Bella's gone a little wide there, a little taily on the entry into that corner. He's still, I mean, Bella is so good through this complex. He just can't seem to get it done at the end of the straight.
Is the track there as greasy as it looks on camera, do you think?
Well, look, I think that the drag strip has been hydro blasted, I heard. It is as greasy as it looks, though. Certainly last year, coming from that last corner onto the start of the drag strip, where it was a slicker surface, you would definitely have the rear step out, yeah, pretty tight. Here we go with Bella on another look on the outside.
I think Mark Verdino's got that inside line just about nailed down now. He's nailed his readjusted braking marker as well.
Yeah.
He's not running it wide. He's keeping it very, very neat and tidy on the defense, but there's a little bit of a slide there through 4 and 5 as they go over, through 2 and 3 as they go over James Hill. So Mark Verdino is under the pump right now from
really
Cameron Bella.
He really is. Verdino and I had a good chat just before the start of this race. I gave him a few tips, so if he wins this race, I'll be taking full credit for it.
That's completely understandable. I wouldn't expect anything less. He still hangs on at the moment. Cameron Bella just looks to get a little bit taily there as well at the end of the back straight. So he's got a couple of battle scars up and down that number 55 machine. It has seen some stories. Back in here, we've still got a battle for third position as well. Chris Lewis Williams is doing his best to hold off the number 3. I think he might have. Adam Brewer might have a really good run of momentum here, but Chris Lewis Williams is going to make that number 37 as wide as he possibly can. This could go anywhere by the time they get to turn 1.
He's going to hug that right-hand side wall. I don't know what Brewer's going to do, if he's going to go for a switch.
In the meantime, Cameron Bella trying to look around the outside. Once again, Mark Verdino is not leaving that inside right-hand side of the main straight. He's making it very, very difficult.
A little taily on the exit there. Brewer still very, very, very close. There's chances for everybody in the remainder, what looks like to be the last lap, or maybe last lap. Right.
It is indeed the last lap this time around. We can't thank Trico enough for helping us see through these windscreens here. Trico windshield wipers. They've got a booth set up now down near the credential stand. Go and say good day to the fellas there at Trico. Adam Brewer around the outside on the back straight. Can he get a move done, or will Chris Lewis block? Nice and easy block there. Adam Brewer isn't able to get the line done there. He pulls it a little bit to the middle of that left-right flip-flop, so he has to tuck in behind Chris Lewis Williams, who looks to be holding on for third. Meanwhile, at the front of this race, as the checkered flag waves, it is going to be Mark Verdino, who crosses the stripe first, just ahead of Cameron Bella, and behind them, Chris Lewis Williams holds on to just beat Adam Brewer off the line, and there's another battle behind them for 5th. It's going to be PJ Grunt, but look at Richard Howe. How has he ended up there? That's a big off for the number 8.
Unbelievable. Mark Verdino, 2 from 2 so far. Absolutely incredible effort by him. Really, really great job. I do believe he's wearing a 1-800 Lasagna t-shirt, so I'm sure that probably helped him quite a bit.
It must have done so. He would have had that little bit of extra pace there. And as a result of those results, we see Richard Howe making his way back onto the racing surface. Doesn't look to be any damage, so no idea what's happened there. He looks to be right out in the boonies. So we've seen a lot of cars. That's just after the flip-flop section. So We've seen quite a few off-track excursions just on the exit of the flip-flop there, so I'll have to go down and have a chat to him and see what happened there.
I
But
hope he had his passport with him, because I'm sure he would have had to have gone through Border Patrol, because it looked like he was travelling to another continent.
he certainly nearly ended up in the international terminal at Tullamarine Airport, just over the road. But what a fantastic start to proceedings here on the final day of the Vic State Race Series. Here's your results. Fastest lap, Adam Brewer with a 107.44, but he could only manage 4th. Ahead of him on the podium, Mark Verdino, 2 from 2, ahead of Cameron Bella, who now leads the championship by 3 points over Chris Lewis-Williams.
What a great effort by Peter Grant there as well in 5th. Really good for him. And Carter Fox as well. Carpenter, Torbitz, Howe, Atley. Great stuff.
Fantastic results. We will see these guys back out on track once again at 12:54 p.m. for the feature race. But before then, we have so much more action to come here. Next up, it is the BMW E30s. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a cracker.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside here at Calder Park. Yes, this is the final day of the season. 2024 has been a massive affair, and we want to extend a big thanks to all of our competitors right across all the categories that have raced throughout this season as part of the Victorian State Race Series here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships by 888 Home Loans, and of course round 5 and round 6 exclusively supported by Trico. Windscreen wipers, the best on the market. You use them, you see where you're going better than anyone else. Trico, thanks for their great support for this level of state racing. Calder Park has, had a rebirth about 12 to 18 months ago, and we're very, very proud to be supporting what's been happening here locally at Calder Park at the Victorian State Race Series. And we've got race 2 for the Sunday. Lining up in the marshalling area, getting set to go. The Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup, race number 2 for the weekend. A great race yesterday afternoon. Royce took a very, very nice start for the weekend and took a victory out of it. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, a guy that, sometimes a race driver, sometimes not so much. Donovan Molenhagen, welcome to commentary.
Thank you very much, Darren. Yes, unfortunately, it's been too frequently not lately, so hopefully, I did try to get on the grid this round, but it wasn't to happen. But next year, let's cross my fingers, I won't be seeing too much of you.
And we were even really nice to you when you did. We gave you some nice comments, and next time you better watch out, mate. You better bring your steel jacket.
Out, yep,
yeah, that's it. That's it. Hey, that's all good fun and lots of fun down there in the BMW Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup paddock area. Something that has affected the field, and I'm going to say not just the BMW E30s, but Victorian motorsport as a whole, is a great friend of motorsport, in particular the BMW scene, is Graham Bell. And we know that Graham is watching on from his recovery bed in hospital, and we want to send out all of our love and thoughts and wishes from the entire Victorian motorsport scene. I'm sure even his friends up and down the east coast of Australia that he does a lot of officialing with as well will send their best wishes on his recovery. He's got a bit of a road ahead, Donovan,
absolutely,
but
so
certainly we know he's watching, so that's the cool bit, isn't it?
Absolutely, and yeah, look, it's he's been a great supporter. He's a founding member of E30 Racing, president of the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne. And as you say, a great supporter of motorsport in general in Australia, so does a lot of work, and it's greatly appreciated by everybody on our grid and everybody on every other grid that he's had involvement with. So
certainly has. Graham, get well, and can't wait to see you back on track in season 2025, bigger, better than ever, and recovery grows brilliantly. So we send our thoughts, love and wishes to Graham and his entire family, who are steeped within this category as well. Here's our grid as they line up. Royce will take it off in position number 1 in car 4. Benjamin Munro, who wasn't really in contention with Royce yesterday, but fell a little bit behind towards the end there. But in the BMW finishes E30, he's had a really good season for a newbie to the category. Yep. Ash Rogers, whatever the opposite of newbie is, Ash is at the other end of things there. Car 50, looking for big things from him in the Westvic earth-moving outfit. I think indeed he's probably looking for big things from himself out of the second row of the grid. Yeah. Brett Stevens in position at number 4 in car number 17. Let's see how Brett lines up with it today. Kyle Boyd, who started on the front row of the grid for KB Motorsport and Chaos Custom Bikes, looking for a better improvement out of the 47. Brian Burke as well. Now, Donovan, he's had a tough old year. Like a guy that's been at the front end of the field for so many years. Yeah. Phillip Island has not been kind to him.
No, he's on his second car this year. You can't really tell because it's the same colour and all the same stickers and everything, but he sustained a little bit of damage at Phillip Island coming together with Tim Freeman, but he's back on the grid this weekend and trying to push forward, just trying to work out some of the setup on that car. It's got different suspension on the rear than he had on the other car, so he's working through getting it back to his liking.
Alex Jory's the next one on the grid, and being 4 rows back, he's not a place customary to him. Paul Schiff right alongside in the 54, that tribute B&H livery on his car. Then Shannon Cooper, who had flashes of brilliance yesterday, Shannon, and ended up back where he started. Zach Dunn in the Zach Dunn cabinet making number 61. Rory Plant for Roars Racing. He's out there. You can tell him it's the four-door Martin Taylor, and I'm not sure that Roderick Martin has joined us.
No, Rod blew a head gasket yesterday, so he won't be joining us today, unfortunately.
This is the best field for gridding up. They come down, they all stop within 10 seconds of each other. We get the green flag at the back of the grid and we're away. Every other category could take a leaf out of their book. I'm pretty sure Jess Bell lines them up and says, now this is what's going to happen, boys.
Indeed.
This is what we're going to do. Brian Burke now is in. Well, that was fraught with danger there, what Brian was up to, but we get away at the front of the field. Paul Schiff in the number 54 just goes backwards there, but it's the big, long run down the hill to turn number 1, side by side, the 66 and the 4, Lynn versus Munro.
Breaking duel there, Ben trying to get the better of Royce, but it doesn't look like he's made it. But Brett is trying to stick the nose up the inside there on Ben. It's a good little battle it's looked to be forming, and here comes Goose in behind Brett. So good start. I don't know what was happening there with Brian. I don't know whether he gridded up wrong or whatnot, but a little bit of dust thrown up there. Not sure who's gone a little bit off track. We can see the bright orange car there of Alex Jury. Alex was running a bit stiff in the springs yesterday, so he's softened it up and he's looking to push forward through to where he's more accustomed to being in the top 2-3 of the grid. So.
Yeah, I would suggest if they've remained with the setup in Phillip Island, probably going to be a bit stiff here. It's kind of like an Olympic moguls course here at Calder compared to the smooth MotoGP surface at Phillip Island. So you've got to be able to ride the bumps, you've got to be able to ride the curbs here. Very much akin to like a street circuit. We don't get to go racing on street circuits as part of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship, but if one's going to be close, and you look at the main straight here, lined with walls, it's this place, that's for sure.
Indeed, yeah, there'll be a few visits to the Osteo after this weekend, I think.
So down into turn 1, this is Stevens, who's got a lot of pressure coming on from Boyd.
Yep, newcomer to the grid, so good to see him on the grid, driving someone else's car there, but doing a really good job of it. Had a good battle with Brian and Alex yesterday in race 1. Certainly a bit cooler today, this morning, a little bit less UV on the track, so maybe some better times, although lap records were broken in qualifying yesterday, so that was really good.
Ross Plant and Schiff, Paul Schiff there having a good battle just outside the top 10. Martin Taylor has had a really good start, put himself inside the 10, started out of 12th, and just watching Paul Schiff, who had a horrible start, and he's now got the front windscreen full of the rear end of the number 7 of Rory Plant. The field streaming around that corner at the top of the straight there. The way the wall is, it's very, very blind as you come around. You can't actually see through the corner. It's almost like it's not going uphill like the cutting at Bathurst, but you come into the cutting at Bathurst and you cannot see around the corner there. So once the wall opens up, yes, you've got a full view of the straight, but you sort of come around there and all you're looking at is concrete walls, and it can be tricky to pick up the apex there. Brian Burke going for a very classical line there, wide entry, apexing right on the exit there. So trying to mix it up, trying to get the feel, as you touched on, Donovan, the rear suspension setup that he's now chosen to go with this particular chassis. What I like about this one is he's gone the green-eyed monster sticky tape over the headlights. Looks good, I like it.
You don't miss that car in the front shop, that's for sure. So.
No, you don't, and you don't even need to have the headlights on, so you're not wasting any of that Bosch electricity being generated in the engine bay.
Yeah, keep that for the spark plugs.
That's exactly right. Shannon Cooper in front. Shannon would be super proud that he's got Brian Burke in his mirrors, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
He would have seen this car off in the distance out the front window in the normal sense.
Looks like we got Goose here trying to harry Ben Munro for probably second position, I would say, and there's Royce off in the distance as usual. So great talented young boy, that fellow. Did really well at Bathurst, and here comes Goose trying to put it up, and he's going to bully Ben out from the corner. So
well, I tell you what, he opened it up. He said, "Have a crack,"
left the gap, and Goose said, "Thank you very much, I'll have that."
Well, as Ayrton Senna used to say, if you're a race driver and you no longer go the gap, you're no longer a race driver. So that's what Goose did.
Yep.
There you go. He's in the upper echelon of world motorsport now, Goose, isn't he? He's just been compared to Ayrton Senna.
Absolutely. He's probably taking that corner a bit gentle after last year. Ended up on the inside concrete barrier. So, probably not great memories from last year for Goose, but he's doing well. He's moved up to second position now. So, he's in second position. That's right. So, He's probably happier now. He did start off the front row of the grid after qualifying, so he's back to where he started for the weekend. So it's a great move that he pulled down there into one. So we can see Brett Stevens and Kyle Boyd there in the background as well. So it looks like their battle is getting a bit closer. Kyle's got the headlights on, trying a little bit of intimidation on Brett. I don't think that's going to work with Brett. He's got a bit of a driving history, so he's probably used to people flashing the lights and whatnot behind him, trying to make some space.
I'm going to make a public service announcement here. In fact, it's not a public service announcement, it's a personal announcement to Royce Lyon. I apologise for the last 3 years of calling you Royce Lynn. I keep getting it wrong. I keep getting corrected by Joe, and I'm just going to say now, I'm sorry if I ever do it again, Royce, but Royce Lyon is doing a tremendous job. You touched on the fact he did race with the 86s at Bathurst, and that is a field full of sharks that are going to bite your tail, your door, your front off, no matter what goes on, and he did acquit himself very, very well.
He did. He moved forward through the weekend, and there were comments on our chat group yesterday that if Royce wants to get some coverage, he needs to slow down. Because we're too busy talking about the battles, which is great for us and great for the listeners, but it's not great for Royce and the pups coverage of his sponsors and whatnot. So
it is sad, isn't it, when you're out there dominating it. It does start to transpire, but we want to see great battles, and you guarantee if you're in the lead, you get the last half lap all to yourself, so you get the checkered flag. But this is terrific. Goose down the inside as well. Geez, strong down at turn one, isn't he?
Yeah, Ben tried to put it around the outside there. The Goose is not going to let that happen. A bit like Verstappen and Norris at the Formula 1 last weekend. So, although they didn't go off track this time. So a good little battle there with these two. Big off track
that
there
is a
for
big
Ben.
off. That is not where you want to be.
That's a long way
Gathers
out.
it all up, though.
Yep.
Beautiful stuff. But what it has done now is it's given Goose a good bit of thinking room to work the way through the next 3.5 minutes of this time-certain race. Good look right down the side of the 66 there.
I'm not sure he lifted too much. He just sort of kept that boot in it. So
we go to our race leader just coming through the screen. There's position 2. That's now Ash Rogers. Ben Munro essentially didn't lose a spot. He was battling for second. He's just been passed for third, so he's got that. But here comes the 17 of Brett Stevens and Kyle Boyd in the Chaos Bike Works entry. Charging down the middle of the track is Brett. That's a good spot when you've got someone behind you. You open it up
into
and
the slalom
swing it
course
through.
At turn one.
Carrying good speed in the 46 here. He'll exit nicely. Didn't get any ripple strip there, so good speed to get the car pointed up the hill, up Jane Hill. And here the 6 cylinders loaded up, just trying to get out of that left, that right left to get up over the hill. And then this is the next right left, which is a lot faster. Bit of a clip of the ripple strip.
There's some fantastic footage from last year of cars up on 2 wheels through that corner. I think they've toned it down a bit this year, keeping off the curves a bit. Great move there from Kyle around up the inside of Brett. Is he going to be able to hold the outside? That's a difficult place, but he has done it. Nice respect shown there, some racing room. And Kyle is probably going to hold that position through the last corner, although he did escort him a little wide there, but all's fair, and down the front straight they go. So it's going to be interesting, a little bit of straight line handling, see who's got the better engine. They both got a pretty even run out, but Brett's just slightly pulling ahead there, so it's going to be a braking duel into one.
Over the
Kyle's
bumps.
coming back at him now, so a little bit of side drafting there.
Over the bumps, riding down into turn one nicely. The 46 is well placed there. So Kyle gets through on Brett. It was always going to play out like that. At mid-corner, you've got to tuck in and try and get through there. Let's see if Brett can carry some speed up the top straight again. Listen to that load. The microphone's trackside from Blendline TV picking up all of the categories and the maximum load. What's interesting right on this bit of the track here is the viewing mounds. And when the saloon cars come out, I think we've got about 6 or 7 motorsport industry photographers here yesterday. All 7 of them are over there looking to get the shot underneath the saloon cars as they went through here. The E30s, they just stay off those ripple strips a little bit a little bit more, probably a little bit less compliant than the Falcons and Commodores.
And we did have a couple of failures last year
That's
from
true too,
hitting those
yes.
curbs so much. So that's why they're staying off the curbs.
They're tattooed on the inside of your eyelids. Don't get over that.
Yeah.
Cars coming down the straight. We've got 45 seconds left in this journey. We get a bit of a look. This was a lap ago. Brian Burke, Shannon Cooper, off he goes and gathers it all back up. Nicely done, Shannon, but you've given up a spot to Brian, and now you're looking at the back of the Spearmint car in front of you. Back to this battle now. This is the battle for 4th and 5th. It's almost like the World Championship for Garagistic BMW Cup here, isn't it, with these two?
Yeah, our last round. Everyone's trying to get those last few points. So having a lot of fun. That car's riding those curbs really well there. So
Alex Jory in the back of shot there. He was rapid through there as well. So it's really interesting to see Alex down there in 6th place. That's a place not Jory and Burke, in fact, 6th and 7th on the road. We're just not used to seeing that.
we're not, no. But both dealing with different issues. One, a new car. The other one, Alex, has been out for a little while. He's been back a couple of rounds now, so 2 or 3 rounds. Royce, they're just streaking ahead now. Goose probably just holding position. There's no real point in trying to catch Royce. He's not going to catch him. But it's good to see that Royce is now getting some coverage for his sponsors there. So the concreting company that his father runs and owns. So here's Kyle, the newcomer to the grid here.
Here's our race leader, fastest lap of the race, a 108.104, and he is the best part of half a second faster than Goose Rogers, who's in second, more than half a second of Ben Munro, and everyone else is in 109s, 10s. As we go through the top 10, is car number 4, one of the young guns, one of the sensations, along with Cadell Ambrose, that have come out of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships via either XLs or BMW E30s over time. And this guy is a name to remember and watch. Say it properly. Royce Lyon takes the victory for race number 2 here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship in the Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup. Home in second place is Ash Rogers. Ben Munro right behind. Cole Boyd beats home Brett Stevens after their race-long battle. Alex Jory through in the orange car. Brian Burke home. And we're getting a good look at the 61 here. Zach Dunn coming to the finish with Paul Schiff. And I say it every single race, that car, I love that tribute livery. That is just an era of Australian touring cars that has got a lot to love.
Indeed it is, yeah. Great looking car, well presented, always looking good.
Checkered flag. Oh, we've got
Martin's off track
Martin
there.
Taylor, who had a fantastic start, jumped away nicely, got himself into the 10, and he's managed to engineer himself down to the last one to receive the checkered flag.
Yeah, those chicanes really do encourage you to go, put your foot down a little bit harder, but sometimes they bite back.
Here's the results. Royce Lyon takes the victory. Ash Rogers, Ben Munro, Kyle Boyd, Brett Stevens, Alex Jory home in 6th place there. Brian Burke in 7th. We'll see if we can get Brian some encouragement to be on his grid spot and not moving around at the start of the race. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that. But Shannon Cooper, Zach Dunn, Paul Schiff rounding out our 10, the fastest lap to Royce Lyon, a 108.104.1. We'll take a quick break. Donovan, thank you very much for your time in the Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup Race 2. We'll see you this afternoon
Yep,
for the next race.
1:30.
1:22, in fact.
Oh, don't be late.
Well, don't. Yeah, I reckon get there early. They're going to try and run some races early today. We'll see how that unfolds. But thank you very much,
No
Donovan.
worries.
We'll see you then.
Thank you, Darren.
We'll be back your trackside here at Calder Park for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. 888 Home Loans and Trico windscreen wipers. Back in a moment.
Warm welcome back to Calder Park here, ladies and gentlemen. As Darren Smith alluded to at the beginning of the broadcast this morning, it is the last day of school for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships in season 2024. And that's what the schedule looks like for the day. We've already been through the Porsche 944s and the BMW E30s have just left the track. Coming up in about 10 minutes time, it's improved production, followed by Formula V, then on to Hyundai Excels, sports sedans, saloon cars, the MG and invited British sports cars, and then the HQ Holdens at 12:30. That takes care of the morning's races, and then we do it all again. So Porsches, BMWs, improved production, Formula V, Hyundai Excels, sports sedans, saloon cars, MG and invited British cars, and the HQ Holdens. And that should take us roughly up until about 5 o'clock this afternoon, when we close the doors here at Calder Park and we close the season on the 2024 championship and crown some state champions in all the categories that it not only here this weekend, but for those that have already finished up their season. So the likes of Formula Ford that have already finished their year have crowned production champions, and same with the historic touring cars that have already finished up for the year as well. Improved production now rolling down the pit lane. My name is Steve DeVries, and opposite me is a man who I guess we can say is currently on hiatus when he's not doing a whole bunch of things with his son Daniel karting. Like last night, he moonlights as a co-commentator here. Opposite me is, of course, David Cox. Welcome, Dave.
Good morning, Steve, and welcome everybody. Look at the crowd starting to gather on the hill. There's a lot of IP shirts out there, and yes, we were down at the Oakley Club Championship yesterday, and we managed to snag second in the club championship. So that was very hard fought, and there's a number of other IP kids in that category as well. Stephen Zorka's son, Jack Zorkas, was also in the race. Jamie Augustine's daughter, Ellie, wasn't there yesterday, but she is also in the go-karting fraternity as well. So yeah, we've got a lot on our plates at the moment, and trying to get race cars ready as well. So, but here we are for the second last round of the championship. Phillip Island will obviously be our last round, but we've got a great field. It's great to see we've got so many good cars out there, and everyone's having an absolute ball. And I believe everyone behaved yesterday, and we had a couple of lap records.
Absolutely, everybody behaved yesterday, so let's have a look at the grid really quickly here. So Jared Tonks with pole and the win yesterday, and a new track lap record to boot as well. So great job by him, with Luke Gretschkumbo alongside. Cade Lehman and Ian McLennan behind them on the second row of the grid. From Andrew Butcher and Peter Dixon in 5th and 6th. Anton Bergman and Jin Wook Song, they're 7th and 8th. Brett Porter is the lead under 2 litre car. He also took home a new under 2 litre trap record for improved production yesterday as well. And Anthony D'Arna in 10th, Paul Javots in 11th. Larry Merrifield, we believe, will not be starting out of position 12. We'll touch more on that in a moment. Callum Jensen and Rohit Saini 13th and 14th, with Richard Valentich and Andre Noy 15th and 16th. Wayne Decker, Chris Bodal is the first of the Hyundai Excels, with Carly Fleming and Scott Appledore behind him on the 10th row of the grid. And then the last few cars are Peter Fleming, Jason Orchard and Nick Higgins, who's been battling some gear selection dramas. He was actually on the back of the Porsche 944s this morning with a discretionary lap just to check that everything was in order. And there he is at the tail of the field in the little Toyota Corolla.
I did speak to Nick just before he went out, and they do believe they have fixed it. They did some rather clever work overnight, and it looks like it might have been sorted out. So hopefully Nick has a good run and making his way through some of the field.
He was borrowing the Vice yesterday afternoon on the workbench of the ProCut Monaro team to try and drill out a few things, I think, to make some of that very clever work happen. And I did have a look this morning as well. So they've managed to get that sorted and get him on the back of the field.
So not zip ties and cable, ties and race tape, no?
No cable ties, no race tape, none of that. It all looks very nicely and professionally put together.
At the back of the field there, so revs are starting to rise, so we're about to get a start.
Certainly are, and off the front row of the grid, same as yesterday, although this time a little bit of wheel spin for the Rod and Gun number 91, which gives a little bit of ascendancy to the reigning State Series champion Luke Gretschkumbo. He covers off Tonks heading down the chute to turn number 1, and he'll have a comfortable margin into the braking zone on the bumps into turn number 1.
And Andrew Butcher there managed to squeeze through onto Peter Dixon Monaro and has made himself there in the 5th place as Peter gets a little squirrely coming out of there, but that will be a great relief there to be able to get past the race.
Tyres and more tyres was a discussion yesterday afternoon after race number 1. Peter Dixon and Ian McLennan, you can both see that they were swirling around, mostly rear limited for grip after about 5 or 6 laps running around. So shorter race this morning, 13 laps, with the weather not as hot as what it was yesterday afternoon. So you want to make use of those tyres while you've got them under you. The Yokohama A050s, and Ian McLennan tried to throw one up the inside there at Lehman at the run to turn number 6, but Lehman covered it off very quickly. These two, of course, battling for some championship honours here. Lehman needs to stay in touch with Jared Tonks because there's only 10 points between the two of them for first and second in the state championship, and McLennan himself in a battle with Peter Dixon and others for third overall in the state championship. So still a lot to play out for this weekend.
There certainly is. The great battle down the back there with the Scott Appledore and then the Nicholas Higgins Corolla. Must have fixed that gear selection because he's, whoa, there we go. And we've got lovely sideways action there into turn 1 as Callum gets in the inside of the Indiana BMW.
He certainly does. So they're going to stay side by side going up through here, through turn 2, through turn 3. Anthony stayed with it as long as he could, but the pug of Callum Jensen is through. Hopefully there's not some reoccurring gremlins there for Anthony Dana. They came out of qualifying yesterday. All the spark plugs were out of that car. It was almost like the car was misfiring, but and it had dropped a cylinder, but they just couldn't put their finger on what the problem was. They got back out there and circulated pretty handsomely for race 1. It looks like he's tidied up most of those gremlins. He's giving the Peugeot of Callum Jensen still a bit of a hard time as they go into the last couple of corners, while the over 2 litre cars are streaking away down this long front straight here at Calder Park. Lehman now right in the toe of Ian McLennan.
And how good is Andrew Butcher going there?
Well, right around the outside. That's ambitious for Lehman, and now looking for a crisscross on the other side. But he had 2 wheels in the concrete going down into the braking zone at turn 1. Very sort of ambitious move there. Might pull it off.
He might have thought there's more grip on the concrete than on the bitumen, but not quite. But have a look at Andrew Butcher hanging on to the back of these two guys because they're battling away there. Andrew's been able to really hang on to the back of them, and if their tyres start to go away after a few laps, then Andrew will be right there. Yeah,
better balanced car with the BMW compared to the much heavier V8s that are just in front of him. Pace-wise, Jared Tonks is starting to get his skates on here. Luke's a little bit wide at a couple of corners, and Jared's had a good run here out of the final corner, and this now will be a drag race, door handle to door handle, mirror to mirror for a few seconds down the front straight. And if you're going to be protecting the lead here, you need to be moving over to the right-hand side. Flash, flash, flash on the lights there for Luke Gretschkumbo. There are some slower cars here. Jason Orchard on the outside of turn number 1. Looks like he might be battling some sort of mechanical gremlin there because he's well off the back of the other XLs, which are past this pair of turns, and they're actually down the final sequence of corners. So something gone wrong there for Orchard in the XL.
Yes, it's unfortunate for the races. It's good to see the boys up the front being nice and clean and putting on a good show for everybody.
Certainly was good traffic observance as well there, we must have said, by Jason Orchard in the XL. That's one of the things that is instilled into improved production. There's such a big variant in terms of pace and makes and models of cars that you can be caught rather quickly on some of these circuits where it's the lap time's just over a minute long. They go fast, so you've got to be paying attention to what's coming up behind you.
And how good is this battle between the Peugeot, the BMW and the Honda? They're all nose to tail. You need a little bit of room, nice and tight, but it's a good clean race for these guys. It's really entertaining to watch.
Certainly is. While this battle's going on, Paul Chavotz is just eyeing off what might potentially be 2 spots if these two come to grief. And he's had a good run out of the last corner as well. Now he looks to the right-hand side on Dana. The BMW have some legs in a straight line here. The Peugeot, I'll tell you what, that's got some poke in a straight line too. Very tidy.
Absolutely skyrocketed away from these boys.
Speaking of skyrocketing, I've just noticed Brett Porter has lowered the under 2 litre lap record again from yesterday. He's now gone down to a 5.9 where he did a 6.4. That's incredible pace, under 106 in a little Honda, in a little Civic.
That is sensational time.
What a sensational time that is. Ian McLennan's just posted the fast lap of this race at a 103.01, but it's still a good 4.5 tenths of a second off the mark that Jared Tonks set yesterday afternoon. Here's Bergman down the inside of Brett Porter. Now, is he recovering or is he defending? Because it looks like he might have potentially made a mistake, and he's now gotten back past the number 52 yellow Honda Civic. I keep saying it's a Hyundai. It's not a Hyundai, it's a Honda.
Yes, that's right. So let's see what the straight line performance is of that Honda going down the straight here, and it's staying right with that BMW, so it's got plenty of poke, that little Honda.
Yeah, it certainly has. It looks like Anton must have made a small mistake there on the last tour, because he was about 2 seconds slower than his last lap. So he's come off the track somewhere, and then he's repassed Brett Porter and moved himself back up into position number 8. Porter himself is 9th outright on the road, but first, of course, in class. Now, Luke's had a much better run through the back marker traffic here compared to Jared. So while he's negotiating the last corner now, he's got a good couple of car lengths on Tonks behind him. This battle now that we've focused in on here, Porter has such a good run out of the flip-flop chicane that they've tightened up here on the back straight in the last 2 years, and he's really giving Anton quite the hurry up through the twisty parts of the circuit.
It's really hard to see where to look on this track. There's so many really good battles going on, and it's really good to see that there's so many people. You've got someone to race with everywhere you look.
That's right, and these two are two completely different classes as well. A 2 to 3 litre car in Anton Bergman in the BMW, and a 2 litre car in Brett Porter as well. Looks like Anton's just managed to gap Brett a little bit here as they run down towards turn number 1. But then we're now back to the Hyundai Excel battle. So this is Chris Bodal. I think he's the lead of all of the Excels that are here at the moment. Scott Appledore in behind him. And one of the Flemings, I think that's Carly Fleming, the car that doesn't have the rear wing, tucked in behind Scott in the 32. He was having a look here at Chris Bodal. That doesn't come off at turn number 6. This has been a much better weekend for Chris. He had a drama here last year where the bonnet came up and broke the windscreen on that green and black XL, but none of that behaviour. He's put a lot more effort into making sure that bonnet stays secure since that incident, and you can see there bonnet pins are doing their job. They're holding that green bonnet down quite firmly as he goes up to maximum terminal speed here down the front straight.
There's one thing that once it's happened to you once, it never happens again.
That's right.
A lot of damage to the car and also the windscreen. So once you've had that happen to you, it's always, I've seen a number of cars that put multiple bonnet pins on for that reason, because they have in the past been known to break if you use some brands. But some people have 3 or 4 across the board, just in case those things do happen.
Contingency planning
Yes,
is what I think a lot of people call it, just to be safe. Peter Dixon now powering past a couple of the XLs there, just in the back of shot there, the number 21 Monaro. Now he's 3rd outright in the state championship, and we mentioned it's down to him, Ian McLennan and Anton Bergman. They're the ones fighting over 3rd overall. Now McLennan has shaved that margin down quite comfortably from yesterday. He's got a good stranglehold on 3rd place here as well, so that will tighten up the state series points for 3rd overall, unless Peter can do something about it this afternoon. He's got a fair bit of work to do to catch up to Ian McLennan now. So he's at the top of the straight, whereas Ian McLennan's almost down at the bottom of it at turn 1. So there's plenty of time that he needs to make up there.
Yeah, Jin just got held up a little bit there by the XLs. He was trying to get through and get on the back there. As we see a car just coming to pit lane, we just had a quick shot there. Looked like Richard Valentich's car coming to pit
just
lane.
in the back of shot there, absolutely.
Just in the back of the shot, yep. So that's unfortunate for Richard, but I did see some news came through that he did have a flag, so there must be something wrong with the car.
Yeah, so he had a spin yesterday afternoon as well. He was turned himself around all by himself at turn 1 on the opening lap, then went through and recovered back to where he started. But does unfortunately have a mechanical gremlin, it looks like, and he's decided to pull the pin. This is a sensational battle between the XLs. Appledore's just gone through on Bodal, but then they've been rounded up by Anton Bergman, and now the Civic of Brett Porter's trying to do the same. So everywhere you look, there's battles going on, but at the same time, there's other battles that are passing those battles too. So the good situational awareness by the slower XLs while they're in their own battle to let those other faster cars go past and let them resume that, although Anton is still maintaining that gap over Brett as they come around the final corner and onto the straight, which will be for probably the second last time. I think the final lap board will be going out for the race leaders this time around. Okay, is Lehman still harassing the back of McLennan? He hasn't been able to find a way past though.
No, but he has made up a lot of ground on this lap, so he must have had a little bit of a lap traffic that he's had to get through, and that's allowed Cade to catch up right onto the back of him. And I wouldn't be surprised if Cade has a big lunge going into turn 1, because he's got a nice sideways coming onto the straight there.
Last lap board on display for the leaders. They've just taken that now, so flashing the lights again. Luke Gretschkumbo, there's a couple of cars just ahead with some lap traffic. That's the battle for P1 and P2. P3 and P4, it was the other way around yesterday. It was Lehman leading McLennan, and now the shoe is on the other foot. And ran a little bit deep into the corner there, Ian, but he was the car ahead, so he was allowed to do that. So that battle continues on for the rest of the lap. Up and over Jane Hill for the last time this morning for IP. Gretschkumbo, big bit of air under those left side tyres. He actually got a little bit of the grass on the exit, got a little bit too greedy. Going to go past the car of Rohit Saini here, the HSV GTS, and into the final sequence of corners. Looks like they smartened that car up. He's looked after its tyres a lot better compared to what it did yesterday. And the GC Electrical HSV Senator will come out of the final corner with a nice little margin here, little wiggle, but that's okay. He's got margin to burn, and he greets the checkered flag first ahead of Jared Tonks. So it was Tonks yesterday by about 4 seconds, Gretschkumbo by a little over a second this morning, and Ian McLennan will get home for third ahead of Kay Lehman. So he managed to hold him off, and then Andrew Butcher home for fifth. So good couple of battles there in the top half a dozen spots for the overs. And the lead undercar is still Brett Porter, I'm led to believe. Yes, it is. Still trying to find a way past Anton Bergman. Hasn't been able to get that move done. And that should be, unless he throws up the inside here late. No, not quite at the final sequence of corners, although Anton's a little bit wide. This actually might be a closer than you think situation at the line here.
No, BMW's got the straight line power, Steve.
Just a little bit of extra in reserve for Bergman. He would have been happy with that battle. He shaved some time off his PB yesterday, so he would have been very happy with that little scrap there with Brett Porter. Brett home in 9th outright, first of the under 2 litre cars overall. The next to the unders was Jensen in the Peugeot in 11th, and then Paul Javots in 12th.
Yes, it was a really good race. There's lots of really good battles going on all over the field there. So if you've got nothing to do this afternoon, make sure you get out to Calder Park, have a look. It's much better when you're actually here sitting on the hill, and you can probably have a quiet sip while you're there. Absolutely.
In terms of the state championship points for Jared Tonks, that's another 4 points that he takes out over Cade Lehman. So the margin now out to 14. It's still not done and dusted. That will go down to the final round, the final race rather, this afternoon to decide that. And then in the 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle, that has really tightened up. I think Ian McLennan might just have the chocolates at the moment, or just might have his nose in front in the battle for 3rd in the state series points. So again, another one to go down to later this afternoon. There's the confirmation of your finishing position. So Gretschkumbo, the 2023 state champion, will be handing that title over later this afternoon, finishing first ahead of Tonks, McLennan, Lehman, Butcher, Peter Dixon, Jinwook Song, Anton Bergman, Brett Porter, who was the first of the under 2 litre cars home, and then Anthony Dana in 10th.
Looks like they're not going to show us the next 10, so we'll like to thank Yokohama as per normal with their fantastic AO50 tyres. Prestige Hino, our major sponsor. We also have Reach-Rock Art, and also DLL Photography, who has been with us for a long time, and they're finishing up at the end of this year. So we'd like to thank those guys as well for actually looking after our category for nearly 15 years.
Yeah, Dave Lowe and the team have done a fantastic job. Website, all sorts of things for that. Dave's been a fantastic supporter of IP for, as you said, for near on 15 years.
Yes, and obviously we've got Pro Cut, and we've also got the Pro Cut car out there. So it's been a really good season so far, and we just hope it continues.
We certainly will. It'll continue later this afternoon for the 3rd and final race for improved production. A short break here in Central Commentary, and Formula V will be out next.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Great shot there of the Melbourne CBD skyline as we're sitting out here at Calder Park Raceway on the northern outskirts of Melbourne. Not too far away from the Melbourne airport, so if in the absence of all things on track, we always look to the skies and have a bit of a look around, and you might just see a couple of 737s or a couple of Airbus aircraft flying overhead. My name's Steve DeVries, staying on for Formula V. Joining me, as he did yesterday, is Tom Reed. And Tom, it's a small field, but it's been a competitive field. We had some great battles yesterday.
Yeah, it's been very competitive. I reckon it's quality over quantity this weekend with the top four or so going at it. But we look at your starting grid, it will be Ashley Quittington in the number 12 off of pole position, who won the race yesterday afternoon with a tight battle with his second place finishing position, Lee Partridge, in the number 28 with the stickeroo down the side of that car. Then it was a battle between third and fourth all race long, with Andre Curran holding off Brock Hamilton in the Silver Fox Racing number 11. That is your fourth starting position. Out of position 5 and 6, it'll be Ashley Clifford in the 17 and Darren Power in the Acura Motorsport 44, just rolling out onto track now. Position 7 and 8 will be Cameron Bell in the number 4 and Shane Purvis in the number 6. Then moving back to your last row will be Charlie Richardson in the 16 and Malachi Windsor in the 88, who I saw yesterday pulling the rear of that car apart back in the paddock. So hopefully he's out on track.
Yes, so they did have a clutch drama that they had yesterday afternoon. After about 5 laps, he did pull off down here at turn number 1, and they had to drag him in afterwards. But they've had that car apart. They actually didn't take them as long as they thought they were to diagnose that problem and get it sorted. They left the track about 6 p.m. last night, which is a little bit earlier than a few other drivers that would have had some other things to repair. But thankfully yesterday we didn't have too many issues at all. And the car starting just in front of him, Charlie Richardson, that's the orange machine there, the Jackal Fencing and Pogo Espresso Jace-Up. That had a few dramas of its own yesterday as well. They've been chasing all sorts of issues this year, and they actually found there was a bit of a crack in one of the frames in part of the cage that around the engine. So they had to take that piece of the cage out, go and get it welded up last night. And when I checked in this morning, they still weren't back with that piece of the the car. So hopefully they've got that sorted and got it out there. We'll see what sort of progress she can make from the rear of the grid, but hoping that that explains some of the other problems they've been having this year with it jumping out of gear or other sort of handling issues. They hadn't been able to put their finger on what it was, and it was in a position that was kind of obscure, so you didn't sort of really see it until you got right up upon it, you know, literally within sort of like 10 centimetres in front of your face, and then it became a little bit obvious as to, oh, okay, this might explain a few things.
No, you don't usually see those things unless you fully strip the car down, which often you don't need to in this category. Often most things on the surface, you can find them pretty easily, but the cars are rolling down the grid. They'll form up in their rows. The yellow flags will slowly pull away when the cars are safely in position. And again, looking at the 28, beautifully presented number car of number 28 of Lee Partridge, pulling up to the grid now, right on the white line, similar to yesterday, and the row behind doing the same thing.
Yep, right up on those grid spots there, all the way down the field. As we said, there's only 10 cars that are here this weekend. We had 11 last year. We would have had 11 with, unfortunately, with the retirement after Friday practice of Mick Fisher. A couple of minutes away now, a couple of seconds away, I should say. Lights are on, and when they go out, we are underway, and off we go. Gear change from first to second, so important off the line. It comes up so quickly. You're literally in first gear for all of about 1 to 1.5 seconds before you pull that second cog and then continue to accelerate down this long front chute, down the drag strip, all the way to turn number 1. Oh, big double front lockup for Ash Quiddington, and he just managed to hang on to position number 1 there. That could have been a little bit nasty had it have continued. Big double front lockup, got off the pedal, then got back on the brake pedal and had a second lockup going into the bumpy braking zone of turn 1. That would have been a little bit of a hair-raising moment.
Yeah, it would have been. I think Lee saw him coming there and just opened his steering angle up a little bit to allow Ashley to slowly slot in and take the lead. But down the back straight, already Lee Partridge is going to have a look around the outside, the long way around into turn number 6. And I think he's got this done by the time they get through the left-hander. We'll see.
He's got command of position as well, though, so Quiddington has to concede, so he does that. That's the smart thing to do. And from Lee, I like that tactic. He saw the double front lockup, he saw him coming, but now it's about put him under pressure, make him have another mistake, because as you know, when you get a flat spot on some of these tyres in all the categories, if you put them under pressure, you brake a little bit too hard, it's going to then always find that spot again on the tyre. It's just a natural thing. It just happens. It finds that flat spot and it has a further lockup. So put the pressure on while the opportunity is there. Kieran's going to do the same thing here. He's going to apply the pressure and he snatches P2 away from the Oasis building, number 12, down at turn number 1. That's what he couldn't do yesterday. He couldn't get within earshot of Quiddington and Partridge, and then it was left up to him and Brock Hamilton to squabble over P3 and P4.
Yeah, I think he would have been thinking a lot about that last night. I was thinking to myself that he would have been thinking to himself about being able to fight for the lead, and he's resolved that issue today, and he's right behind the 28 of Lee Partridge. I've also noticed
there's another lockup
again from the 12.
There's another lockup, so it's happening. So Ash is trying to push on with things here, and it went right back to that flat spot again. So that's 3 times now he's had a lockup in the first 2 laps of this race. So it's going back to that little flat spot that it's found. That one was only the front right side of the car. It wasn't a double lockup, but pressure starting to build there. He doesn't need to do anything strange, though. He doesn't need to do anything silly when it comes to the championship fight, because he's in a much stronger position than Partridge, who's pretty much in a win and hope for the best scenario.
Yeah, one thing I noticed on the opening lap, Malachi Windsor jumped from 10th to position number 7. As we look down the inside, the number 12, trying to get the move done on Andre Kieran. Can't quite get it done, and will slot in back to 3rd position.
A lot of exit curb use there for Kieran at turn number 1. I think that was just giving a little bit of racing room for Ash Quiddington, just to make sure there was no contact there. And he comes out the other side okay. And you're right, Malachi Windsor has had a fantastic start. He's up 4 positions or 3 positions from where he started in that car that he's acquired in the last couple of months, and this is pretty much its first shakedown. Now up the inside at the last sequence of corners again, Quiddington, but not close enough to really command position around the next series of corners. So this is now a little bit of a bottleneck situation for him. He was hoping to clear Kieran by now. Andre's still very much in the tow of the race leader, Lee Partridge, but he doesn't want to drop too much further behind than what he is right now, because he's giving a really good slipstream to Quiddington is going to make him go the long way around at 1.
Problem with these two battling is it's going to allow Lee Partridge to put his eyes down, press on and go forward, and potentially run away with this race if these two battle for too long. But Kieran was able to hold that position for second place over the line, and now going through the right-hander at turn number 2 and 3 over Mount Jane and through the flip-flop. Let's see if the number 12 of Ashley Quiddington can do anything here.
Brock Hamilton still tucked in quite nicely as well behind the pair of Kieran and Quiddington. He's just within striking distance. Ash Clifford's not too far away as well. If he can get his skates on, he'll be right in that battle too. As we're looking at the cars in the second half of the field, this is Cameron Bell in the number 4 machine, looking down the inside of the Joust Raceway entry is Shane Purvis, and Shane sees him coming and lets him through there. So good, smart driving. Still plenty of time to go. Better part of 5 or so laps at least before this race is over. And the two of them on screen here, as you said, they're hunting down Malachi Windsor, who looks like he's actually now just gone past Darren Power in the last lap, and he has. So another position for the youngster. The car, as we said, he's recently acquired, formerly of Queensland origin, in the hands of Curtis Porter, who himself picked up a Sabre 02 courtesy of the guys at Sabre Racing Cars in the last month or so. And it's good to see. I was talking to Brett McLennan down in the paddock yesterday, and not only have they got enough spares and things to be able to service all the needs for all of the Sabre 02s that are in circulation at the moment, they're looking at JRD possibly making a comeback next year and running a couple of cars and bolstering the field here in Formula V. They did take this year out because of that situation they had where they acquired Sabre Racing Cars from Mike Borland. They've produced a couple of cars now and plenty of spares, so that was for this year. It was take a year off, focus on all of that, and with a view to possibly coming back next year. It'd be great to have them back in the field.
Yeah, that would be cool to see. One thing I've noticed between the second and third place car is they are slowly clawing back the lead of Lee Partridge, and down the front straight, Lee will be trying to weave and break the toe down into turn 1. Number 12 car here of Ashley Quiddington's got to be smart, not battle too hard to allow them to catch back up to Lee Partridge at the front. Down into turn 1. Let's see what they do. The 32 there, dancing on the brakes. A bit of opposite lock through turn number 1.
Yeah, he got a late apex there as well, so he went a bit deeper into the corner than the car in front of him, and then he got a late second apex, so that sort of protected him from going too wide at turn number 1 and then leaving the door wide open for Quiddington to sneak through. I think Quiddington's quite happy just to sit in the tow here at the minute because he's just set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:08.39. It's about a tenth and a half slower than the new lap record that Lee Partridge set yesterday at a 1:08.24. But they are both getting closer to Lee here, so I'm not sure if this is Lee just going into a bit of a management mode, giving himself something to fight with a bit later on in the piece, but that margin has shrunk, and it has shrunk quite comprehensively over the last 2 laps.
Yeah, it definitely has. I'm also surprised that the third place car of Ashley Quiddington is managing to hold on with his double locked up front tyres here, but they seem to be holding on enough for him to challenge for second position, which he might have a go down into turn number 1. We'll see. No, they all remain single file. Out pulls the 32, trying to go the long way around.
That's ambitious.
That's not going to happen.
That's ambitious, and now he's left the door open for Quiddington to potentially fill it, but he just slots back in behind Partridge quite quickly there to avoid losing second spot. He's hungry for that win. It's his 3rd year in the championship for Andre Kieran. They've been there or thereabouts. They've gotten better and better every year, but it's about taking that last step. You've had several podiums. You've had some really strong finishes. There's a little bit of just drop the right-hand side tyres in there. Ash Quiddington coming out of the flip-flop. But for Kieran, he's now applying the blowtorch to Partridge. He wants that win. He's hungry for that win. He needs to be able to take that last step. That last little bit of tenacity is all that's missing and standing between him and the top step of the rostrum for the very first time in Formula V.
Yeah, it's great to see the front 3 racing incredibly respectfully. Down the front straight we go. 2 minutes 5 left on the clock when they go past the stripe. It'll be Lee Partridge leading by just under 3/10 of a second from Andre Kieran, and Quiddington right behind. But Kieran's going to go to the inside of Partridge. He might have enough overlap by the time they get to turn 1.
It's a rolling roadblock here for Ash Quiddington as well. He looked left, he looked right, he looked left again. There was no way through. But Partridge super late on the brakes again into turn number 1. His racecraft has been superb since these two have caught up to the rear of him. and he's defending at every possible opportunity. He's got a really good straight line speed, which is surprising me as well. He's being able to hold off the advances of the two cars behind. Normally they'd be through in a heartbeat. He's not having to take the ultra defensive lines at the moment. He is now, though. He's driving it down the middle of the road into turn number 6, and now that's the incentive that Whittington needed to go around Andre Curran. He got that done because Curran looked to the right. That opened up the opportunity on the left, and if you go the long way around at 6, you can then hold on at 7. So Whittington through and back to P2, but that now has created a little bit of an air margin to the Working Drones Australia, number 28 of Partridge, who's got about 7/10 in his pocket now with about 2 laps to run.
Yeah, you touched on that air margin between first and second, but then I look back at the Silver Fox racing machine of Brock Hamilton, who's slowly starting to close up on this battle as Curran tries the long way around the outside of turn 1. Can't quite get it done. A little bit of oversteer on corner entry, and he has to slot behind the number 12 of Ashley Whittington, and this time they'll be over Mount Jane through the flip-flop. I've noticed the number 12 of Whittington taking a heck of a lot of curb on the left-hander here. Let's see if he lifts the wheel again. Not quite. He stays off at this time.
Yeah, on the driver's right-hand side he did, but not on the second phase of the corner. He was a bit more observant that time around. This is a much more lively battle here. You've got Partridge clinging on, trying to claw and scratch his way to another victory. Then you've got the fight for P2 and P3 is very much alive and well here. This will be last lap this time around. So 9 laps completed, 1 more to go. This is a ripping battle out in front here. This is what we like when it comes to Formula V. Wheel to wheel, slipstream in slipstream action, and who's going to come out with the race win here. It's Partridge's race to lose at the moment. Whittington closing, not quite close enough. Curran looks to the outside at turn number 1. Same sort of trick again. Will he get a good drive out of here? Because it looks like he's getting a good late apex there, but then it's a very short run out of turn 1 to the chicane at 2 and 3, so there's not a lot of time to do anything with it.
No, there's nowhere to go for him there. He's just got to bide his time. Time is running out, though, for Ashley Whittington to get past the 28 of Lee Partridge through the flip-flop, using all the road there. Down the back straight, final opportunity pretty much for Ashley Whittington to send it down the inside. No, he's going to go to the outside, try the long way. Don't interlock wheels, boys.
No, wheel to wheel, and he's play smart there. He knows if he wasn't far enough alongside that there's no point sending it around the outside and risking the car-to-car contact, and he's going to have to be content here with P2 unless there's a mistake out of the final corner, which there is not. So Partridge will drive out of the final corner. The top 3, throw a blanket over him. What a great scrap between all of them. Checkered flag flies for Partridge, Whittington and Curran. 0.4 of a second covers the top 3. What a great scrap.
I've slowly been keeping an eye on this battle between the Joust Raceway machine and the number 6 and the number 4. I believe that is Cameron Bell.
Correct.
And onto the final, through the final turn onto the straight, it'll be the number 6 holding off the number 4. Behind them, can't quite see it is. It's the 16 pulling out there of Charlie Richardson, and couldn't quite get that move done for 9th position.
No, I think Purvis and Bell sort of faded a little bit at that, and that allowed Richardson to catch up to the back of them and sort of make a bit of a fist of it for the last couple of spots there at the end of that race. So 1 race win apiece this weekend for Lee Partridge and for Ash Whittington. But in terms of the championship battle, that only reduces the margin back to what it was at the beginning of the weekend. So Whittington still very firmly with 1 hand and probably 3 fingers, I would say, on that State Series trophy that will be presented at the end of the weekend. So 31 points the margin for him, with 40 now remaining on offer for the last race this afternoon. There is your finishing cars, because there were only 10 of them. Partridge, Whittington and Curran. Nothing between them at the end of the day. Brock Hamilton, 2.5 seconds in arrears. Ash Clifford in 5th. Great job for Malachi Windsor starting off the rear. Started in 10th there and up to 6th place. What's he got in store in the last race this afternoon? Ahead of Darren Power, Shane Purvis, Cameron Bell and Charlie Richardson. That was Formula V. And again, a little short break here. We're actually running a little bit ahead of time because everyone's been so well behaved and there's been such great racing this weekend so far that we haven't had to chew up a lot of the time. So great job by all the drivers. And on the other side of this, it'll be another category, which is one of the feeder series for a lot of drivers and a great stepping stone into other things in your racing career. The Hyundai Excels up next after this.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back to our broadcast of the last day of school of the 2024 season of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. This is round 6, the final round, and this is the final day of action before we pack it in for the State Series, which is a shame to see, but we've come to a fantastic little venue here in Calder Park. The 1-minute board has just been waved for the Circuit Hyundai XLs to come out on track, which is going to be a cracker. Race 1 yesterday was a belter, and race 2 is going to be no different. My name is Matt Dunlop. Tom Reed joins me in the commentary box. Tom, great to have you back. How'd you find yesterday's action?
Yeah, it was pretty good, Matt. The racing was definitely hot at the front. Emily Jones started off pole position but couldn't quite get the job done and had to consolidate position number 2 there, but she'll be hungry today. She'll be looking to go for the win over Ashton Kadich.
She certainly will. She'll have a little bit more experience under her belt after not really knowing how to handle race 1, it being her first outing at Calder Park, but now it'll be great to see what she can do starting out of 2nd position on the grid next to her. Ashton Kadich on pole position, having won race 1 yesterday. Behind them, Tice Hodge, who finds himself in the box seat for the championship standings. He's still a few points in arrears of Hugo Simpson, but Hugo's not here this weekend. So Tice is the front runner, but Ashton Kadich, if he can put in some solid performances, he might be giving him a run for his money for the championship, the state championship for Hyundai XLs. Harry Strick has been hot on their heels all weekend in 4th position, and he'll be no different today. Behind them, William Sala lines up alongside Tabitha Ambrose, who found herself running as high as 4th yesterday. But there's so much shuffling in that mid-pack, that front battle, that she will be really looking forward to make up some spots as soon as possible in race 2 here today. James Serra and Rio Campbell start behind them on the 4th row of the grid. Next up, we then have Brendan Sala and Samuel Gibson, who finished 10th in his debut outing in the Hyundai XL, at least from a State Series perspective, so great result from him. Ben Gallier in that beautifully presented Castrol liveried number 11 car, shades of Larry Perkins, Greg Hansford, those mid-1990s Castrol supercars. It's a beautiful looking machine. Keep an eye out for it, number 11. Lachlan Harvey behind him, next to him on the grid, in the number 25, starting out of 12th position. Behind them, Carly Fleming. She's been doing it all this weekend. We've been seeing that car getting around in a few other categories, as well as a bit of a run that she's been doing all season long in Formula Ford. So if it's got 4 wheels, she'll be driving it. Carly Fleming next to Lee Seelenmeyer. Keenan Jones and Jack Johnson, who didn't finish the race last time yesterday, unfortunately, but he is back out on track today. The son of Brad Johnson in that Western Bulldogs blue number 129 machine. Can't wait to see how this race pans out as they crest James Hill. It's a very short warm-up lap here at Calder Park. It's a very short circuit, probably the shortest state race in the State Series calendar. So I think a few of these drivers would probably appreciate having a second warm-up lap just to be able to get a little bit more of that time under their belt, a little bit more temperature in their tyres as well. But it's an even playing field. It's the same warm-up for every single one of these drivers, and I think it adds to the excitement when they don't have as great of a read of the conditions here as they would at potentially other tracks where they get a bit more time to warm up. Then it throws a bit of the spanner in the works, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely makes it more exciting for the viewer at home and both at the circuit. And we took a shot there of the crowd. It is slowly building here for the final round of the Vic State Series presented by 888 Home Loans and Trico. But cars slowly moving into position. Number 13 of Ashley Kadich rolls into position number 1 and stops beautifully on the white line. Emily Jones right behind him, or alongside him I should say. Then it's the 185 of Tice Hodge, who will be looking to try and win the Victorian State Championship for Hyundai XLs. But all cars are formed up on the grid. We should get a green flag fairly soon. Take it over to you, Matt.
We're not too far away now. The last of the cars are just slotting in the back now. We've got a green flag at the back of the grid as Jack Johnson pulls that machine in. 5-second board is out. The lights are ablaze. The revs are rising. The tension is high. We're underway here at Calder Park. It's a great start from Ashton Kadich, who just gets a narrow jump with a nose ahead of Emily Jones. But behind them, it's Tice Hodge, who has absolutely brained Harry Strick off the line on the second row. He's got a great run of pace, and he's already tucked in behind the number 13 of Ashton Kadich. You can see him there in the white number 185, just weaving around, now tucking into the slipstream of Emily Jones, who finds herself with the whole shot around the outside into turn 1. Fantastic start for the number 6, our pole sitter on yesterday. Didn't win the race yesterday, but is now side by side with yesterday's winner, Ashton Kadich, who retakes the lead back through turn 3 as they crest Janes Hill for the first time.
Can't help but wonder if Ashton Kadich maybe missed a gear change from second to third there and allowed Emily Jones to pull alongside and take the lead momentarily into turn 1, but through the flip-flop for the first time down the back straight, taking a lovely shot of the curb camera there. And Emily Jones is going to tuck right behind Ashton Kadich. Tice Hodge in third position. Rio Campbell go around the outside there of the 994 of James Sarah.
Great racecraft between those two. You sort of look at them and go through that corner. It's so bumpy. It's so easy for the car to get unsettled if there's just a little bit of a bump, but they keep to themselves. They keep really, really good race position. They've got great awareness of where the other is on the track, and that's why these drivers are fantastic with that. There's such good racing all the way up and down this field as they cross the stripe for the first time. It is Kadich from Jones, Tice Hodge ahead of Harry Strick, then William Sala, Tabitha Ambrose, Rio Campbell behind them, then James Serra. Behind them is the number 25 of Lachlan Harvey, and then 10th position is Brendan Sala, rounding out our top 10.
James Sarah has a 5-second penalty, and going deep is the number 11 there of Ben Gallagher. Following him is the 380 of Keenan Jones. Maybe there's something down on the track, but that's hard to tell from our vantage point, as down the inside goes Tice Hodge over Mount Jane through to flip-flop. Who's going to concede here? It's going to be Emily Jones. She slots in behind the third position with Harry Strick just behind, and then getting a run on these two is Rio Campbell and Tabitha Ambrose.
It's not easy to go side by side through the flip-flop, but look at them all bunching up on the run into turn 6. It's anyone's game who's going to come out in first position in this battle here. These two cars, of the 333 and the 199, were battling hammer and tongs at Phillip Island, and they've made contact here at Calder Park. Rio Campbell has been speared to the infield there. No idea if that car has suspension damage or anything like that. He is going to attempt to rejoin the race, and we'll see if that car is listing once it comes back on.
Emily Jones has pulled off to the side. I've just noticed out our commentary box window, out of the last turn. Perhaps she's got something wrong with her car, but those two just interlock wheels. Ambrose and who was that?
That was Rio Campbell in the 333. So as action aplenty, and Emily Jones, our race leader briefly at the start of this one, is out. So Ashton Kadich is all on his own up in the front with a gap of 2.3 seconds when they cross the stripe. Tice Hodge will be putting his foot through the firewall on that throttle pedal, just trying to catch up and make it a 2-horse race. But meanwhile, Harry Strick is doing his best to hold off this battle that is now formed, wanting his 4th position, and the safety car is out.
Yeah, no surprise that the safety car's out. That's our first safety car this weekend for the Hyundai XLs. They've been doing incredibly well at keeping it clean throughout the weekend, but unfortunately these things happen. I'm not sure if Emily has just happened all by herself. She might have had a driveline issue or something, or not been able to select a gear, but we've got a replay here. This might be the incident between Rio Campbell and Tabitha Ambrose through the left-hander. Up the inside goes Tabitha Ambrose. They're sort of banging doors, and then right there, the wheels interlock. It rips the wheel out of the hand of the 333 of Rio Campbell, and he's sent through the infield. Luckily, no tyre barriers or walls there to do any more damage to that car, but it'll be interesting to see what sort of damage, if there is any, on that car. And I can see him running down the front straight here, just past the stricken car of Emily Jones, and it looks to be okay.
Looks pretty comfortable.
Fairly straight.
We saw it on the shot there just as well, going past in the background of that stricken number 6 car. Didn't look too bad. He was just looking to keep temperature in those front tyres, so I think he's got a lot of confidence in that car. We'll see how that one pans out in the eyes of the stewards, of course, with that contact, but for the meantime, they're all line astern behind the safety car, except for car 6 of Emily Jones. What a shame for the number 6 machine.
So with 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes 30 seconds to go on the clock, this should be a fairly quick recovery. It should just be a flat toe, either behind into the drag strip area where the start line is, or off to the side of the front straight down towards pit exit. We'll see if we can get this race going. Hopefully we can, because I want to see what Rara Campbell can do from 14th position if he can claw his way back into the top 10 with limited laps to go.
I tell you what, it's been go, go, go all day. We haven't really had a chance to stop and just thank the officials here. We normally get a bit of a chance if there's a yellow flag or a red flag delay at some of our other events, but we really want to thank all the officials here, the flag marshals, the stewards, the medics, every single person who comes along here either working or in most cases volunteering their time to come along and make sure we can put these events on. We simply cannot do it without you. So to all of our officials, volunteers, thank you so much for your assistance. If you want to join that gentleman there and be a flaggy, you can head to motorsport.org.au/officials or any sort of official role that you want to do in motorsport. It is a fantastic way to get yourself trackside and to get involved in the action to get as close as you possibly can. So again, we cannot thank them enough, and we also can't thank enough our partners who help us put this broadcast on. Trico windshield wipers. They've got a stand set up down here near the credentials booth at Calder Park. If you're trackside, go and say good day, have a chat to them.
Can't miss them.
What's that, sorry?
Can't miss them.
You cannot miss them. You certainly cannot. And 888 Home Loans as well, who have been on board with us for the Victorian State Race Series for quite some time now. Their support has been immeasurable, invaluable in making sure that we can go racing and that we can put these broadcasts on, with thanks to our fantastic crew at Blendline TV who are running this one in our camera positions all the way around the track in the director's booth and putting together such a great quality broadcast here that it lets us see all these cars in vivid colour, smashing it around the track from some great angles, especially the flip-flop. That curb camera is awesome.
Yeah, just in the background you can see the black recovery vehicle flat towing Emily Jones off, so hopefully we could maybe get a start this time by. Might be a little ambitious, but then I take a look at the timing screen. We've got 3 minutes to go. Ashton Kadich has set the best lap of this session with a 1 minute 14.1. That was done on lap 2. He's a second quicker than pretty much anyone else in the field. The next quickest time is done by Sala and Gibson, both with 15 flats.
He's well ahead of the rest of the field, and he's had the benefit as well of not being really challenged a huge amount by any other competitors. As we see, the lights are out on the safety car and it will be coming in at the end of this lap. It's racing ahead of the field, which will give the number 13 of Ashton Kadich control. He has the pace, and now the mind games begin, Tom. They all start to line up. No more weaving allowed. Get as much temperature as you can in your tyres now. But the question is going to be, once that green flag waves for the number 13, when is he going to jump? How is he going to hold off this huge train of cars that is behind him now? And more importantly, will he still have the lead into turn 1?
He's been had a lot of time to think about this. Will he go up the traction zone here out of the last corner? No, he's going to hold it all the way to the line. He's running out of space and he's stood on the gas. Green flag waving. Ashton Kadich will lead him across the line with 2 minutes to go on the clock.
Just wait until he cuts to the next camera shot here of them all fanning out, just trying to find position. Little bit of action here as they all stay line astern, just trying to get as much speed as possible. Harry Strick is the first one to blink. He goes around the outside. I reckon he's almost got Tice Hodge covered, but there's a bit of a lock up there, and he's going to sit right around the outside. Tice Hodge won't be able to make a run there because he's trapped by Ashton Kadich in front. So the 630 and the 185 are going to be side by side, and Harry Strick is going to take advantage of the car of Ashton Kadich in first, and he's going to make a jump into second. Look at Tabitha Ambrose playing Morse code on the back bumper of William Sala's car there. She does not want to let this leading pack go either as they cross that curb cam for the first time in anger since the restart. Ashton Kadich does still lead the way, and he'll be keen to make a break for it as soon as he possibly can, but the rest of this field is not going to make it easy for him. The two Salas are almost line astern as Brendan Sala in the 181 tries to get involved, but he's had to take to the grass there. It's very rough. All four wheels off the deck as he mounts the curb to get back on track, but no harm, no foul. He's getting right back stuck into it again with Lachlan Harvey.
So I believe it'll be 2 laps to go, this time by the stripe. 40 seconds remaining, not enough to put a last lap board out. But it is Ashton Kadich leading by. We see Rio Campbell, the 333 there in position number 7. Already back up through the field.
Look at Harry Strick. He's got so much pace and he wants to make the most of it. Pulls right to the outside of Ashton Kadich. Going to try to hold position around the outside, but I don't think he'll be able to unless he can use all of that curb. He's having a great run here. We haven't seen too much pace around the outside at turn 1, but Harry Strick had one of the best runs I've seen of the Hyundai XLs. Wasn't able to keep side by side through the chicane, but is still tucked right onto the rear bumper of Ashton Kadich in the lead as they go to the flip-flop. Get ready. There's going to be a move into turn 6 as they go down the back straight. He's already alongside. He's got so much more pace. Tice Hodge might even have a go around the outside of Ashton Kadich here. It's just going to be Harry Strick, and he will have the inside line through turn 7. Your new race leader is the Ravage Raceworks 630 machine of Harry Strick.
Harry got such a run out of the flip-flop that he was able to clear the Ashton Kadich machine by the time they got down to turn 6. Ashton threw it late under brakes, but couldn't quite get it pulled up and had to concede position number 2. Tice Hodge will be rubbing his hands together, hoping these guys have another battle down into turn 1 as we start the last lap. The last lap board is out, and another 5-second penalty is given to the 333 there of Rio Campbell.
Keen eyes will notice 3 boards being held out at the flag post there. Last lap, time penalty, and 333. So Rio Campbell has a 5-second penalty, so he's going to plummet. But meanwhile, Harry Strick is trying to take the racing line, but Ashton Kadich is going right up the inside there, and they're going to be side by side once again. Little bit of contact, and Harry Strick is rally crossing across the turn 3 apex. Just gets it back on, and he's having to drop all the way down to 4th position. Jeez, he would have been panicking behind the wheel of that Hyundai XL, but he's keeping all 4 wheels on the tarmac now. But Ashton Kadich has retaken the lead of this race. Tice Hodge really wants to get around the outside of him, and Harry Strick is there. Wipers going. I think he just panicked and hit every single thing on the dashboard of that Hyundai XL, and William Sala does not want to let him pass. He's on for a podium here, that number 36, and he's blocking. They're weaving. They're so defensive for the 3rd position battle. That's going to be a cracker. Meanwhile, up the front, I don't think Tice Hodge is going to get the job done. It's going to be Ashton Kadich who will cross the stripe to make it 2 from 2 here at Calder Park on a very sunny Sunday morning. And right behind them, William Sala just holds off Harry Strick for 3rd and 4th position. Behind them, Tabitha Ambrose crosses the stripe in 5th. 6th and 7th is Sarah and Campbell on the track, but that will change in the timing screens. And behind them, 25, 181 and 172. Let's have a look at the replay of that final moment in turns 2 and 3. Was there contact? It is so hard to tell. It may have even just got it crossed up all on his own and just had to divert out to take a shortcut across the grass. It wasn't really a shortcut. You can see how much pace he lost there, but geez, what a hairy moment there for Harry Strick. He'll be disappointed with that one, but he's got the car straight and it's across the line, and that's the main thing.
No, he's in a good spot for race number 3 this afternoon. That'll be coming up here at 2:45, we believe, on our timing sheet. But that was a pretty hairy moment for him. He would have hit every button, like you said, when he flew over the turn 3 inside curb. Would have panicked and then was lucky to hold off from Tabitha Ambrose, who had to concede that position through the flip-flop. But again, amazing racing from the Hyundai XLs. And coming up next, we should have the sports sedans.
It's going to be a fantastic race of sports sedans coming up. Here's those top 10 results once again. James Serra did have the fastest lap on the track, but he does have a penalty floating over his name, and you can see that has dropped him to 9th. So Ashton Kadich is your winner, or more than half a second over Tice Hodge, who is looking to inherit the championship lead. William Sala, Harry Strick, Tabitha Ambrose up to 5th position ahead of Lachlan Harvey. Great result for the number 25. Brendan Sala in 7th position ahead of Samuel Gibson, who started 10th this race, made it up to 8th. And James Serra, as I said, and Rio Campbell both dropping back, still remaining in the top 10, but with penalties hanging over their heads. We'll be back for more Hyundai XL action. Thank you so much for joining me in the box, Tom Reed. My name has been Matt Dunlop. Next up, you'll have Darren Smith and Callum Brannigan calling a ripping sports sedans race. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a cracker.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact. for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, trackside here at the final round of the 2024 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships put on by the Victorian State Race Series. A big shout out to 888 Home Loans for all of their loyal support over the last few seasons. If you have got a home loan, and let's face it, a lot of us do, it is time to check the heart rate and the health of your home loan. Jump on to 888 Home Loans online or give them a call, whatever way you want to do, but certainly check out your home loan with 888 Home Loans. Of course, round 5 and round 6 have been brought to us by Trico. I've been down in Trade Alley having a look at the Bollards Direct stand and the Shed stand down there as well, and Trico have got their products on display down there as well. I didn't know they did windscreen washer bottle additives, so I'll be down to pick up a bottle of that on the way out the door later on this afternoon. Windscreen washer and of course window cleaner, and of course they've got the great car care products, the 303 brand down there as well. So big shout out to all at Trico, and a big thank you to everyone at Trico. If you are commenting on social media about this event today, please give it a bit of a hashtag Trico, and we'd love to see how many people are engaging with us on social media as far as that is concerned. So if you need windscreen wipers, or you need window cleaner, or you need washer bottle additive, get down to your local automotive retailer and use and ask for Trico only by a brand. They are great supporters of this level of motorsport here in Victoria, and having a little bit of a presence around some motorsport last weekend as well at Sydney Motorsport Park as well. So we thank them for their support and look forward to them joining us throughout 2025 for the new season. We've still got a full day of racing to cover off here today at Calder as part of the final round. It's like the last day of school. Everybody's getting a little bit excited and getting themselves ready to head off down to Island Magic to round out the motor racing year, but this is definitely the last round of the Victorian State Race Series. Sports Sedans had a great race yesterday. Following Sports Sedans today will be Saloon cars, MG and invited British cars, and HQs will round out the morning's proceedings. We'll dive straight into the afternoon's racing. Porsche 944s, BMW E30s, improved production, Formula B, XLs, and again, Sports Sedans, Saloon cars, MG and invited British, and HQs. So there it is. There's the program for those watching on at home. Great to have you aboard. Great to see people here at the track, fans up on the hill. Lovely bit of Australiana in the background there, a wattle shrub giving the lovely Australian setting. So that's our entire program for the day, and we'll be here right through until about 5 p.m. tonight. So if you're anywhere locally around the area, please head trackside here to Calder today. Like the 50 years of Sports Sedan gentlemen have done here this weekend, make sure you get out to the track. The 50 years of Sports Sedan guys hobbling their way into the spectator area and finding a nice spot around. Of course, about 54 years ago now it was that Sports Sedans was founded, and did a lot of racing here at Calder Park over the years. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me have been joined by Callum Brannigan, and if you're looking for someone to thank for all of the great videos and snippets and posting on social media, it's Callum who's been muscling his way through this weekend. Cal, welcome to commentary.
Hi Darren. Hello everybody around the circuit tuning in. online via the Blendline TV broadcast. Very happy to be here at Calder Park, the spiritual home of NASCAR, Oscar, and the great Thunderdome, which, if you have been keeping an eye on social media, you'll see that there is a small herd of goats just up around the banking area on the Thunderdome. We heard a rumour that
big shout out to Mark Walker on that one.
Yeah, shout out to Mark Walker. He was here yesterday. He was here Friday as well. He's at another car event today, sadly, but a massive motoring and motorsport enthusiast is Mark Walker, so big thanks to him for all his contributions as well to the VSRS, supplying photos. But, good morning, Darren. Very happy to be here. It's very good to see a healthy crowd as well on the hill, and a few people through the gates this morning. And the weather looks very good, if not just slightly overcast, but it's still a very high UV rating out there at the moment. So just a reminder to everybody to look after yourselves, look after each other, and apply the sunscreen and make sure you're remaining as sun smart as possible. And there is a slight track delay, so there's just a small track inspection going on at the moment, but you can see the 1 minute board has been shown to the Sports Sedans field, so they'll be making their way out very soon. Starting from pole position, we have Dean Cam in the number 66 Corvette, a very famous car that needs very little introduction in the world of Australian sports sedans racing. He's sharing the front row with Brett Dickey in the Bollards Direct ACL Race bearings Honda Prelude. Beautiful looking white, very svelte race car. Keep an eye out on that one. Travis Condon out of position 3. A massive effort from himself to get that car repaired, replacing and installing an entirely new V8 block in that Toyota Corolla. Yes, I said that right, Darren. It's a Toyota Corolla with a V8 engine, and that is a beautiful example of this racing series that is sports sedan. So he's starting out at P3, Soda Blast Racing. Then we've got Francois Habib in the Dodo Commodore. That car is also turning a lot of heads in the paddock. I was just down in the Trico windshield wipers activation area in Trade Alley. We've got Adam and Oscar from Trico here this weekend. If you have any queries, any questions for your windshield needs, head down there and go and say hi. Very friendly fellas. Greg Lynch starting out of position 5, the Rovage Raceworks Commodore. John Ippolito starting out of position 6. Graham Gilliland, he's a man that's done a few laps around the Thunderdome. He starts out of position 7. And Ranald McClurkin starting out of position 8, Darren.
Great to have Graham Gilliland there. Was a long-time supporter of the Thunderdome. In fact, the G&A racing team was born in the Thunderdome. Sportsman days over there. So a happy home for the Gillilands to return to Calder Park. Of course, the Groove Train Eastland are the series sponsor, along with QP Lubes, Quality Performance Lubes, down in Mattingley near Bacchus Marsh there. And of course, National Blind Suppliers, who is owned by none other than the guy taking off out of position number 4, Francois Habib. Going back through the rest of the grid sheet, as we've got a rolling start for the sports sedan, so they will continue on around. It was John Ippolito to Graham Gilliland, Ronald McGlurkin in the 54. There's 2 Rand McGlurkins in this race today. So the 54, let me just get that one for you. The 54 is the Calibra, so that's junior. And the 56 is a senior, so he didn't finish yesterday, senior. Paul Connick in the yellow RX-7 with a V8 in it, which is very interesting. That's it right on screen there, just disappearing around and heading up over Jane Hill. Michael Luff right alongside in the all-white Commodore. Then we go to Darden Brown in the little Gallant, there it is, number 18. Adrian Reed in that absolutely awesome Mini. Talking about 50 years of sports sedans, the Minis were a weapon of choice for quite some time in sports sedan racing. Chas Talbot, and then we've got Rand McGlurkin Sr. in the Corvette. There is no Chas Talbot. The Camaro has not made its way out onto the track, so we do have Rand McGlurkin Sr. in that menacing black Corvette, a TA style of sports sedan. Field starts to form up. It will be Dean Cam that paces the field down, and Brett Dickey will draw right alongside. Francois Habib will draw right alongside Travis Condon. Ippolito and Lynch on the next row. McGlurkin in the orange Calibra with the orange RX-7 of Graham Gilliland. There's a little race within a race there for those guys. And the field appears to be going around again, so we're going for another warm-up lap. That wasn't how I read it, but everyone else seems to know what they're up to.
I believe it's 2 warm-up laps for the sports sedans. They, given it's a relatively short circuit, I believe race control and the organisers have given sports sedans just an extra warm-up lap, an opportunity to get the cars warmed up as possible. They are massive tyres, so it is quite a bit of work to get them up to operational temperature.
I guess that's a safety thing as well. You don't want these guys boring down the bottom of the straight right there. There's the safety car now, so that will be pacing them. Dean Cam will allow Brett Dickey to draw alongside as they come around through the S's at the top of the drag strip there. 2 by 2, they will come down. And yesterday was very, very interesting. The lights didn't work. Our starter, very, very quick thinking, reached for the national flag, and we had a bit of an old school rolling start with the national flag drop. So the field cottoned onto it. A couple were sort of left a little bit confused, but once Dean and Brett went at the front, they went, well, we're in racing, so away we go.
Yeah, you're an old school guy, Darren. So you're back in the day with your.
I remember flag drop starts.
Lack of lights, all that sort of stuff. So for those on the hill watching the start of this race, I hope you're ready for the thunder that's about to come your way, because it is an incredible sight to behold. And if you are nearby, as Darren said, there are still tickets available at the gate, just $20, and children under 13 are free. So if you are in the area and you want to come down to Calder Park, we've got a 3rd race coming your way for the sports sedans later on this afternoon. But we've got race 2 about to get underway, and we are very eagerly awaiting this one. Look up, they're doing a beautiful job lining up, Darren.
The chill goes down your spine, the goosebumps come on the hairs of your arm as the sports sedans line up for their race number 2. All of this horsepower just about to be unleashed. Imagine being the starter, looking at this grid coming towards you, and you've got the power in your hands to set them free and run wild as the Victorian Sports Sedans go for it down here at Calder for the Groove Train Eastland. Grunt and roar down the straight. It's going to be Dickey, and the turbocharged Honda leads the field down into turn 1. This is Dean Cam's worst nightmare. He did not want to see the turbocharged car. By the way, 23.6 PSI of boost is what is being used there for Brett Dickey. And we've got a couple of spinners. That's McGlurkin Sr. and Darden Brown in the Gallant down at turn number 1 there. Sight unseen from us here in commentary. But the battle is alive here. John Bledo has jumped into the 3rd spot there on the grid. Travis Condon really needs to almost win this race to keep himself in contention for the championship this afternoon. Dean Cam needs to finish 4th or better, and at the moment Dean Cam looks just a little bit at sea in the number 66, because Brett Dickey in the 29 has just given himself 4 or 5 car lengths lead.
Yeah, he's a little bit ginger, isn't he, Darren? So I dare say he might just be taking it nice and easy, especially in this part of the circuit coming onto the main straight. It is a little bit sketchy, especially when you've got all of that horsepower underneath that Corvette's TA style bonnet. But look at him, he's stretched the legs, he's pulled out a significant gap over Johnny Polito in a relatively short amount of time. Here's Travis Condon on screen in that green Toyota Corolla. Doesn't it look fantastic? He was very fast at the last round at Phillip Island until the engine absolutely detonated and caused a small fire. He reckons he put in about 50 hours as he gets a great run on Johnny Polito around the outside before the flip-flop, the Trico flip-flop, seeing you through as they come up the back straight now. But as I was just saying, Darren, Travis Condon put in around 50 hours, a lot of support from his mates and a lot of colleagues as well to get that car back on track here at Calder Park, albeit down about 20 horsepower, but his goal was to get that car ready for this round, but also is that Brett Dickey? Dickey's in the pit lane, the race leader he's pulled off the track, and he's in the pit lane.
The turbocharged Honda, the Bollard's direct entry has gone into pit lane. Dean Cam now takes the lead of the race. Travis Condon into P2. It's a drag race between a Corolla and a Commodore. I never thought I'd be saying that, but the Commodore just manages to get it. Bouncing around at the bottom of the straight, the little short wheelbase Corolla with a lock up there of Travis Condon. 2nd lap in a row, he's locked a tyre, gets the power down. He's brutal on the equipment coming across Jane Hill. Both Dean Cam and Brett Dickey told me that all you can hear is this thing leaving the ground like he's done there. He went round the outside of Johnny Polito. In fact, I reckon Johnny Polito's smiling inside there. He's like, you want to have a go at it, Trav? There you go. So 2 retirements. The big headliner Car number 29 from Bollards Direct, Brett Dickey out, and Rand McGlurkin Jr. in his Calibra, which has debuted here this weekend, is also out early on in race 2. Dean Cam needs to finish 4th or better in both races today to take out the championship. He has got both hands reaching out for the trophy. He's a big guy. You don't want to try and wrestle him for it either. As they thump down the straight here at Calder, the Corvette to a Commodore, a Corolla and a Commodore and a Commodore. It's got to start with C in the top 5, otherwise you're not part of the game today.
Seeing you through, Trico. That's a great little segue there, Darren. Thank you. Johnny Polito, he's rocking a new rear wing on that Senator. So I believe a couple of rounds ago, they've updated the aero configuration on that car. Look at that launch out of the mid-corner there from Travis Condon. So once again, around the outside before the Trico flip-flop, he takes away position 2. Here's Ant Cam as well. Looks like that's come back online, which is great to see. Wonderful initiative by the team at Blendline TV. Dean Cam, he still really isn't tearing away like we're seeing so far this year. He doesn't quite have the pace, and now he's coming under fire from Travis Condon, who gets a great launch out of the final sequence of turns, locks up the front right hand as he comes onto the main straight. This is a bit of an awkward part of the circuit to be around the outside, but indeed he takes the lead.
Wow.
Around the outside. Here's Dean Cam, though. He's going to fight back, so he's got a little bit more horsepower underneath the bonnet of that Corvette as they come charging down towards turn 1. Yeah, indeed, Darren. Johnny Polito still featuring in the background there, so Dean Cam under fire, but retakes the lead back down the main straight. The straight line handling of that car, no issues whatsoever. But here is Condon. He's back onto it. Wags the tail coming out of turn 1. Doing a fantastic job in that number 8 entry. But look at this launch out of here. That traction, the way he's able to get the power down in that Corolla as they come over the hill and through the Trico flip-flop is astonishing. And Johnny Polito coming under fire from Francois Habib now.
That is an amazing bit of car control and driving there by Travis Condon. I'm not sure how the driveline is going to survive with the abuse that he's handing out to it there, but he has just been absolutely phenomenal. I've never seen cars just come around the inside and then just shut the door on people. In fact, he's not even shutting the door. It's quite polite. He's just moving over because he's got track position. So Condon just driving away now in the lead of this race. He needs to get victories out of both of these races today. He's doing everything he possibly can after a torrid couple of visits at Phillip Island. First one this year, he had a fire, went home, came back and raced and won on the Sunday after a fire on the Saturday. Unfortunately, at the last round, a blown engine meant he didn't compete for the rest of the weekend after race number 2 there, but he now leads race number 2 for the weekend. We've got only 2 minutes left in this event. Oh, front wheels off the ground on the number 97. John Ippolito and Francois Habib just a little bit more gentle on the equipment, but wow, great shot there from the Blendline TV CEO and MD getting right up underneath the front of John Ippolito's car.
He's on the tools this weekend.
I reckon he's taken it off the tripod and gone down trackside to try and get the air shot underneath the number 97 there.
I mean, John Ippolito, that's one way to save tyres and save rubber around the Calder Park Raceway, but there's been quite a few cars this weekend. Just a fantastic vantage point as well for photographers as well to get the shots of the cars as they come over there, nearly getting air. And Travis Condon now, 3.2 seconds is the lead between himself in the Toyota Corolla and Dean Cam. Oh, Francois Habib runs it wide, runs it deep under brakes into turn 1, and he's off the track, but no harm, no foul. He'll fall behind the car of Greg Lynch, so the dentist up the inside there, capitalising on that mistake there. Here's Johnny Polito at Darren's favourite part of the circuit. As once again, the front, look at how animated the cars are as they come over the hill, Darren. That's incredible.
Well, Highlands over in New Zealand, when he invented that, he put that jump almost over the bridge. Who knew that Jane Hill in 2024 would turn into a launching pad for sports sedans? But Dean Cam has got some sort of performance issue. Darden Brown now pulling out of the race. So Rand McGlurkin Jr. has joined back in the fray there, so he's back out there. Graham Gilliland is also charging. He's just off the top 5, but this is for P2 on the road. 36 seconds left on the time certain clock, so we've got 2 more laps to go. Have a look at the Commodore pull out from behind the Corvette. This is unheard of, that the Corvette gets run down in a straight line. There is an issue there for Dean Cam. On John Ippolito, just about runs out of Calder Park Raceway bitumen there, gathers it all back up. Let's get this shot coming out over Main, over Jane Hill. Do we get the wheels off the front of the road for the Commodore? Looks to the outside. Yes, he does. And gets a little bit sideways for his troubles as well, and leaves the number 11 down the hill. Plenty of horsepower on board there for John Ippolito. Side by side with Dean Cam now, and the 5-star fencing Corvette gets through. Cam holds his track position, which he's allowed to do. Great driving by both these protagonists. Now let's see if Dean Cam can fight back in a straight line.
Absolutely, Darren. The bumps are a feature. When I say feature, they are the main comment from the drivers up and down the paddock. The severity of the bumps and the surface around the Calder Park Raceway, I'd say it's an entertainment-enhancing feature of this circuit, but it is something for the drivers to contend with. So for Johnny Polito, taking a couple of laps there, trying to get around Dean Cam, you have to take into account and sympathise for the man, because he's trying to brake as deep as he can whilst modulating the brake pedal whilst going over these massive bumps. But Travis Condon on screen right now, the handling of that Toyota Corolla is absolutely superb. He's got that car dialed in perfectly to the Calder Park Raceway as he comes tearing through the flip-flop.
Is it handling or is it manhandling?
Wow.
Which one is it? I think it's manhandling.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Actually, we're on the last lap too, so Travis is coming around to enters the S's for the final time. Adrian Reed just jumping out of the way there. Let's hope that Travis doesn't get held up here. Not that it's going to matter. He's got himself a 7-second lead in an 8-lap race where he didn't get the lead until lap 4. This is an amazing push.
And it's redemption. Redemption for Travis Condon. He's worked so hard to get that car back out on the circuit, and he takes the checkered flag, Darren. He takes out race 2 of the sports sedans here at Calder Park Raceway. An incredible effort there for Travis Condon. So he'll be smiling from ear to ear underneath that helmet here at Calder Park Raceway. Graham Gilliland on screen there. You can see a small reference to himself and his wife Anne Gilliland both working tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure the Victorian State Race Series takes place season on season in the orange RX-7. Here he comes. Doesn't it sound absolutely beautiful? The triple rotor across the start-finish line there, and he is home in position 7, Darren. So that was a highly energised race.
I tell you what, Graham Gilliland's car is the favourite of the photographers because it licks flames on the road out of that 20B. But yes, that was amazing. Those front contenders there really grabbed our attention, the attention of the cameras as well. So Travis Condon, who is Bathurst bound, he is heading off to the Bathurst International in November, so we wish him well. He said as long as the engine hangs together, we are off to Bathurst, so really looking forward to that. Rand McGlurkin Jr. gets across the line there as well in his Calibra on debut in that car this weekend. There it is, Travis Condon on route to Bathurst here, taking race 2 for the weekend. John Ippolito in the 97, who was spent most of the time airborne. Dean Cam was next. Troubled run there for Dean, not quite sure what happened there. Francois Habib had a little bit of energy for it early on, but we go to Greg Lynch. Paul Koenig in that V8 powered RX-7. Graham Gilliland in the triple rotor from G&G Engineering. McGlurkin Senior eventually home in 8th in the black Corvette. Adrian Reed in the Mini came down the pit lane there a little bit early, and that was our sports sedans for race number 2 for the weekend. Up next is Saloon Cars. We'll be back in just a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside here at Calder Park for the final round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for 2024. Saloon cars on track, or making their way on track now for their second race for the weekend. Travis Lindorf had a ripper yesterday, finished off a very nice run for the race yesterday. Brad Vaughan got home in second, and that's how they'll line up on the front row. For Casey Accident Repairs, Travis Lindorf will take up pole position. Brad Vaughan for Harris Racing in the number 85 out of position number 2. Kane Baxter Smith in the Swift Solar Repairs entry, car number 56 out of 3. It'll be Adam Lowndes in the number 19 Pro Plum Racing entry. Daniel Johnson, car number 1, PDM Detailing, his entry there. I'm looking forward to seeing how Daniel can push hard to try and maintain that spot and try not to have to peel the number 1 off the side of his car. Jaden Jamison out of 6th spot in the Sedan Hotel entry. Kerry Bright is the next one on the grid there in car number 45. And we look forward to seeing how that plays out for car number 45. With Kerry, the connected automotive car looks fantastic on track. And looking forward to seeing how that takes out for him. Then we've got Blake Harris out of position 9. 10 is Andrew McSwain in the drive events entry. James Jeske in the 91, and in 12th is Brett Tate, drive events Tate Lawyers. Sadly, Brett won't take his spot on the grid. He's had a little bit of a nasty or a mishap with an e-scooter, and is resting somewhere in an establishment to make sure he comes good from that. Justin Shembry is next with Chris Jackson, Darren Kritzis and Keegan Gaunt, rounding out our 16-car field of saloon cars here for the second last round, or race of the last round of the championship for the Victorian saloon cars. And Travis Lindorf for Turn the Page Bookshop down at Phillip Island takes up pole position. Harris Racing car of Brad Vaughan will take up the next spot on the grid. Kane Baxter Smith, car number 56, the first of the Falcons with Daniel Johnson. The next one there, car number 1, taking up their spot on the grid. Adam Lowndes for Pro Plum. He's takes up his spot. Daniel Johnson stops in the connected car of Kerry Bright, also stopped. The second of the Harris Racing cars, car number 21 in his grid spot. Let's get ourselves ready for a start. Lights on red any moment now. There it is, and set to go, and away we go there. At the front row, the grid gets away very nicely indeed. McSwain, a clear gap, 2 grid spots open in front of him. Drives right down the inside there, so up the other side there is a gap with Andrew McSwain filling it in, with Jeske also trying to mix it up as they head down into turn 1 for the first time. Kane Baxter Smith just giving a bit of a nudge into the back there. They're going to go 3 wide on the short chute between 1 and 2. Still side-by-side action there. Good bit of tussling in the midfield there. There's Adam Lowndes in the Pro Plum car, 2 wheels out over the ripple strip there. Daniel Johnson not losing any places, still holding into P5. This is the saloon cars at their finest through the flip-flop. They're running over the curbs. Coming down under brakes, it will be Brad Vaughan that leads into the back, off the back straight for the first time. Bright, the number 45 there, the connected, very, very intricate, detailed livery there. It looks fantastic on the camera and on track. The whole field sweeping through where the top of the track comes round onto the straight now. Brad Vaughan leads at lap number 1 to Travis Lindorf as they head down into turn number 1. And the whole field funnels down there. Massive lockup there just off the back of shot. Not too sure who that was, but that was a huge lockup. So Brad Vaughan leads lap number 1 to Travis Lindorf. Baxter Smith now right into the back of Lindorf. So the Falcon onto the back of the Commodore. For all intents and purposes, Brad Vaughan has checked out of this battle. He is driving away at a rapid rate of knots here. McSwain Coming across the hill now. In fact, that was James Jeske coming over the hill there, getting all sorts of squirrely. Not too sure who that was. McSwain, the one in front there, the drive events car. And that was James Jeske, who James had a terrific run down into turn 1. Our leaders now sweeping onto the straight. Car 51 leading, sorry, car 85 leading car 51 onto the straight for the second time. And Brad Vaughan, a very, very handy lead over Travis Lindorf and Kane Baxter Smith. Whole field down into turn 1 again here. Baxter Smith looking to the inside here. There's a gap left open there. The 51 understeers mid-corner. The Falcon slots the nose in, holds on very nicely indeed. Kane Baxter Smith for Swift Solar Racing gets through on the turn the page bookshop car of Travis Lindorf. So 2 spots in 2 laps for Travis Lindorf, and he's now got Adam Lowndes, who will take absolutely no prisoners as he floats the Commodore across those ripple strips, just getting some nice gentle air landing and getting on with the job. Back down through the gearbox, compression lockups there. Big heavy car to do a compression lockup and not get some damage, but that's what they're doing. Good look at the 94 now of Keegan Gaunt. Keegan already up to position number 10 in the older VN. Driving very, very well indeed. Wibbling their way through. The S is a real technical part of the Calder Park layout here. Very, very high ripple strips there. So you're sucked in to try and get up on the ripple strips. And I guess saloon cars are probably the best ones to ride the ripple strips through there, but they're very big. And I guess the idea is that you stay off them, particularly if it's wet. They get very, very slippery indeed. 3 laps completed now. Brad Vaughan driving nicely. Kane Baxter Smith just in the rear vision mirror, only just at the moment. It's a 3.6 second lead to Brad Vaughan. He's going very well, driving away from the field at this point in time. But Travis Lindorf has gone back a couple of spots since the start, but still going swiftly. In fact, it's Baxter Smith and Vaughan. Vaughan's done the fastest lap of the race at 107.2. Baxter Smith at 108.2. So our race leader has got a clean set of heels, a full second a lap faster the last time round than Kane Baxter Smith. Kerry Bright now into the back of the Harris entry. Getting right into the stream, the AU Falcon strikes a very familiar silhouette in Australian motoring. Kerry Bright. Blake Harris has got through here. Bright looks to the outside, pinches up a left front, tips it in, but Harris is definitely holding on nicely there. Well done to Blake Harris. Nice run. Kerry Bright looks to go to the inside as they come up to the right-hander entering Jane Hill. I'm not going to say the door was shut, but it certainly wasn't left open to get through there. 2 wheels off on the dirt for the number 21 of Blake Harris.
Look at that from Kerry Bright, dumping it over the curbs in that beautifully liveried car, as Darren was alluding to before. Blake Harris got a bit of chattering in the left, in the right rear of that car. So under brakes, you can actually see the rear of that car is very animated on that AU Falcon. So that'll be something that he doesn't really necessarily need to contend with. Perhaps it might have been a slight misshift down, not enough of a blip, not too sure, but that's definitely something for Blake Harris to worry about as they come up the main straight. So there's 4 minutes remaining in this second race of the saloon cars here at round 6 of the Victorian State Race Series at Calder Park. Proudly brought to you by Trico Windshield Wipers, the wiper blade technology. The team are down there in the paddock in Trade Alley. Oscar and Adam go down and say hello. You can purchase some windshield wipers, windshield blades directly from them, as well as pick up some extra bits and pieces of merch as well. Very nice people down there. Harris, meanwhile, falling behind Bright. So this is a great exchange between, it's a great battle of Holden and Ford of old as they come up to the flip-flop. Oh, a little bit unstuck there. So that's Lindorf having a go at the back of Baxter Smith. So this is the battle for position 2. Bradley Vaughan of Super 2 stardom. He was obviously in the endurance season as well, racing alongside Matt Charter in the wildcard entry, the wildcard Boost Mobile Camaro at Sandown, as well as Bathurst. So Brad Vaughan has cleared out at the head of the field, but this battle is getting very juicy. This is actually for position 6. As Bright now falls back behind Harris as they continue to switch positions. Baxter Smith on the ragged edge of braking performance as well, so ever so slightly locking a brake in that AU Falcon as they come up to turn 2. This is a wonderful part of the circuit. You don't realise just how big the bumps are until you get up close and personal with the curbs around the Calder Park Raceway, especially this part of the circuit. Here they come through. Look at that, easy as you like it. These cars are set up well and truly to cope with the high demands of bashing them over the curbs throughout an entire race weekend. But if you were to throw your road vehicle, Darren, at those curbs at that speed, I would hazard a guess it probably wouldn't come off as well.
No, certainly a road shock absorber wouldn't enjoy the pounding that you get around here at Calder Park, let alone getting up on the ripple strips like that. This is an enthralling battle between these two. They've swapped positions 4 times now in 6 laps, and they are running line astern with each other. We've seen a couple of threshold of braking duels at the bottom of the straight here. Travis Lindorf, you would like to think, is probably going to try and throw that out as well. But Brad Vaughan at the moment, 3.5 seconds down the road. A little pinch of the brakes there by Kane Baxter Smith. The 51 sweeps the very late turn in, hopefully putting himself on the position of the inside at the next right-hander. No. Baxter Smith, a wily competitor in saloon cars over many, many seasons, knows exactly where to position the car. As we go back down through some of the older cars down there, this is Jackson and Shembry, and they're battling it out on track now in position 11 and 12 onto the main straight here. Both of them looks like they've got a little bit of battle damage there. The grille missing out of the EA, indicator missing out of the VN, or that might just be over the years worn out and fallen out. But this is where the battle could, before the end of today, get just a tad physical. If not right now, we're starting to just watch these two protagonists, 2nd and 3rd on the road, draw alongside each other. Not quite, it's Baxter Smith. Still got it there over Travis Lindorf. And right off in the background there, Adam Lowndes looked as though he was going to threaten, but it is going to be Baxter Smith holds off the number 51. We've got 15 seconds remaining on the time certain clock, so once our leader gets over the strike the next time round, we'll have one more lap, and these two here, an absolutely enthralling battle for the 2nd and 3rd spots on the podium for race number 2 of the weekend. Big shout out to Trico, seeing you through, and our series sponsor 888 Home Loans. We come to the closing stages of race number 2, and indeed the season for the Victorian Saloon Car Championship. There it is, we've gone to the end of time. Our race leader coming onto the straight now will be displayed. The last lap board certainly won't be of much interest to Brad Vaughan at the moment. He's just another lap in his October 2024, done plenty of laps, hasn't he?
He has indeed, Darren, and he's also reset the lap record. So yesterday he reset the lap record, I should say.
Lap record?
Yep, with a 1 minute 7.1, but he's done a 1 minute 6.6. So the South Australian regular in Super 2 racing with Tickford in that Super 2 program behind the wheel of a Mustang, picked up his maiden victory at Mount Panorama in the Super 2 series as well, and what a place to pick up that maiden gong. This battle resumes now as well, so this is the number 97, the older Falcon versus the number 94. Whoa, throwing it over the curbs.
Trying to get to the airport for a pickup.
It does very well to deal with that, but no harm, no foul. Play on. And that is the battle for position 12. So Gaunt up the inside there of Jackson, who had all 6s and 7s over the curb there. But the race leader is just behind this duo coming on to the main straight. And he will take the checkered flag as he crosses the line there. Here is Shembry on screen as well, going through there. So Jackson back up the inside of Gaunt. So Gaunt falls back behind the Falcons. So there's just a lap remaining between these two. Oh, and this battle rages on between Blake Harris and Kerry Bright, Darren.
This is a ripper as well, and that is just being given to Harris. Kerry Bright made one mistake all race long, and that was it. So that's a shame, but what a fantastic battle between these two. They've given each other lots of respect. They've gone to the end of the race without any damage. So Brad Vaughan has taken the victory over Kane Baxter-Smith and Travis Lindorff. Those two separated by 0.2 of a second. And this battle rages between the 97 and the 94. It's Gaunt that's just lost the spot now to Jackson.
Oh.
And they are absolutely lawn mowing. The 94 trying to find just an extra bit of room off the edge of the track here. This is going to be a drag race to the finish, to the EA and the VN. The EA just moving over to cover that off. And there it is, the checkered flag goes down. It'll be Jackson to Gaunt and Kritzis rounding it out. So a terrific saloon car race. And what I'm going to say, what a great 2-3 seasons this category have had. Now, they've done a fantastic job right throughout the last few seasons. And here's the run at it. This is with Kerry Bright and Blake Harris. Big braking on the Falcon there, gets the job done, tips it in. Harris, 2 wheels off on the dirt for the number 21, and Bright 2 wheels up on the opposite ripple strip, and that's how they came to the line. Brad Vaughan in the number 85 Harris Racing entry, the Commodore just coming back down victory lane to take race number 2 for the weekend. What a great race. The saloon cars always turning it on their Bridgestones, and we love watching the saloon cars go for it. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with MG and invited British racing cars. Back in a moment. welcome back. This is the MG and Invited British cars. They're on track now for their second race for the weekend, and a good mix of old and new cars on track, and some might say disrespecting, and some might say using the cars what they're actually built for, and that's where I agree. Phil Chester will lead the field out in the Multipower MGB GT V8, and it looks splendid, an absolute engineering masterpiece. Right alongside is another engineering masterpiece, car number 1 of Michael Trathen, engineering a lightness there. Beautiful car, well prepared and driven magnificently by Michael. He really does give it his absolute all. So John Cox in the number 95 is the TR7 V8 white car there. He is in position number 3. Chris Gidney in the number 19 there in the ZR. And Chris drives that one very, very well. Paul Vanel for Multipower in car number 15 in position number 5. And Paul will push that thing to the absolute limits in this morning's race. John Makem for Bennett Signs in the number 33 there, the MG Midget, red and white. Makem very experienced racer, been doing this for a long time in his MG. We go to Adam Ailiff, then it's Greg Wright. Rodney Wells in the Bug-Eye Barn, and the Sprite Car Club of Australia is the Warren Lawler entry, car number 209, Austin Healy Sprite MK3A. This is a rolling start for the MG and Invited British cars. Car number 1 wanting to get on with it, and they are away right on the line. The starter gives the go-ahead, and they charge down the long straight here. Car number 1 just getting away very, very nicely there. Phil Chester being gazumped by the TR7 V8 in there as well. Of John Cox around the outside is the white MG, the number 19 there of Chris Gidney in the ZR, but Paul Vernell now draws alongside the MGB GT V8 there as well. The MGF, the only MGF we have in the field, MG Racing and Victorian State Series, written down the side. There's the number 72 of our pole sitter, Phil Chester. To wonder what might be the issue there. If that car ran beautifully yesterday, sounded fantastic warming up on the marshalling area, but at the moment it is car number 1, Mike Trathen, who is absolutely getting away from the field this time around. Maybe Phil Chester just wanted to make sure everything was good and well for the rolling start. They don't often do rolling starts with these cars, but certainly he's dropped back now, just opening up the taps, and away goes the number 72. Chases down Chris Gidney in the 19 and heads off after St John Cox in the Triumph as well. But no, not being able to get through on Gidney. So the number 72 now has got Vernell ranging up in the background. Rodney Wells in the number 60 there as well. Very, very nimble, light arrangement there. The Bug-Eye Barn entry, the Midget Grey and Green, the MGF, different iteration, a newer version of the famous MG brand, and the Bug-Eye Barn entry goes side by side with Vernell through the flip-flop. They give each other plenty of racing room. Not too sure what that signal was from Paul Vernell there to Rodney Wells, but now he's got challenges left and right. There's a couple of midgets get right in the mix there. Car number 14, Adam Ailiff, goes through in the midget. Now he's got John Makem in the mirrors as well in the red and white car. As they come onto the straight again, where is Phil Chester? He's back in P4 still. It's the 95 of St John Cox. Chris Gidney, as Chester opens it up again and gives it all of the good juice. Of course, Race Fuels providing all of the fuels here for us this weekend. Great supplier to Australian motorsport, not just the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, but right across the board. Big shout out to Smithy down there this weekend, fueling all the cars. And while we've got it coming together down at turn 1 with Paul Vernell and the number 14 of Aaron Ailiff. That's an interesting Adam Ailiff, sorry, in the Bug-Eye Barn MG Midget. Chester now just giving it wide open throttle and just getting through now on St John Cox and Gidney. They're going to have their own race between them. The MG ZR 160 versus the Triumph TR7. Huge big rear bags on the Triumph there. Missing a couple of Triumphs here this weekend. It'll be good to see them back on track. I guess they'll all be at the Sandown Historic weekend in a couple of weeks' time as Phil Chester storms through into the lead on lap number 3. Mike Trathen, replay there. Down further, that was between Adam Ayliffe and Vernell. Didn't quite pick up what the cause was there, but both of them stopping down at turn 1. Back down at turn 1 again now. Live pictures again. The Trico seeing you through leaderboard has Phil Chester back out in front. Michael Trathen, St John Cox in third, Gidney, then Rod Wells, Makem, White, and Paul Vernell. Lawler in there as well, just inside the top 10. As the MG ZR 160 heads off out after the Triumph TR7. Menacing looking Triumph TR7. Got that raked look, sloping from front to rear. And the 19, a very hot hatch is the MG ZR. Being driven very, very well by Chris Gidney. Paul Vernell got his hands full there in the Victorian State Series Blendline TV Trico MGF. First time we've seen Vernell driving this car in the State Series in at least the last 3 or 4 seasons. Normally has his own ZR that he runs, and last time out we saw Vince Gucciardi at the wheel of this MGF, and Vince really enjoyed that after he'd had some time racing a Porsche in the GT4 Australian GT4 Championship. He acquitted himself brilliantly, but Paul Vernell now at the wheel of the MGF, car number 15, and it's going to be White, Greg White, in the number 9 that he's battling with. Position 7 and 8 on the road. They go up over Mount Jane. There goes Johnny Makem. Magnificent looking red MG. John loves coming to the racetrack. Definitely his happy place. Spent some time in the UK before our last round and enjoyed some historic racing over there. And really doing a tremendous job. Victorian State Race Series, Blendline TV, Paul Vernell at the wheel, busy at the wheel, hand right up at the top of the lock there. And just smoothing the way here. This is going to be a ripping battle here as well. This is Gidney and Wells. Wells just getting through, sneaking under the inside of the MG ZR 160. The ZR not really enjoying the bumps down there on the exit of turn number 1. Really bobbling around on its wheelbase. And looking the goods. As they go through the flip-flop now. This is a good contest. Really does give you an indication of something out of the 1960s with the Spa body kit and livery on this one. Big shout out to Cam McKinnon and all the crew at 888 Home Loans. If you're looking for a home loan, make sure that 888 Home Loans is at the top of your list. Talk to them, get an understanding of what they can offer you, and do a deal with the great people at 888 Home Loans. A time in history right now is with us with the cost of living. We hear about it every day in the media. Yep, and they will do a good job for you. Let them know you saw and heard of them at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. So big shout out to 888 Home Loans for all of their loyalty that they've shown this series over the last few seasons. They deliver a terrific service to their customers. Paul Vernell now with just under 3 minutes left in this race, plus 1 lap. John Makem now. The car looks nice, compliant over the bumps, as is Vernell's car. A bit different, the MGF to the ZR type, as Phil Chester completes a lap, a 103.988 for Phil Chester. Down through the gearbox goes Paul Vernell. Up now over the hill at Jane Hill. Got a bit of a gap now on Greg White. Pushing on in the number 19. Mike Tratham in P2 now. He is 23 seconds behind Phil Chester. So Phil Chester's done 7 laps. We'd expect to get 9 laps out of this journey. And there he is, Greg White. You can just see beautifully into the cockpit there. The wheel work that you have to do in an MGB. This is your classic silhouette of an MG. And a very bright green light on his dashboard indicating, well, you don't have to shift just yet. When it goes red, you've got to change gears. The TR7 looking menacing over Jane Hill, and I would suggest probably getting a bit of wheel spin with him out of front on board there for the 95. Being driven very, very well by St John Cox. Love watching Jeff go about his racing with the TR7 V8. Can't be easy to keep some of these older cars absolutely on it. A Splat Engineering sticker and the Hobson Stores sticker, which is part of the series sponsorship package for the MG and invited British cars. Up the hill now, Phil Chester, 1 minute and 11 seconds left on the clock. Getting a good look at the Monty Power MGB GT V8. The legendary effort. It would have been great to have Simon Elliott here in the RV8 and Richard Milligan in the MGB GT V8, the open top variation that we saw for many years. Mort Fitzgerald Racing, the Morris Garage entry out of Bayswater. Would have been nice to have had it here this weekend and enjoyed watching it go round. But at the moment, Phil Chester in his MGB GT V8 having it all his own way. Really enjoying a Sunday morning race in his MG. And looking forward to seeing the results continue to come his way. Under brakes now, Makem has got the race leader charging up behind him. The race leader's gone through now on Paul Vernell. And he's now got John Makem in his sights. We've still got another lap and a half to go, I would suggest here. But John Makem up over the hill, keeps to the driver's left. That's the optimum line over the hill, I've been told by a number of the sports sedan guys. Chester gets through there very nicely indeed. Plenty of racing room allowed for the leader to come through. A 103.98, a 63.98 to Phil Chester in this one. Jeff White has done a personal best of a 1:14.78. So that's always nice to see on the timesheets when you get back that you've done your personal best. And Makem goes round just at the back of shot there, all by himself. Had a bit of a moment. He's looking down in the area of the gearbox there at the moment and trying to work out what may or may not have gone on. The last lap board has been displayed to Phil Chester and the entire field zooming by now. Phil gets down to the bottom of the straight. Lights ablaze. Yarra Valley towing. Monty Power. GB galvanising on the front spoiler there. Exits turn 1. Gets the power down. You can just hear it grappling for grip as it rides over the bumps there. Big power. It jumps off the ground. We saw air under the front wheels there. A little bit of a pickup of revs there as well. So picked the right time while the cameras were on him to give it a bit of a display. Michael Trathen's now done his first personal best of the race. So in 10 laps in, he's managing to punch out his personal best. So that is terrific stuff for car number 1. Albeit 30 seconds behind this car on camera who's coming around to take the checkered flag, Paul Vernell. The back of shot there as Phil Chester had a struggled start to this race, took 3 laps to find his groove, and Phil comes to the line now and charges at it, eases it across the line now and takes victory in race number 2. So that's 2 from 2 so far for Phil. Photographers around the track love getting shots of that brightly coloured car. Paul Vernell now comes to the line. He'll be in P5. So our race leader had lapped the entire field to get through to the end of that 11-lap race. John Makem just staying out of the way of these two that are battling away here. This is actually for a podium. This is St John Cox and Rodney Wells, and they're going to go line side by side, line astern with each other. So it'll be the Triumph TR7 that gets that one. Mike Trathen home in second. St John Cox now home in third. Rod Wells in fourth, as we still have other cars taking their way to the line. And slow-moving Johnny Makem just trickling down the straight here, so we'll probably have a bit of a recovery before we get to the HQs. Got Phil Chester now entering the pit lane road and doing a tremendous job just easing it around down the pit lane entry, and we'll trickle it down. There it is. Phil Chester takes the win over Michael Trathen in race number 2 for the MG and invited British cars. Jefferson John Cox takes out just on the line there over Rodney Wells in positions 3 and 4. Paul Villeneuve ultimately home in 5th. Greg White 6. John Makem 7. Adam Aleph 8. Chris Gidney, Warren Lawler. Phil Chester the fastest lap of 103.98. 63.98 there for Phil Chester. HQs will be on track next. Great to have you joining on our broadcast. Great to see some fans trackside as well. Calder is very easily accessible just out the northwest of the city. Follow the aptly named Calder Freeway and you're here in a flash these days. So it'd be great to see anyone if you're around the area, around Melbourne, Kyneton, Bendigo. An easy drive into Calder Park here today. So we'd love to see you here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A big shout out to Trico for all of their fantastic support. Wiper blades, washer bottle additives, which I've got to get before the end of today, and windscreen products and all the car care range from 303. Trico, seeing you through. We'll be back with HQs in just a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back, trackside here for 888 Home Loans and Trico, seeing you through. Great to have those two sponsors on board with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for the latter part of 2024, and let's hope they join in all the fun for 2025. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, a guy that knows his way around every single millimetre, fence to fence, wall to wall here at Calder Park, and boy does he know a HQ pretty well as well. David Amel, welcome to Calder Park, where you did a lot of racing, mate.
Certainly did, mate, over the years. I can certainly say that, all the way back to 1990s when I first started racing. So on the Thunderdome, but the flat track here's where I got my flat track licence. Over the back of us on the Thunderdome, Al Basnight took me over there. I'd done 4 laps and I got my licence over there. So and then 10 years later, mate, I was still racing at the Thunderdome right up until 2000 when they sort of pulled the stumps out, and sort of that was it for the dome. So it's disappointing, but it's I was lucky enough to be here at the right time.
Absolutely.
Start and finish.
Yeah. Sounds like you're interviewing for a job on the Grassroots Racing podcast, mate. You want an hour and a half of your life to tell us your life story.
Oh, mate, I've
Joined
got
your mate
plenty.
over the road from the workshop with Terry joined us there, eh?
Yeah, oh, that's exactly right, because Terry Wahoo was my boss there before I started up my own business. So we had an Oscar coming out of that garage and also a HQ. Then there was 2 HQs, and then there was an Oscar and a NASCAR and 3 HQs. So from Curramborough, we certainly supported Bob Jane and what he was able to do back in the 90s, an absolute legend. And hopefully with Rodney Jane, still today, you know, hopefully I might be able to catch up with him and have a chat and just go, mate, look, just open the wallet up and let's get Calder Park up and going.
Talk about opening the wallets. These guys on track have been doing that all season long. Ryan Woods on pole after a win yesterday. Andrew Magilton, Rod Rajas, Graham Crawford, Steve Banks. Good to see Banksy inside the 5 to start this one. Ray Jardine will start out of position number 6. John Mahoney out of 7. Mick Magilton, Ben Riches, Tracy Molden, she'll start out at position number 10. And Rebecca Verhoeven in the number 36 out of 11. Glenn McDonald in the Ready Roasts car. We'd certainly expect a charge from the number 87 Ready Roast car. Warren Truan, not sure whether yet Warren is there, and James Kenner round out our small field. 14 cars are HQs. We're used to seeing 60 of them here at Calder back in the heyday. For tyre power, race 2 for the weekend for the HQs. They look splendid with their blue, red and white tyre power stickers. Running the Kenda tyres, Dave.
Yep, certainly is. Petter's suspension, which is absolutely fantastic. Petter's has been with us for 14 years now. Kenda has been with us for the last 8 years, and away they go. That was a real ripper of a start there. Magilton's in front of Woods, side by side, door handle, down into turn 1.
JDM Services car, Mahoney, they're getting a nice start as well. Looks to the inside, gets a bit of a run on there, but they're going to go exactly as they started. It's going to be Woods. It is car number 1, lock up, spear off there out of the 68 of Crawford, and he's going to lose a handful of spots as they try and make their way to Jane Hill. The number 1 gets up over the hill. Magilton for Middy's Electrical, also Rod Rajas. He wants to get himself a top spot on the podium, as does Steve Banks. That's going to be an interesting battle right there, isn't it, with Jardine watching on between Rajas and Banks.
Yeah, Ray Jardine done a head gasket in the race yesterday. That's the reason why he went back those 4 positions. So he only got the car back together probably about an hour and a half ago. So keep an eye on Ray Jardine. Glenn McDonald, Ready Race car, normally right at the front of the field. He had shifter linkage issues, so he's okay. And you can see he's already jumped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars by the looks of it already. He's up into 8th position. So we've got Ryan Woods, Magilton, Rajas, Crawford, Banks, Ray Jardine, Mahoney, Mick Magilton, Richie, and also Warren Truan. Truan has come up.
McDonald and Truan have both jumped 5 spots on the opening stanza of this race. That would have been probably due to that lock-up down at turn 1 of Crawford. Side by side now, Jardine and Crawford again at turn 1. Getting in the mix of things here, being pushed wide in the AW Automatics. Pitman truck, blue and white QE. And debris just shooting off the side, out of the side of Rob Raj's car there. Banks is just losing a little bit of ground to Raj's here at the moment. So Banks started out of 5, he's into 4. But Rocket Rod with Magilton and Woods just easing a gap out on the opening lap and a half of this one.
Yes, it is. Righto. What we've got here is got a 6-cylinder Holden 202 or 3.3, single carby, disc brake front end, and drums on the rear. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, drums on the rear. We've got our roll cage, we've got our race harness, we've got our seat and everything else like that. The biggest difference with these cars is what I call the spacer, and the spacer is between the steering wheel and the back of the seat, otherwise known as the driver. We've got our Petter suspension, Kenda tyres, Crow cams. It's affordable excitement, and it is wonderful racing.
Donald now in the ready roast entry, starting to push back up through the field where rightfully should be, has shown the pace over many years. Shout out to 888 Home Loans. I hope the crew at 888 Home Loans are enjoying this HQ racing, because Crawford's now just slotted one down there on Ray Jardine. He wants to do 2 for 1 here. He's going for the deal. Up to the service window he goes. I'll have 2 for 1. I'll get Banksy on this lap as well. But he certainly managed to ease his way by on Crawford there and Jardine. So Crawford now for AW Automatics. There goes the Ant Cam. And all of these cars, Dave, they would all be fitted with a new set of Tricos by now, wouldn't they?
I certainly would think so, and thank you, Trico, for being the event partner for this weekend at Calder Park. Absolutely fantastic. They've been around many, many years. 1917, I think, I understand, when the company first started. And, you know, just like a HQ, mate, it's been here for over 50 years. There's value for money. And it gives you a real cheap swipe of the windscreen so you can see where you're going.
All important vision, isn't it? That's what it is. Trico seeing you through, and at the moment the HQs are seeing their way through for about another 5.5 minutes. They've done 3 laps. Here comes the 77 of Warren Truan, ranging up on Glenn McDonald. It's a good battle between these two. Warren Truan has probably been a little bit more used to in recent times of having upwards of 650 horsepower under his right foot in the Touring Car Masters coupe that he runs. But certainly loves to come and do a bit of HQ racing, hone the craft, get the race skills right back up there, learn how to use the car for everything it's worth, not just pushing down on the loud pedal.
Yep, that is for sure. You can see the Berryman Products is out of America, and it's got an awesome signage on it. But have a look at Crawford. Crawford's come back, got in front of the fast plumber, Banksy there. You can see the 76 car, the fluoro orange wheels. But the AW car, Crawford and Andrew Williams, see them at Winton at the 4 hour. So that happens at the start of December, 6th, 7th and 8th of December. 4 hour, 2 drivers, 3 days, plus the crew. Fantastic fun, 26 plus cars. That's 52 drivers. So, and watch this space, ladies and gentlemen. We understand there might be a couple of superstars coming back into HQs.
Talk about superstars. Have a look at Warren Truan down the inside of McDonald. That's a brave move in the blue and white GDS striped Kingswood. Through he goes. McDonald just scratching his eyebrows a little bit there. Getting a bit of sweat in the eyes actually out there as Warren Truan streams the 77 through on the 87. Just by the numbers on the door, he's 10 better.
Well, he certainly is, and it's good to see you can count, Darren, at long last. You've been here for long enough to realise what's going on and what's happening.
5 decades, I've got up to 10, mate. That's easy now. I've worked it out. It's both hands.
Yeah, for being a young bloke, 21 was sort of your digit, wasn't it?
That's it.
So we've got Woods, Magilton, Rogers. Then we've got the 68 car there. Look at this right behind. Have a look at Banks. Banks right behind Crawford again. What can he do?
Ray Jardine's gone to the pits as well there, so let's hope that he hasn't got a terminal issue like the head gasket, but you would suggest that that's possibly what's happening, wouldn't you? You'd have to think that he's gone back into the pits after doing a head gasket. hopefully it's maybe a water pump this time, not a head gasket, Dave.
Mate, I was a bit worried about the radiator. The radiator had a fair bit of muck and rubbish in it, and look at Banksy down the inside there at Crawford. He gave him one serve back. That's what Crawford done to him the lap before. So Banks 76 in front of 68. So up over the top, up over main chain. Oh, there we go, little main chain there through the flip-flop, which is straight over opposite the commentary box, Darren, where I see you've just had your lunch. You inhaled the salad sandwich, I saw.
Yep, did. Pushed that in. Away it went. We'll watch out for the local ready roast. Dave Amor will be looking for some lunch himself very soon.
Oh, definitely, mate.
Stock
Ready
up.
roast. Magnificent meals there. I really tell you that, mate. And Glenn McDonald has been a sponsor of them for 23 years on his car. Absolutely fantastic.
That's got to be the longest deal in Australian motorsport, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would say it would have to
Continuously.
Yep, continuously, yep. Right back on the Thunderdome, back in 92, Ready Roast was there, and certainly been with the McDonald brothers, since then. So, mate, absolutely fantastic. Righto, Crawford is at least a car length behind Banks there at the moment, the 76 car. Beautiful looking cars. Have a look at that. You got the option of the fluoro yellow or the fluoro orange headlights. Certainly makes them stand out. And,
certainly does. Yeah,
Tyre Power. Thank you very much for being that major sponsor.
A little bit of artistic expression, isn't it? A little bit of bright colours here and there
Yep.
that stand out on the TV.
Yeah, well, we got Rocket Rod with the fluoro yellow wheels as well. So he's a little bit off the pace, but he's still third. And at his age, he's doing extremely well, Rod Rogers.
Yeah, he's Flying Dutchman, doing a tremendous job. The all red with bright yellow wheels entry. Steve Banks here and Croft, they're running the traditional polished aluminium style, or satin aluminium style rims on the number 68 here today. And good to see the HQs. Some of them rolled off the Thunderdome, though, were pretty much torn up. These days the cars have been given a little bit more respect. They're still driven as race cars, exceptionally hard. They'll take the punishment you deal out to them. And we just got a good look at the front of Raj's car. So Ryan Woods, he's driven away to a 2-second lead over Andrew Magilton. But this battle has enthralled us between Banks and Crawford. Both of them, right on this point of the track, have been exceptionally brave and skilled getting their manoeuvres done. What is really interesting here, David Amor, is Warren Truan in the 77 ranging up in the background on these two as well. 7 seconds left on the time certain clock, and our race leader is coming around the top of the course, so he'll get the last lap board this time around. Back to this battle for just off the podium.
Yeah, just having a look at Ryan Wood's fastest lap at 1:15.1. He done a 1:14.98, I think, in yesterday's race, race 1. This is race 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've got race 3 later on this afternoon. Still plenty of time if you're in or around Calder Park. Come in, have a bit of a look. Come and say good day to us. Come and have a look at the HQs, the sports sedans, the Porsches, and all that is here this weekend for the Vic State Racing Series. Support Vic State Racing because we would need to go motor racing. We don't have to be home every weekend. We need to go out motor racing. We need
our
to
family
have that.
requests that we go racing.
Yes, yeah. My missus is quite happy to
Isn't
wave
there a
at
race
me.
meeting coming up, Dave?
Yes,
Can't you
yeah,
go
there-
away this weekend?
Yeah. Please go and find something to do. So it's always absolutely fantastic. But we're seeing now Crawford back in front of the plumber. And this is the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Up over the top, lamp chain, never got through the flip-flop. What has the plumber got? What has Banks got for Crawford? And Truan is just out of camera angle all the time. You'll see him right at the last second. But here we go. Number 1 for a reason. He's the fastest guy out on the track. He put it on pole. He done race 1 quite comfortably. Here he comes onto the front straight. Andrew Magilton, the middies entry.
2 from 2 now for Ryan Woods. Is he going to be beaten this afternoon? Andrew Magilton says yes, he will be. The battle raging on. Rocket Rod Rajas, he'll just come streaming to the line with a very comfortable third position in this one. But this one, have a look at Warren Truan. He has joined right in on this battle. Right at the end of the race, they fan out across the line, but it'll be Rocket Rod Rajas in P3, Crawford in 4, Banks in 5, and Warren Truan getting home for 6th. That's an amazing drive. Started out of 13th. 20 minutes later, or 15 minutes later, he's up and battling it out, doing a ripping job here in the HQs. Fantastic to see a good crowd of people up on the hill cheering on the HQs like the good old days, hey Dave Amor?
Always about the good old days, mate. We were talking about that off camera, and I'll tell you what, mate, we've certainly got a bit of history between us and a bit of history of motor racing in total. And for a couple of has-beens, mate, I always totally enjoy the commentary. So thanks, Darren. We'll see you all later this afternoon. Tyre Power, 888 Home Loans, and also Trico for what you've done for this weekend to be part of this fantastic series. Thanks, guys.
There it is, the confirmation for Ryan Woods getting the victory. Andrew Magilton, Rod Rajas, Graham Crawford, Stephen Banks rounds out our 5. Warren Truman, the drive of the race there to get up to 6th place. Glenn McDonald, the ready roast entry, preparing himself for lunch to have with David Amor. A couple of chickens straight down the gullet. It goes. Mick Magilton, John Mahoney, and Ben Riches rounds out our 10. Big thanks to David Amor. He rides off into the roast chicken sunset, and we will have him back on deck for the last race of the day at 4:30 or roundabout then this afternoon. We'll see you in a couple of moments. We've got the entire thing to do all over again. Porsche 944s will be back on track very soon.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
All right, folks, strap yourselves in because we have a championship to decide here today in Race 3, the final State Series race for the Porsche 944s as they join the bill for their feature race on round 6 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here at Calder Park, brought to you by Trico Windshield Wipers, helping you see clearly, helping me see clearly because I popped down in the interim and grabbed a set for myself because I've been in dire need for my Subaru. It's a pretty easy process if you want to head down. If you're in the need for some wipers, they've got a QR code. Scan it, punch in the details of your car. They'll tell you exactly which wipers you need. They make it really nice and easy. They've got a bunch of other products there for you as well to check out. So cannot thank Trico enough for their support. 888 Home Loans as well, who have been on deck with us for quite some time here in the Vic State Race Series, and we can't go racing without them. Coming up very, very soon is Race 3, the feature race for the Porsche 944 Challenge. It is the final race of their state championship. They've still got one club round left at Island Magic at the end of November, but in terms of state championship points, this is where it is going to be decided. Let me give you a rundown of how those points are currently sitting. Leading the standings on 391 is Cameron Bella. Right behind on 390 is Chris Lewis Williams. we do actually have 4 drivers in mathematical contention. 369 points, a further 21 points behind Chris Lewis-Williams is Adam Brewer. And then Mark Vadino, who has won the first 2 races so far this weekend, is a further 16 points back on 353. What do all those numbers mean? Well, that's a fantastic question, dear viewer. Let me tell you. Whoever finishes higher out of Cameron Bella or Chris Lewis-Williams in this race will be the champion. However, in the very unlikely event that both of those drivers fail to finish, that leaves the door wide open for Adam Brewer. If he finishes 5th, then he will be champion. But if he finishes in 6th position or lower and Mark Vadino wins it, then Mark Vadino could very well be the champion here today. It's quite unlikely that anyone beyond Cameron Bella or Chris Lewis-Williams could walk away with this one. Indeed, I even had a chat to Chris Lewis-Williams and he doesn't feel fantastic about his own hopes. He thinks there isn't a whole lot of pace in that car, but I said, don't beat yourself up, mate. You've still got 1 point behind the championship. You've got a quick car. You know how to wheel that thing. You're a 4-time champion. Cameron Bella also is a 4-time champion. We haven't had a driver in the history of this category who has won 5 championships. My name is Matt Dunlop. Joey Kellick is beside me. Joey, it's hard to place a bet, but where's your money if you're a gambling man?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so excited for this race. I feel like I could pass out at any moment. I tell you, it's hard to really put my finger on it, but with Vadino and Bella on the front row and 2 lunatics in Chris Lewis-Williams and Adam Brewer on the second row, we have got a seriously exciting and tight turn 1. My money's on Bella for the championship and Vadino for the win, but anything could happen. It's going to be really, really exciting. Look, I think the weather's great. I think we're probably going to have a fair bit of grip, so maybe some passing opportunities. Really exciting stuff.
In the great words of the great Murray Walker, anything can happen in motorsport, and it usually does. And we cannot wait to see what happens in the 944s. Indeed, even in race 1 that we had yesterday, there was that massive incident just before the first corner. Let's take a look at the grid just quickly here. As you mentioned, Mark Vadino, 2 from 2 so far. He'll start from pole position for race 3. Can he make it a clean sweep here at Calder Park? Next to him is our championship leader, Cameron Bella, by 1 point over Chris Lewis-Williams. Chris's best shot here is if he can get a fantastic run down the main straight, get up the inside, sit behind Mark Vadino and just pass Cameron Bella and maybe slot in and then just hold his fingers that he can block all day. 100%. Adam Brewer in the number 3 is going to be sitting right behind them in 4th, and he will be swarming all over this whole pack. Those top 4 drivers are going to be brilliant to watch, but the action isn't just confined to the first 2 rows. Peter Grant, brilliant job to finish in 5th position last time out, ahead of Carter Fox in the number 7 machine. Behind them, Nicholas Carpenter and Mark Torbitz in 7th and 8th respectively. And then we round out our grid with Jack Atley, Richard Howe, and Andrew Jackman, who will be starting from the rear of grid here today, if he does make it out. I'm not sure what was happening with that car. Did you have a chance to have a chat to AJ?
Yeah, he lost part of his exhaust, I believe, in that off when he had a little bit of contact with PJ Grant. So hopefully he is back in business. He was looking pretty relaxed in the trailer in between races, extremely relaxed as a matter of fact. So I'd say he's probably good to go.
Tell you who else is also good to go, who you wouldn't have expected if you knew what was wrong with his car. Mark Vadino, the number 44. Came in, he wasn't feeling great about 4th gear, so he got the thing up on the jacks immediately, and he's like, we need a new gearbox. And you were out there, you had your stopwatch, you timed it. How quickly did that Bella Motorsport crew get a new gearbox punched into the back of that 44 machine?
Matt, they spent about 15 minutes deciding yay or nay, should we change it, should we not change it? 15 minutes deciding, and then 44 minutes and 55 seconds it took to do a full gearbox change. 2 guys, Andy Bella, Cameron Bella, and Gus, who I need to give a special shout out to, who's Mark Vadino's father-in-law, who helped and basically directed the whole operation. And it was absolutely amazing to get it just under 45 minutes. Also ominous in the fact that those numbers correlate with the 2 car numbers of Cameron Bella and Mark Vadino, 44 being Vadino and 55 as being Cameron Bella. I'm not a suspicious man, but pretty spooky.
I tell you what, it's Halloween weekend. It's a pretty good time of the year to be superstitious. So who knows? Well, maybe it might bode for some direction. Could Could it determine the outcome of this race? We don't know.
Who knows? It could be Halloween or it could be a Bella win. Who knows?
Oh, I like that a
you
lot.
Like that?
He's been sitting on that one for a few minutes, I can tell you that much, folks.
Trying to bust that one out.
Trying to bust that one out. Can't thank our sponsors enough, not just our categories, like not just our series sponsors for the state series as a whole, but also the 944 Challenge and the whole suite of sponsors they bring along. Trico and Triple 8 Home Loans, who have been with us for the whole last 2 rounds, especially Trico's here, supporting everyone in the State Circuit Racing Series. But this round as well, brought to us for the 944 perspective at least by Butcher's Diner, and we can't thank the rest of their sponsors enough. Porsche Cars Australia, Campione Electrics, EJM Advice, Stratton Finance Hobart, AVI Technology, LK Diesel Service, Don Watson Transport, and Pit Lane Clothing, which we'll see on the side of the number 35 machine of Jack Atlee. And now the field rolls out for one last roll of the dice here at Calder Park for the state championships. Geez, how are you feeling if you're in one of these cars right now?
Oh, look, it's just so exciting. This whole just pre-race, dummy grid, I mean, it just builds and builds and builds, and everybody in every category will obviously feel the same way. It's just so exciting. I'm particularly excited to see this top 4, and really the start of this race can determine what happens for this championship. We've got Verdino and Bella on the front row. We've got Brewer and Lewis Williams on row 2. All it takes is a dodgy start from one of the top 2 and an excellent start from someone in the second row to really actually change the face of this championship in its last round. Last race of last round. There is a lot at stake. It's really, really exciting.
We just saw on screen that last shot there, turn 1. That is going to be the action point as they start this race, because that run down to turn 1 is going to be crucial. Passing has not been as easy as we would have thought here at Calder Park this weekend. So if they can get a surprise move done into turn 1, that will pay huge dividends. We've also got a tailwind down the main straight, which sounds like it's great for speed, but it's not if you want to slipstream.
That's going, not if you want to slipstream. Also, it's really going to have, people are going to have to take that into account with their braking markers for turn 1, because it's really stiff, that tailwind out there, and I think can make a big difference on how people enter that turn 1 and how safely and successfully they could do it as well.
That's exactly right. As they round the last couple of corners now to form up back on the grid, it will be Mark Verdino on pole position, as we said, on the right-hand side of the track. Any money could bet that he's going to be glued to that right-hand side paint on the edge of the grass there, not giving anyone a chance at an inside line, because it's very, very hard to hold on around the outside here of turn 1.
And worthy of note is that obviously Cameron Bella and Mark Verdino are in that Bella stable, so they do have a little bit of a sort of blocking opportunity as a team at the front there. So not going to make any predictions on that, but it's something to take into account. I certainly would be.
Teammate versus teammate for the championship. You'll love to see it, folks. And in just a few seconds' time, we're going to see how it pans out here as race 3 is about to get underway. The 5-second board is withdrawn. The red light is on. The revs are starting to build. We'll be underway very, very soon. The lights are out. It's a great start from Cameron Bella on the outside there, who just gets a little bit more traction than Mark Verdino, and he's going to have a fantastic run, as is Adam Brewer from the second row. A lot of traction on that left-hand side of the track. 2 great starts for the number 55 and the number 3. So Mark Verdino is going to have to slot in behind the number 55 of Cameron Bella, and it will be the 55 who takes the whole shot, leads into turn 1, and they all go in line astern behind. Bella, Verdino, Brewer, Chris Lewis Williams is how the top 4 sits.
Looking good, safely through that first corner, and now coming through the complex over the hill there. Not many passing opportunities for this part here, but through the flip-flop and into the next complex, we'll see what happens.
It's a tricky part of there. The drivers have been saying, I thought we had our camera taken out there for a second, but a little bit of rallycross action there as we saw Adam Brewer go straight over the top of that exit curb there. Had to take to the dirt. He's going to have a lot of a run here up the inside of Chris Lewis Williams, which then becomes the outside for turn number 7. Just holds on to the slide there on the exit. catches it up, but he's lost a lot of time. He won't be happy with that on the first lap.
Yeah, you can't fit two through there. Really brave, and but look, two really experienced and really aggressive drivers in CLW and Adam Brewer. So no way two are going to go through there. And a shame that he lost so much ground, but he'll fight back.
Look who's tacked onto the back of that train now. It's Carter Fox in the number 7. He's almost within shout of getting a slipstream off the back of the number 3, but that number 3 is also pulling up a lot closer now to Chris Lewis-Williams. We saw in the last race, he fell off the back of the 37 just a little bit, but put in 2 barnstorming laps towards the end of the race, did the number 3 to catch back up. He has serious pace in that number 3 machine.
Absolutely. And who's on the back of Carter Fox is Dickie Howe. He's ditched the Zimmer frame and has got put brand new tyres on, and he is absolutely flying. He's right in there. He was a little bit concerned about whether he'd be able to keep up, because he had a mixture of tyres dating back to the early 80s all the way through till now. But he's right in there, and he's really giving it to him.
Behind them, we see this battle forming between the 2 red machines, Carpenter and Grant in the 14 and 84 respectively, with Mark Torbert's El Presidente tacked right on the back there, trying to make as many moves as he possibly can in that gorgeously presented Apple-themed machine there, the 71. With the golden wheels there, just get right underneath that P-plated 84 machine of Peter Grant, and is going to do his best to find a slipstream. We'll see. This will be a great demonstration of just how the effective the slipstream is going to be with these wind conditions. Does it tail off as much as we think it's going to, or can Mark Torberts actually find a little bit of pace? And you can see the gap there has been pretty much rock solid. He hasn't really been able to stick to the back of him.
No, look, Torbs has had a bit of straight line power or speed issues. And yeah, you can see there, just not able to stick right on the back where he probably should have been able to with that headwind and as being as close onto the straight as he was. So proof there, he's just a little under power. But yeah, he's doing great to stay where he is at ninth.
He certainly is. Nicholas Carpenter now having to fend off the 84 of Peter Grant, who cops a little bit of inside curb through the flip-flop. Doesn't hit the outside curb, which is crucial to maintaining speed through there. A lot of the drivers are saying it's so important through the exit of the flip-flop. You can't really go full throttle in these conditions in these cars. So you have to make sure all 4 corners of this Porsche 944 are planted on the deck so you get the best run possible.
Yeah, 100%. Seeing Carpenter and Grant here. Is that Grant's? Carpenter's positions? Really great positions there. What's that?
7th and
8th. That's fantastic for Carpenter, who's had not much track time at all. So that's really good to see. Looks like Grant's going to make a move on him here in turn 1, though.
He certainly is. Great pace on the slipstream there as they go side by side into turn 1. On the anchors, PJ Grant gets the move done through the very, very bumpy turn 1 there. But as long as you stick it to the inside, the bumps don't seem to affect you too much until you get to that big exit one.
Yeah.
So that might be a little bit of a thing to be wary of if you're trying to put the power down on the exit of that corner, not getting the car too unsettled, making sure it's pointing in the straight, narrow direction.
Yep. Oh, no. Have we got a problem with Dickie
We
here?
do.
Oh, no. He was absolutely killing it. Oh, look, we can see there he's dragging his exhaust.
Well, that's hardly ideal. I'd like to make that point. That's certainly not what you want to be seeing, and you can hear it as it rolls past there.
I'm surprised he's not staying in it, to be honest. Thought it'd take a lot more than that to take Dickie Howe out. But, yeah, that's a real bummer because he was absolutely flying.
What a shame for the number 8. You can see it just very slowly trudging around in the background there as the race resumes between Nicholas Carpenter and Mark Torberts. Couple of slightly different lines there through 9 and 10 as Torberts tries to get onto the back of him once again. For the number 71 there of Torberts, because he's down on that straight line speed, as you mentioned, momentum through the exit of turns 9 and 10 is crucial for him to be able to carry as much speed as he possibly could. And now he's having a go with the slipstream. Look at this. He's got a little bit more pace up his sleeve now. He will pull to the inside. That's a great angle looking at turn 1 there, under the brakes there. Will get the move done and just parks it nice and simply on the inside there. Great move.
He's executed that absolutely perfectly.
He certainly has. They make the run here through turns 2 and 3. This has been such an interesting section of racetrack to watch because you can sit side by side through this section here on the run into Janes Hill. But if you do, both of those parties who are going to be racing like that, they can compromise so much of their speed. So pack racing, when you get to that part of the circuit, it takes on so many new dimensions as you have to get your momentum just right to carry as much speed as possible up the top of the crest.
It's true. It's really, really tempting to try and stick the nose in or go side by side or just show show yourself there in the rear view of your opponent all around this track, but it's not often that beneficial. Really, it's about waiting for those key passing areas, turn 1 and across the pack after the flip-flop. Those are the areas where it's where you get it done. But yeah, really tempting to sort of have a go everywhere.
Let's see if Nicholas Carpenter in the 14 can have another go around up the inside of Mark Torberts. It's turn 1. I just don't think he's got the slipstream to be able to do it. Torberts is well ahead this time around and will be very happy with the gap that he has behind that number 71 Apple machine. Jesus, very well. I've been saying it all weekend. It's such a beautiful car.
It is a great car.
We've been hearing people been talking about it ever since he got it painted up for the last round. It's just how good it looks. It's a fantastic tribute to Alan Moffat Racing. And yeah, shades of even Dick Barber racing at Le Mans, the Porsche 935, that iconic machine as well. So it's great to see it represented here in the 944s.
Yeah, it really is good. And he's now got Grant up ahead of him by about 3 and a bit, almost 4 seconds. I wonder if he can chip away and try and reel him in. Certainly he has experience on his side, although he may not today have horsepower on his side.
Just under 10 minutes on the clock, so there's still a bit of time left to go in this race. Let's take stock and see where the field's at. It is still Cameron Bella out in front with a fairly decent gap of daylight behind him. Then it's Mark Verdino in second, Chris Lewis-Williams in third with Adam Brewer still hanging off the back. Fastest lap so far is a 107.82. I think we've dropped a little bit off that potential lap record pace. We saw in race 2, Adam Brewer's fastest lap was 0.02 of a second off the lap record here for Porsche 944s. So I think the track has slowed down just a little bit. The wind has picked up down the main straight, so that's going to cut into their speed just a smidge, but they're still giving it all hammer and tongs to get these things muscling around here as much as they can. Behind Adam Brewer, it is Carter Fox in the number 7 machine darting across your shot just in the background there. But there's the number 3 of Adam Brewer, who's been in the wars so far this weekend. A little bit of a rear lock up there. Gets it nice and tucked into that line there so he doesn't lose too much time.
I think the track's going off. In the previous complex of corners there, we saw Lewis Williams go wide and then the gap, Brewer make up some room on him, but then Brewer just locking up the rear as well. So the drivers are all going to have to adjust through this stage and sort of adjust their driving technique and maybe their braking points, etc., according to the weather and the track conditions. We see that Bella's now opened up quite the gap on Verdino, which is, great to see. Verdino's actually looking at his first round win as well, I believe.
He is.
I think he still might be. I don't know. I'm not Pythagoras. I'm not going to get the calculator out. But 2 wins from 2 to start with and now in second place. So that's a really, really great effort from him.
It certainly is, and especially after turning around that gearbox as we were talking about earlier in this race broadcast. It's such a mammoth effort from everyone in the Bella Motorsport stable to get that car back up and running, and it is out there smashing through the gears and through the lap times as well. There it is, the number 44 Sidelink transport machine of Mark Verdino. It has been through some stuff. It's got a couple of battle scars up and down, which is always what we like to see on the side of a race car.
Yeah, that gearbox is only a couple of rounds old as well, so it was just amazing to see Andy and Cameron just fly into it and just get it done in like a record-breaking time. It's amazing what these guys do with these cars and how well they prepare them. And Cameron and Andy prepare my car as well, and a few others in the field. And yeah, they're just there's nothing worth knowing that they don't know about Porsche 944s. That's for absolute certain.
They've been around the traps for quite a while in this category. Bella himself, of course, a 4-time champion here from a state perspective. Chris Lewis-Williams, you see the number 37, also a 4-time champion.
Interesting thing on that is that, 4-time champion of both of them, but Bella actually hasn't, despite his clear and obvious dominance, he actually hasn't won a championship in 3 years. So it's, this is huge for him. I don't want to jinx him with 6 minutes left, but really fantastic because we've obviously had Lewis Williams and Westaway win championships since Bella's last.
That's exactly right. He hasn't won a championship since pre-COVID. So it's been quite a while. Now we see this battle is resuming with Peter Grant and Jack Atlee. So Peter Grant must have dropped back quite a bit there because he was all over the back of the battle for 7th position there with Nicholas Carpenter. And now he's fallen into the clutches of Atlee. And this is the battle for what is now 8th position. So Atlee in the number 35, they had issues with the, I think it was the starting, trying to get that car started. So that one wasn't able to make it out on track in race 1 yesterday, but is out on track now and is now trying to fend off the number 84 who's trying to get around the outside. They're going to be side by side through 6, and then that's going to be a move done for PJ Grant up the inside through 7 and then 8. So great manoeuvre there, but Atlee doesn't want to let this one go just yet.
No, that was a starter. That was a kill switch issue, actually, which again was only a 2-round-old kill switch, which is a real shame for Atlee. They got that fixed up. Now, PJ Grant must have come off the track or turned it around or something. It's a real shame because he was in a great position. But yeah, just getting past Atlee. Atlee, after realising that all the troubles and the limited amount of track time that he has had this weekend, decided that earlier today he'd just use it as a bit of a test, sort of a weekend from this point and get reacquainted because he's been out of a car for so long, 18 months or something, and yeah, he's just really, really enjoying being out there and getting reacquainted, and we'll see him back in the top 10 soon, hopefully.
Meanwhile, back up in the top 10, even the top 3, this is the battle. We saw how close Adam Brewer was to the back of Chris Lewis-Williams around the back of the track, but as they come onto the main straight, Chris Lewis-Williams has found 8/10 on him. There's a lot of space in between these two cars now, so he just had such a better run through that last section of circuit here, did the number 37, and he's got no challenge whatsoever from Adam Brewer as they go through turn 1. Keeps it off the bumps, nice and steady as they go through the turn 2-3 chicane here as well. Chris Lewis-Williams is not where he wants to be in terms of the championship. He's not up there challenging for number 55, but he's still putting in a rock-solid showing here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously thrown everything he's got at it, and that's just where the car is today. Bella's had a quick car, and, you know, he's, how many seconds? He's, 5-6 seconds up the street from him. So, yeah, there's a bit of a field spread happening here. Brewer is making up a little bit of space just there on Lewis-Williams. I don't know if he had a bit of an issue braking there, but yeah.
A bit of a moment there from the number 37, I think. He just locked the inside, one of them, whether it was the front or rear, just a little bit and ran it a little bit wide through turn 7, so he's lost a bit of his momentum there, but he's kept it together and they just brought the gap down a little bit. You can probably see how that translates as they cross the stripe.
I wonder if Brewer's got a run on him here. It looks...
He's halved the gap since this time last lap. He's down to 4/10 now.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a slipstream, but he's ducking and weaving all over the place. I think he just wants to fill both of those mirrors on the number 37 just to let him know that he's there, and he's all over the back of him now into turn 1.
Yeah, with 3 minutes left, there's a lot of time in this for Brewer to get something done on Lewis-Williams if he gets his opportunity.
Don't let the 4th position fool you that car's sitting in right now. The number 3 has been one of the fastest machines all weekend, with the fastest lap last time out, of course. As they crest James Hill, he's a little bit closer now. This flip-flop is crucial for maintaining momentum in these vehicles.
Brewer just got both front wheels off the ground over the hill there. That was amazing to watch. Yeah, Brewer's been so fast, especially in a straight line. So I think probably one of the strongest. So if he stays close through this last little section here, he will have a really good chance of getting something done on Lewis-Williams down the straight into 1.
Full send, just kissed the left rear, the right rear I should say, on the exit curb of turn 7. So he's giving it 110% is the number 3 car of Adam Brewer. He's not wanting to let this 3rd position go, but that gap is ever so slightly increasing to Chris Lewis-Williams' favour.
Yeah. Didn't get it done then. Actually lost time. Didn't close it. Yeah, and steady between Verdino and Bella too.
Couple of lonely races out the front there for those two.
Oh, big lock up. Oh, from both of them.
The pressure's on for both of these drivers here. Chris Lewis-Williams runs it way out wide and he's given that place to Adam Brewer. Does he have an issue?
I think he's got an issue here.
It's hard to say. He's getting back into it now, but he had no speed through turn 1 there. He let Adam Brewer go, and it almost like he's... It's not like... Did he lose? It almost like he looked like he lost drive for a moment there, then got it back together.
Brewer locked up first. I think that Lewis-Williams in front of him locked up in sympathy. I think he may have struggled to find a gear, to be honest. It looked like he just had to find... He probably missed a gear, then maybe missed it again, and he looks like he's back up. He's got momentum again, but he's... Yeah, there's a positional change and a big gap now, so... Yeah, I mean, it's on. I don't know how that affects the final standings between the two of them. I don't think it will. We've got PJ Grant coming in the pit lane, unfortunately. It looks like his day is done. Obviously, with some sort of mechanical issue. Bummer for him.
What a shame. He had so much pace, finished 5th position last race out. Wasn't able to keep that pace up, and he's had to pull into the pits. So another one retires from this race 3 of the Porsche 944 Challenge. Out in front, you can see the gap there. Actually came down by a couple of tenths between Bella and Verdino. I'm not sure if there's much that Mark Verdino can do here to maintain that. But in the meantime, Chris Lewis-Williams will be kicking himself for that one.
I know that Verdino will be giving it everything he possibly can because he wants the 3 wins out of 3 desperately. Bella is really more focused on the championship here, which I think looks pretty comfortable in his favour right now. So, definitely Verdino will be going for it. And he is actually closing the gap to Bella just under that braking zone there. So see how it looks going onto the straight.
He certainly will. I've just been running a couple of numbers. If Mark Verdino can hold on to second here, he will take out the round by virtue of 2 points over Cameron Bella. So that's how important it is to do well in this feature race, because the other races of the weekend pay 30 points for a win. Everything gets boosted up for race 3 of the feature, 40 points for the win, and it all trickles down to the rest of the competitors as well. So very, very important to get your momentum right throughout the whole weekend. It's almost like one big race because it's progressive grids. You want to be able to keep that steady so that you can have the best run possible at the end of the weekend.
It really is like that, especially for the people that don't qualify necessarily so well but do well through the races. You can work your way through the grid over the progression of the whole weekend, which is a really great part of that. It's really good. Here we go, Bella at the front. We've got last lap now, do we? Or time is up, so we've got last +1 or...
Not certain yet. The time only just a lap, so we'll keep an eye on that one as they come around the last few corners of this lap in particular. But at the moment, Cameron Bell is still looking pretty much unchallenged at the front of this race. Mark Verdino's still there. He's still sitting tight in the very, very slight chance that Cameron Bell might make a mistake, but he has been rock solid every single time he's jumped behind the wheel of that number 55 machine, and you can see it's got the battle scars to prove it. He doesn't mind getting his elbows out when he needs to, either does Cameron Bella. So as he comes down, this will be the last lap that they start now. One more lap to go in the Victorian the Victorian Porsche 944 challenge here, Formula Porsche, if you will. Mark Verdino that gap has increased a little bit. It's almost 2 seconds now between the 55 and the 44. Further back there, Adam Brewer is all on his lonesome in third position, with Chris Lewis-Williams about 1.6 seconds behind him as well. So the field is starting to thin out a little bit, but what a season it's been for Cameron Bella so far. He's been rock solid. He's only finished off the podium twice in this whole state championship.
Yeah, it's incredible, and it's really worth noting. You know, him and Andy, they take care. Oh, looks like we've got Atlee going slow, unfortunately. Bit of a mechanical issue there, it looks like. That's a bummer. Yeah, look, Cameron and Andy Bella, they take care of 6 people's cars sometimes. They are always putting themselves last. He's had an underpowered car for a long, long time. It's just testimony to how good he is as a driver as he rounds the last corner to come onto the straight and to take his 5th championship victory. Lights ablaze and flashing, absolutely fantastic and amazing. Couldn't be prouder. Verdino second to take the round win. Absolutely fantastic stuff for him. Brewer, Williams, we've got Atlee there, but a special shout out to Fox in 5th. That is a really, really good showing from him. It's absolutely amazing, unreal stuff.
Fantastic pace, but there is your first Porsche 944 5-time champion.
Absolutely amazing.
Fantastic performance. It's his first time, as you said, on the top of the championship standings since COVID. It's been a long time coming for Cameron Bella, and he's back in business. You love to see it. Massive congratulations to Cameron Bella and the whole Bella Motorsport team. They do so much work for them, for the 944 category as a whole, and it's so good to see that they're back on top again.
It's amazing. They're so generous with their time. They're so generous with their resources. They share data. They are completely open books with everything. Like, just really amazing. They're just a fantastic group, fantastic family, and incredible at what they do.
Here's those final results for you. Cameron Bella finishes his championship winning season with victory in race 3 and the fastest lap with a 107.8259. Mark Verdino does seal the round victory here with second position. First, second. Great performance from Mark Verdino for this whole weekend. Adam Brewer brings it home in third in front of Chris Lewis-Williams, with Carter Fox, Mark Torbitz, Nicholas Carpenter all finishing. Jack Atlee was 1 lap down, and Peter Grant and Richard Howe were unfortunately non-finishers this time around. This isn't the last time we'll see Porsche 944s on track. If you're near Phillip Island for Island Magic, get down there because they will be on track, and that's going to be mega. And we still have so much more State Series racing to come today as well. That is it for the 944s, but next up, we've got 19 minutes plus 1 lap of BMW E30 action. That's going to be a cracker as well. Joey Kellick, thank you so much for joining me in the commentary box this weekend. It's been a pleasure having you.
My absolute pleasure to be here. I've really enjoyed it. And just a shout out to everybody out there. If you enjoy, or if you've enjoyed watching the 944 Challenge Cup, there's lots of cars out there for sale, ranging from lower to mid to the higher end of all different grades. And it's a really fantastic series to be a part of. Let's get some women out there as well. We need some ladies in the field too. But yeah, if anyone wants to get involved, just jump on the website and have a look. And see you at Island Magic.
100%. It's such a fantastic category to be a part of. We'll hopefully see you soon. But in the meantime, we've got plenty of great State Series action coming up. Brought to you by Trico and 888 Home Loans. Don't go anywhere.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back, trackside here, the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We're in the final hours of this year's series, and wow, Cameron Bella, 5 times Porsche 944 champion. The only other one in the world of Porsches that I know that has got 5 championships is Mr. 5 times himself, Craig Baird. He's very busy on the Gold Coast this weekend as the driver standards guy for supercars, so well done to Cameron Bella, and that is a terrific result for that team and for that particular driver and the series. 5 times in that championship. It's an amazing record. Interesting to see how that can be chased down by CLW, the next one in line. But we have got BMW E30s on track here at the 888 Home Loans. Trico seeing you through round 6 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me from the Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup is one of the race drivers himself, Donovan Mollenhagen. Donovan, just quickly in 30 seconds, why aren't you racing, mate? Why are you commentating?
I'm not racing because of personal stupidity. You're supposed to connect a battery in a particular manner, and I did it the wrong way in the dark. So that's all down to me, unfortunately. But look, I have a great fun time sitting up here with you. Maybe not as much fun as I would have on the track, but you've been a great coach, Darren. I've appreciated every minute of it.
Yeah, nothing beats putting on the onesie and the helmet, does it? And getting out there with your mates and having a race. Here is the grid. Royce Line poised for a championship victory here on pole position. Ash Rogers on P2 to Ben Munro, Kyle Boyd in position number 4. Brett Stevens is next with Alex Jory for Bell Motorsport. Big shout out to Graham. Hope you're enjoying the racing, albeit from your hospital bed. Shannon Cooper is the next one there. Then we go to Zach Dunn, Brian Burke, Paul Schiff, Roars Plant, Martin Taylor with Rod Martin rounding out the back. Full grid, everyone's back on track. The interesting thing we touched on this morning out of 9th position will be car number 27, whether Brian has got a handle on it, Donovan.
He did, yes. He jumped the start in the second race, the first race today, and tried to correct that error, and in the process ruined his start off the line, not to mention a couple behind him, but he will definitely be working to make a better start today.
Let's see how it goes here. Royce Lyon, Ash Rogers. This is the championship battle, all lined up on the front row of the grid. It will come down to a race win. It is 2 race wins to Royce coming up this weekend so far. Ash Rogers needs to shake the tree and shake it until the apples hit the ground, and he is trying to do that. But having looked down the inside, Ben Munro wants to weigh in on this. In fact, Ben may even relegate car 50 back to P3 as they exit turn 1. That's what's going to happen. Talking about shaking the tree, the car off the second row of the grid. Car number 66 has given it a good old rattle. Alex Jory up on the ripple strip there. The 46 coming streaming through there with Kyle Boyd. I get a bit of a feeling, Donovan, there's a changing of the guard happening in E30s a little bit at the later half of this season.
There is a little bit. We've got some new blood in the category over the last 12 months, 2 years, even 3 years, and they're starting to show their form now. Kyle, a new entrant to the category, but showing a good turn of speed there towards the front of the grid in the Chaos Cycles prepared vehicle. But Royce again is starting to streak ahead there in front of Ben, with Goose Rogers trying to claw it back. It's a 2-point championship gap between the two of them, and this is our final race of the final round for the season. So Goose has a lot of motivation to try and get forward and get past both Ben and Royce, and hopefully Ben can get past Royce as well, and that will lead to Goose winning the championship. But Royce is trying to repeat last year, but do it alone. He was the equal champion with Brian Burke last year, and there's Brian now in the green-eyed monster, as you've coined it, for this round. And Shannon having a little touch there with is that Zach Dunn, I think that is.
Yeah, the 61 there of Zach Dunn.
Good
started
little
out
race
of
there.
position 8. Shannon Cooper is getting really racy with it this weekend. He's gone 4 wheels to the dirt, rejoins in front of the 27 of Brian Burke, and then Schiff in behind. Burke swings across in front there. Nice run through the flip-flop. Schiff now starting to fall into Raw's Plant's clutches there as well. Interestingly enough, if you're being able to give Alex Jory a run for his money, you're doing very, very well. So good on both Brett Stevens and Kyle Boyd. And we are just getting a little bit of reporting from around trackside on the back channel, a bit of chit-chat that there's a bit of rain coming around. So
maybe
that's
not quite
very
time to
interesting.
turn on the Tricos, but maybe it will. We'll see what happens.
Well, there's plenty of stock here. If you haven't got a new set of wiper blades, you want to prepare for this afternoon's racing, forget the wets, get yourself a new set of Trico wiper blades.
Absolutely.
The 46 now down the inside of Brett Stevens. Kyle Boyd gets the job done. He's trying to recover. Started off position number 4 and has fought back now. Just got Brett Stevens back to position number 4. So 2 laps in, fought back to where he started the race from. Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup continues on. There's Alex Jory. Brian Boyd there as well. The 61 of Zach Dunn goes through. The 90 of Shannon Cooper. He started out as 7th. Shannon's gone back a couple of spots. Geez, that swings and roundabouts, snakes and ladders kind of a weekend. 2 steps forward, 3 back.
Indeed.
Get the ladder up a couple of rungs and then get the slide down on the snake.
Absolutely. That was shoulder-to-shoulder racing there with Zach. Coming out of the first chicane, the first S's. Alex is starting to walk his way forward in the on the grid. He's been fiddling with the suspension all round with that car, and I think he's starting to get a handle on it now, catching up to Brett Stevens there, who's just been overtaken by Kyle in the number. I can't actually see the number of that
That's the
car.
number 46.
Yep.
Kyle.
So it was a good move under braking there from Kyle. It was, he certainly left it deep, and in the end, it was an easy overtake for him.
It's interesting. These three we're watching it just off the podium as we look back now to Cooper and the 61 there of Zach Dunn. So Cooper's got through on Zach Dunn in the last half a lap or so. And here we go. Here's the climbing of the ladder now for Shannon. He's jumped off the swings. He's on the roundabout and having a way forward.
Absolutely. Zach not happy about it, trying to go around the outside there, but Shannon Cooper is going to close the door on him into the second set of S's there. So the switchback, the flip-flop.
Finding a way through on Shannon Cooper in the four-door now is Zach Dunn. So a couple of four-doors now. We've got, of course, Royals planned famously for many years running the four-door. And now we've got the number 61 of Zach Dunn. Now Zach is just making his way through in position number 9 with Paul Schiff a little bit distance further down there. Royals plant right into the boot lid of that car. Shannon Cooper under brakes now. Alex Jory up on the ripple strip there with the 22, trying everything he possibly can to make inroads on Kyle Boyd as we go back to Goose Rogers. And, well, the points situation was 2 points difference coming into this one, Donovan. At the moment, Goose Rogers really does need to get a move on, doesn't he?
Indeed, he needs to get past Ben as quick as he can and get on the back of Royce, but drag Ben with him. What he really needs is for both of them to get around Royce if he stands any chance of winning the championship. And even then, it would probably only be by 1 point.
Wow, it is so close.
It is
2
tight.
points coming in, just like the Porsches in the race before. An exciting time in any season is always the last round when these championships, sometimes, just sometimes, they're decided before we get here. There's the move. Good to see Ash Rogers knows the gravity of what he needs to do. He needs to make a result happen. You don't do that by following the guy in front. You've got to make a result. There it is. He's got the run. A good run there, but the 66 plants himself right in the middle of the track, and that is not going to help the 50 of Goose Rogers coming through. He really does need to get a really good under brakes manoeuvre done maybe at the bottom of this straight, not this time round, but certainly time is of the essence. It has now become a very urgent situation for car number 50.
He's certainly not letting Ben have a comfortable race. He's going to just continue to badger him until he can get past, maybe force a mistake into one or out of one of the S's. He's 3.5. They're both 3.5 seconds now behind Royce, who again is streaking off into the distance, not allowing himself to get any coverage. Although there he is on the screen in the bottom right-hand corner, but we can see Ben and Goose again coming into one. No big lunge this time. It was quite a move at the last around turn 1 in the last lap, but Goose sticking in behind Ben on this lap and trying to make him keep an eye on his mirrors and not on where he's going, hoping to force that mistake.
8.5 minutes left in this journey to go. We really need to urge the number 50 to try and find a way through on the 66. It's not like he's not trying. He's giving every opportunity that presents itself a red-hot go, and he's even having a couple of other dips at it just to see if he can draw the attention of the 66 there for Ben Munro. The West Vic earth-moving E30 now moving the car around. There's a slot there. Ooh, that was left begging.
Needs to get on that high beam stalk and get the old flashes going.
The Le Mans flashes.
That's the one.
Here we go now. This is it right inside the slipstream now. It's a long, long straight. And I tell you what, the the Munro car is absolutely got a whole lot of straight line handling, hasn't it? It is an absolute jet in a straight line. Doing some brilliant driving there in the 66. Well done to Ben Munro. Oh. And Ash Rogers, we've got the 39 off there, Martin Taylor.
Bruce gets good drive out of that corner. He's obviously got it set up to give him some good drive. This is I think that's the scene of his contact with the wall from last year, so he's probably taken that corner a little bit easy.
Bit of a push at it here, not a lunge, just a push, just to let Ben Munro know that, boy oh boy, I'm giving this a red hot go. I've got my entire year's racing result hangs on where I can put this car in about 7 minutes' time. Down the straight they come. Red car pops the nose out. The straight line pace of the 66 is to be reckoned with. It's a replay here of the 39 of Martin Taylor. He goes around, no harm, no foul, all by himself. The racing fairies in the sky came down and gave him a bit of a tap.
Could be that
Around he
rain.
went. Could be too. Oh, that's what I was referring to, the racing fairies.
That's right, yes.
Well, this battle again now. Goose Rogers has just lost, I'm going to say, an entire car length. Here we go for
Drury on
positions
Brett
5 and
Stevens.
6.
Little lunge there from Alex. Like I said, he's been playing with the suspension in that car all round, and it looks like it's starting to come to him. Closing in there on the back of Brett Stevens, the Mansfield Hire little Bumblebee car. So that's actually, I believe that's Royce's car from last year, I think. So it's got a good pedigree, and as does Alex. Alex, a two-time champion of the category, and he's, like I said, he's been fiddling with that suspension, and he's starting to. Brett's a bit wide there, so that could give Alex a bit of a chance to close up throughout the last corner onto the front straight and try and get a good run down into turn 1. So that sun's come back out, so I think we're clear of any possibility of rain.
Yeah, just a slight shower across the track, couple of points radioing that in. Well, this will feature in it now. The 39 of Taylor gets out of the way. Wow, if that's affected the run there. Shift, Zach Dunn in front there. Just got bottled up a little bit there by the 39. And all three of them are side by side as they run down the straight. This time we'll see the 39 of Taylor drop out of this, but
looks like Paul has made it before the braking zone, so that's a good overtake there, taking advantage of the slow-moving Martin Taylor out of the final corner to get around Zach Dunn.
Geez, it was a long old haul down the straight to get it done, though, wasn't it? That was
indeed.
a big push for it.
Yeah, and Paul now look to push forward. He's just moved into 9th, so he'll be off after Shannon Cooper now, our club secretary. Bit of a gap to make up, though.
This is currently the battle on track now for 10th. So we're talking minor honours here in a championship hunt that is alive and well at the front of this field. Royce line now 3.9 seconds. So that's just been chipped away a little bit because it was out at 4.4 to Ben Munro. So that has eased back. Ash Goose Rogers in P3, and he's a further 3 seconds further back. But these two here, this is 9 and 10 on the road. Schiff and Dunn. Martin Taylor in the back of shot there as we go back to the
Brett Stevens
mid-pack.
and Alex Drury. And Alex maybe rested the tyres a little bit there for a lap, and now having another push on to try and see if he can get past Brett Stevens to secure 5th for the race. So, and Martin's off again. So he's pushing hard. I was talking to him between the races, and he's slowly progressing, slowly getting better with every round that he does. So, and that's really what we're trying to achieve, sort of from the mid-pack back. We're racing ourselves a lot of the time, personal bests and the occasional battle with a fellow competitor.
3 minutes to go, plus 1 lap in this journey. And at the moment, Royce Lyon has got the chocolates coming his way for not only a clean sweep of this round, but potentially a championship going to him. Ben Munro is 4.5 seconds further afield. Ash Rogers is also about 8 seconds further afield. So heating up here for the BMW E30s here in the Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup Race 3 for the weekend. And a terrific battle going on for these two. And Paul Schiff and Zach Dunn in the 61 there, and Paul Schiff in the 54.
Looked like Zach was trying to get out of Paul's mirrors there, try and hide from him and maybe put him off, wondering where he might have been, but didn't work. Paul maintains that position with 2 minutes to go, plus a lap. So that should see us with about 3 more to go, I would say.
The 6 cylinders labouring as they climb up over Jane Hill. And pulls out to the outside here. It's not going to be a manoeuvre. If you can draw right alongside, maybe get the nose in front, you can hold the car to bay there, and on this left-hander, sweep into the lead. But you've got to be well and truly confident that you're going to be able to stick it together, because most of the time you'll probably end up falling off the track, and that does not get you the result that you are looking for.
No, but it looks like Zach's got a good run onto the front straight there. Paul running a little bit wide. Can he pick up a bit of a slipstream? He's still about 3 or 4 car lengths behind.
Zach Dunn now. He is in the Zach Dunn cabinet making car there, the red and blue outfit. So cabinet maker during the week, race hands on the weekend. So you want to look after yourself with all those saws and things in a cabinet makers with race driving, that's for sure.
Don't lose a finger.
That's exactly right. 61, doing a nice job, doing a good job indeed. Looking back to the front of the field at the moment, Royce Lyon leading the way over Ben Munro. He's now eased that out another 2 seconds, so 6.2 seconds here. Royce is absolutely not sparing it. He is going to bring home the victory.
And in all likelihood, the championship as well. So
And at the last, single last opportunity, bring home a title. And that is something you never forget in your life. Stringing together race wins is fantastic. Lap records are great. But when you string it all together for an entire championship, you're on cloud 9 for, I'm going to say, until the next season starts and you realise all the hard work has to start again.
Yep, and he didn't, I'm pretty sure he wasn't at round 1, so.
And I tell you what, if that was anything to do with what we just saw then, he was absolutely sliding the car through there. Is he looking to reset his own lap record, do you think?
I think he's one of those, I know one speed.
Yes.
I'm going to go as fast as I can and that's it. And if we'll let the rest of it take care of itself, really, which is, not a bad way to be able to do it.
Last lap board has been displayed to our race leader, Royce Lyon. 6.9 second lead over Ben Munro, who's had a terrific debut season, and Martin Taylor in the number 39 off at turn 1 again. He's obviously exploring the last avenue and millimetre of grip there as we go to our race leader, car 4, climbing the hill. Doing a tremendous job. Love those yellow gloves. You can see, there it is, a big clip on the ripple strip. The yellow gloves are a dead set giveaway of how much wheel work you've got to do, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. Beautiful looking car, well prepared there by his father. Royce is probably enjoying this last lap, and you never know, he might be trying to reset the lap record again. He set a new lap record for the category here at Calder in qualifying yesterday. And he hasn't really let up since then. So he got the fastest lap of this race, and here he comes down to the checkered flag to take a three-peat of wins for this round.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Get out the brooms, because that's what Royce Lyon has done. Clean swept the round. In fact, he's bought a vacuum cleaner with it, and he's got his Trico, so he's sweeping the window clear as well. He's got everything going for him, this young racer. We hope that season 2025 brings him more great success.
It looks like Alex Jory there has managed to get through on Brett Stevens. We didn't see that, but great work there from Alex to just keep working on that car and pushing it forward at every opportunity. So fantastic finish to the year for Alex.
Ben Munro home in position number 2 in the number 66. Ash Rogers ultimately home in 5th place. This battle does continue, and this is for the Schiff and Zach Dunn. Shannon Cooper is just up the road. He's improved. Started out of 7th, has gone back 1, so didn't improve. So that's a shame for number 80. And they continue to stream to the line. Out of interest there, Brian Burke home in 7th place in the number 27. I reckon Brian's going to do some head scratching over the Christmas break this summer, don't you?
I was talking to him yesterday, I think it was, and I said, I think maybe you've got some track days over the off season ahead of you to try and refine that car and get it to where the old car was prior to the accident, because as you mentioned earlier, not used to seeing Brian mid-pack and further back, so he'll definitely be redoubling his efforts to get back to the front of this grid.
Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup race number 3 here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Big thanks to Trico. Royce Line wins the race 3 from 3 and brings home a championship. And massive congratulations to the driver of car number 4. Ben Runt Munro home into P2. Ash Rogers scratching his head as well, wondering what may have been in car 50, with some fantastic driving right throughout this season. Kyle Boyd to Alex Jory. Brett Stevens, Brian Burke, we just touched on. Shannon Cooper. Wow, swings and roundabouts for Shannon Cooper right throughout this weekend. Paul Schiff and Zach Dunn, fastest lap by Royce Line, a 108.57 in that journey. Donovan, thank you so much for your time here today. I hope to see you back at the wheel in season 2025, if indeed that's where you want to be, or more than welcome to come and join us here and adorn the commentary booth with your expert commentary as well.
I'd rather you were calling my name than talking to me beside you, but it's been fun. I've really appreciated the time you've given me here. So, but hopefully I'll be out there looking in the windows rather than out them next year.
Fantastic. We'll take a quick break there, Donovan Mollenhagen, for the BMW E30s, and that is it for their season for 2024. Improved production cars on track next. Thanks for joining us live here at the track. A good crowd starting to find their way up onto the mound. A big thank you for joining us. Great to see lots of smiling faces here at the racetrack. And, of course, all of those patrons joining us online right around the world on the Blendline TV coverage. Keep an eye out on the social medias for our calendar for season 2025 coming your way very, very soon indeed. Of course, improved production cars on track next. We'll hand over to Steve DeVries and Dave Cox in just a couple of moments.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Big thank you to Donovan Mollenhagen and Darren Smith for the BMW E30s. What a fantastic weekend of racing it has been so far. Clean, fair, hard fought, and on top of that, tracking ahead of time. One of the great pleasures of being here in motorsport is getting to see some hard, fast, clean racing, but also where everything just goes so smoothly. It's almost... I don't know what to say. I don't know what the right word for it is, but the one word I don't want to use is the word jinx, because that's what I would probably do as commentators, isn't it, Dave?
I don't think you should say anything, Steve. I think you just move on, and
just move
let's
on.
just hope that the rain stays away. There's a couple of little spots out in the paddock a few minutes ago, but we're a little bit weird. It's a bit blue, as you can see. There's lots of cloud and blue sky, but it's bizarre, the weather out here. It really is. But no, we got the cars are just starting to head out on track now. Luke Retchgumbo heads up the field, and then Tonksy and then Macro, I believe, broke the lap record in this morning's race.
Not just the overlap record went, but the underlap record also went in that second race as well. So in both races so far this weekend, both the under and over 2 litre lap records have been lowered twice. So that's the other lap record holder right there on screen. Brett Porter in his rookie season. Hard to believe he's now a lap record holder.
It's unbelievable.
That is fantastic.
And how good was the race that he had with Anton Bergman?
Well, we're about to see it continue, I reckon, in this longer race this afternoon, as we have a look at our grid here. So Luke Gretsch-Cumbo and Jared Tonks off the front row of the grid. So they've got one win apiece between them this weekend. So that splits them with 30 points for each win and 28 points for second place each. So that means it will be a winner-take-all, effectively, this race for the round honours, with Ian McLennan and Cade Lehman on the road behind them.
Cade has got a little bit of a wounded car as he heads out, so we're not sure how it's going to go, but the boys made some pretty good changes on that, and a couple of suspension changes as well, but the car is a little bit wounded, so we'll just have to keep an eye on that. I did notice Nicholas Higgins heading out again as well, so he had a spark plug lead come off in the first race, he tells me, so he'll hopefully move through the field and have a better race as well.
Hopefully he will. Andrew Butcher in 5th, Peter Dixon in 6th, with Jin Wook Song and Anton Bergman rounding out positions 7 and 8. Brett Porter, the first of the under 2 litre cars, there in 9th, with Anthony Dahana's BMW next door to him, and then a Peugeot and a Honda in the under 2 litres behind them, Callum Jensen and Paul Javots. Then in 13th is Rohit Saini, with Andre Nui in 14th in the Ford Falcon, Wayne Decker in the Audi, and then the first of the XLs in Scott Appledore starting in 16th. With Chris Bodale, Carly Fleming, Peter Fleming behind them. Jason Orchard has put his car on the trailer and gone home. He believes he's dropped a valve in that car. Nick Higgins will be off the rear. Larry Merrifield unfortunately went home this morning with some clutch issues and missing second gear. And Richard Valencic, I don't believe, is going to take the start for this one either. He's welded up part of the car twice on the rear left-hand corner of that car this weekend, and it let go again. And he just said, no, I can't continue to repair it here at the track. It needs a proper repair, so we're going to have to take it home and unfortunately sit out the third race. So talking about wounded cars, there's a few that have gone home, but there's a few that are out there still, I guess, limping around to the checkered flag this afternoon.
Well, let's hope we get a nice clean start as we're just waiting for the marshals to
just noticed someone's missing here. Sorry to cut you off, Dave. I just noticed a couple of cars that are missing here. So next door to Ian McLennan, Cade Lehman has not taken his starting position in the same way that next door to Jin Wook Song, Anton Bergman hasn't taken. He's a row further back than what he should be by the looks of things. Yes. So there's one car out of position and one car missing.
Okay, just waiting for. Here we go, and if we go off the start, we've got Luke and Jared have got a very even start there. Looks like Luke may have just got the better of him. Mac is there, pulled into third as we go along and down to the turn one. At this stage, it looks like Luke is going to have the better of him, but Mac is going to do a massive dive under brakes, and he's actually going to get up the inside of Luke, but Luke gives him enough room, and Macca then drives into the lead and leaves poor old Luke out to dry.
Oh,
and
this
as Jared
is
comes
tight.
in, nice and tight, but nice and clean. It's very willing there at the front, Steve, as Jared drops the wheel, and that allows Luke to get a good drive down the hill and heading up the back straight.
I reckon this will probably be the first race that Ian McLennan has actually led. Some big airtime over the curb there at the flip-flop as Tonks and Luke Gretsch-Cumbo go side by side, and this is giving a little bit of a margin now to the Pro Cut Monaro, who will cross the line, I would say, at this stage, first for the opening lap. Probably for the first time, I'd say, in as far back as I can remember. I don't think he's actually led a lap of a race for in IP at all.
I don't believe
he's
so.
about to chalk one up.
And he hasn't dropped the wheel off anywhere, so yes, you're going to be right, Steve. It's going to be Macca across the line, and then we'll have Tonksy, and then there's Luke Gretsch-Cumbo and Ian Dixon, and it looks like Jin Wook Song has made a very good start as well and has got ahead of Andrew Butcher.
Yep, he's up to 5th place there with the Butcher's BMW behind him in 6th place with the headlights ablaze, but Butcher will be a lot better under brakes, but with the straight line horsepower, it will be the 1-2-1 that has to just fight there, but he has done fairly well to leave the gap open for Andrew, who scorches past on the exit on turn number 1. So Butcher back up to where he started in 5th place. And here we go, a bit more of change, heading up over Jane Hill. That is, Tonks has now taken the lead of the race away from Ian McLennan. So it lasted about a lap and a half, and now Gretsch-Cumbo being held up by the yellow Nugget Monaro.
It's very close there at the front for the final race today. And then Peter Dixon is only just a few car lengths back, and then we've also got Butcher, who's only a few car lengths behind him. So it's shaping up to be a pretty close race here, Steve.
This one certainly is. Now, something we were talking about earlier in the weekend about being close was the State Series points coming into play. Something that I didn't know, which you actually corrected me off air, was that we've actually been given, then by we, Improved Production has been given some dispensation to conduct their final state round at Island Magic in a month's time, which normally doesn't happen.
Yes, that's correct.
So that means that this is not the end of the State Series Championship for Jared Thompson, nor for Cade Lehman, who doesn't look like he's suited up for this one. That will still go down and be decided at Island Magic, but still, the finishing results of this race are very, very important, not just for state, but also for club championship points as well, because it is very tight in both situations.
It does look like Andrew Butcher has just snuck up to the back of Peter Dixon there. And have a look at that under 2 litre car. It's only a few car lengths back.
Yep. So there's a little bit of a couple of drivers dropping some wheels off, which is so easy to do coming out of the flip-flop there on the back chute, as Paul Javots looks like he's managed to get the best of the Peugeot of Callum Jensen down into turn number 6. And indeed he has, so that's been secured. The car ahead of them that dropped off 2 right side tyres going through that flip-flop is Anthony Dana in the BMW E36.
It's a great little tussle here. At the moment, it looks like Bergman's just, oh no, it's Diana. It's just a little bit ahead of Javots and Callum Jensen. That thing's got a fair bit of straight line power, so I dare say he might give him a bit of a scare under brakes as he comes down in turn 1. And as I speak, yep, there we go. He's just going to dive straight in underneath into turn 1.
Yep, so much more power in a straight line. There's been some great tuning going on with that car. They've had a few gremlins over the course of the weekend, but nothing that hurts it in a straight line. It is an absolute jet, that little Peugeot 306. There's Anton Bergman behind, so he must have made a mistake somewhere and he's now having to catch back up. He's starting in front of these 2 cars on screen right now. So his last lap time around didn't look all that bad, but it must have been a couple of laps earlier when he dropped back behind them. He shouldn't have any troubles rounding up the Civic of Paul Javots, who sees him coming and realised there's no fight worth having there.
And steering and lets him through, but he's going to have a little bit of a fight back here and then takes a position back as they go through the flip-flop.
I'm just wondering then if Anton's maybe battling some sort of mechanical issue there, because that should have been an easy pass at the end of the day for the BMW.
Oh, and we've got some news coming through. There we go. That the Brett Porter car has got smoke pouring out of the back of it. It looks like something's let go horribly on that one.
There he is.
Let's hope we can get him out of the car quickly, and there's nothing else other than a bit of oil on the exhaust.
Yep,
we've got a yellow flag out there.
That'll be a safety car for this one, because that's in a fairly dangerous position on the front straight. So I would say they will neutralise this in a few seconds, and there it is. They have neutralised this race. So just as the battle was starting to get a bit interesting here, careful, Luke, don't stick a nose up there because the yellow flags are out. So that settles things down. I also just noticed before that safety car was called, a 5-second penalty has been dropped onto the head of Jinwook Song, which will be for a jump start. This is what he wouldn't want to see, because that compresses the field, and now he's got to get that margin out all over again. Now, Brett, I think, is still in the car.
They're telling him to stay there at the moment, just waiting for all the cars to go past.
Yep. So it looks like an engine has let go, and that's a shame. He has had such a stellar year as a rookie, and not only that, he's currently the under 2 litre lap record holder here. He lowered it yesterday, he lowered it again today. It's now down to a 105.98, which is phenomenally fast for an under 2 litre car.
If you go back to when we last raced here in 2007, there wasn't a lot of cars that could actually go that quick around here. I mean, the track layout has obviously changed. It's made it a little bit longer, but that's still an outstanding lap time.
That is.
But having the safety car will certainly help a couple of the boys up the front with the tyre problems. They'll get them to cool down a bit. Probably Andrew Butcher's not all that happy about that, but he would rather the V8s start losing some tyre and he could make up a few more positions. But it's going to certainly help out Tonksy and all the other boys in the V8s up the front.
Yeah, certainly will. And what we were talking about this morning, and I was talking with Darren Smith and a bunch of others yesterday, the tyres, after about 5, 6, 7 laps, they start to go away from a lot of the heavier cars, so they go into a tyre preservation situation. So the longer the races are, the worse it is in conditions like this for your V8 power cars up the front. Gives a bit of a free kick to some of those more nimbler cars like the BMWs.
Which certainly has enough power to really hound them, and the outstanding handling of the BMW just is unbelievably good. Under brakes, they're so stable, and you can stand on them as hard as you like, and you'll dive straight up most of the inside of these Commodores. Probably a few hundred kilos helps as well.
Absolutely. Well, while we're under a safety car control at the moment. I guess there's a few little things we can get out of the way. Once again, of course, Prestige Hino, big thank you to them for continuing to sponsor improved production, not only last year, but this year, and hopefully beyond. Danny Timewell behind the scenes has done a fantastic amount of work to get Prestige Hino on board with the club over the last couple of years, and it's sad that we don't have him here this weekend, but we're hoping to see him again for Island Magic. He's had his fair share of heartbreak with that car over the last couple of years with a couple of rebuilds.
I spoke to Danny yesterday, and they're well underway to have the car ready for Island Magic. The engine was in it, and another IP competitor, Ben Schutz, is doing a lot of the wiring on the car. They've just filled the car to the top with Motec products, so they're getting that all sorted out, and they should be well and truly on target to hit Island Magic. Touch wood, if everything goes according to plan, they should be well and truly ready to go.
Absolutely fantastic.
Stephen Zorkis, I also spoke to him last night. His engine goes into his Honda on Monday, and they're hoping to have it on the dyno later in the week. So Steve should be able to do a couple of shakedowns before Island Magic, because he hopes to enter Island Magic. There's a number of competitors from New South Wales coming down, a couple of V8s, a couple of BMWs, and South Australians as well. So yes. Island Magic is shaping up to be an absolute cracker this year, Steve.
Yep, I have seen already on the entry list. I think Steve Zorkis has put his name down. I've seen the reigning Matthew Flinders plate holder, and Adam Poole is in. I think he's now up to 3 in a row, so he'll be targeting 4. Scott Cook, one of the fastest S13s in the country, he'll be there. I've heard Ryan Gordon from New South Wales is coming down as well, so definitely looking like it's going to be a great event. And speaking of Phillip Island, one important little thing that comes up for Victoria next year is, of course, the Improved Production Nationals. Now, at this stage, things are not 100% confirmed, but all odds are pointing at it being hosted next year at Phillip Island later in the year.
Yeah, absolutely. We're working very closely with Pyack to make it happen, and we're hopeful that we're going to have a crowd similar to we had last time we had the Nationals at Phillip Island. We had 132, I think, competitors, which made it the biggest single event ever in Australia, and we would love to be able to get somewhere close to that again next year. So we're starting to really promote that and get ready for that for next year, because it's looking to be the biggest Nationals we've had for improved production in the last 4 or 5 years.
That's right. Now, normally for us it comes around once every 7 years, but with COVID in the way, that obviously pushed everybody back after COVID by a year. And of course we were scheduled to have it this year because Territory dropped out, and then they got theirs back, so then that pushed us back. So it's not such a bad thing, but everybody else has now got to wait sort of 8 years for their next go instead of 7, which is normally the case.
And we are one member short this weekend, Neil Crow, who's been a long time supporter and entrant in improved production, probably close to 20 years. Unfortunately, he had to pull out this weekend. He had a family member pass away suddenly, so unfortunately Neil had to pull his entry and go and be with the family, as you can understand. So we pass on our condolences to Neil and his family as they go through a pretty horrible time.
Absolutely horrible time. Let's get back to racing. Just over 8 minutes left on the time certain clock as they thump down the front straight here at Calder Park. Look at the top 3. They have already gapped and left Peter Dixon by at least a dozen car lengths. Big lock up for the Rod and Gun 91. Has he gone deep? He's gone very deep. He's gone into the weeds on the outside of turn number 1. He lets through McLennan, Gretsch Cumbo. Through goes Butcher. Through also goes Peter Dixon. So that's a costly restart for Jared Tonks.
It most certainly is. It's put Peter Dixon up in the 3rd place as
McLennan up the inside.
He's absolutely gone airborne through the chicane there, and it's a drag straight down to the back corner, but he's got Luke covered there for going into the end of the back straight.
He's got a bit deep.
Had a black lock up, and he's run wide, and it's very wheeling between those two, and I think there might have been a little rub there, Steve.
The good mates have made a little bit of contact at
Twice.
Turn number 8, and then again at the final corner, and there's a little couple of licorice straps being left behind the GC Electrical Senator as they exit turn number 9. This is not quite gloves off yet. yet between the good friends, but this is very damn close.
It most certainly is. There's a race. Anyone would think they were going for a championship here, wouldn't you, Steve?
You wouldn't think so. Lock up on the front right for Luke Gretschkambo. He was on the left going into turn number 1. They escape unscathed. Look, McLennan's gone defensive super early here.
Another lock up by Luke as Ian seems to get just a little bit more relaxed and up over the hill. And Luke gets massive sideways jump there as they come through over the Jane Hill and through the crisscross.
Tell you what, McLennan's going to be slightly compromised with some of the lines he's taking. He's going to have to be very careful. Luke's throwing the kitchen sink at him here and forcing a few small little mistakes. There's another one for McLennan, running slightly deep at turn 6 again, but doesn't have to worry about the side-to-side contact this time. But with the Senator all over his rear boot lid at the moment, he's just being forced to take a few compromised lines, and that's going to probably pay dividends sooner or later if Luke can find a way to make him just crack under pressure. It's going to be anywhere, I'd say. It's going to be either down into turn number 1 or it's going to be coming down into turn 6.
It certainly is, and if they keep painting the road black lines wherever they are, they're both going to run out of tyres, and Tonksy and Butcher will actually eat them up. But they're having an absolute cracker here at the moment. It's amazing to watch.
Tonks is going to be on them in a few seconds if these two continue the way that they are. He's managed to get past Butcher. He's rounded up Peter Dixon down the front straight. This time around, he'll start to emerge into shot just over the back of Jane Hill, I think, in a minute. Yep, there he is. Just a flash of yellow of white as they came over Jane Hill. He's a couple of seconds in arrears, but he is going to be rapid.
He most certainly will, as they just settled in, and I think after the restart, the mist has sort of calmed down a little bit for a lap or two, and they're just going to just follow each other around just for a lap, just to calm their nerves down and go, righto, we can have a good race here. And but Mack has just run a little wide there, and that's allowed Luke to paint the road yet again.
But that's the line that Mack has been taking all weekend long. He's been taking that longer arcing road through the final corner, not putting so much steering lock on. That's just the way that the car seems to be driving quite nicely for him. So we've seen that in his battles with Cade Lehman over the first 2 races, where they were just taking slightly different lines. Luke's taking a similar sort of concept to Lehman, sort of V'ing the corner off and trying to cut the last part of the final corner as much as possible for the straightest possible exit. While we settle that battle for a little bit, we go back to Scott Appledore, who has got, I think that's Carly Fleming all over his rear bumper coming into the last sequence of corners.
And I believe that Scott Appledore has actually put that car up for sale. He's building a later model car with a Lantra engine in it. So there's a really nice, clean XL if anyone's looking to jump into IP racing and start off in an XL. There's a very neat, clean little car.
Absolutely. The other car up for sale, of course, is the Nick Higgins Corolla by the end of the season. That will be, I believe, is going to be up for sale as well. That's it there, right in the front of your shot. Very nice little clean retro look there. Chris Bodale, I think, is actually leading this little XL battle at the moment. He was in a great fight with the 2 behind him in the second race this morning.
As we come down on the straight, as Andrew Butcher pulls in right in behind Peter Dixon as they head down in turn 1. He's close enough that I think when he gets to the braking marker, he might, Dixon might have just got far enough away to stop Andrew having a big lunge under. But Peter's also locked up a brake there, and he's trying really hard to keep that BMW behind him. But I think Andrew might just there's not a lot of time left. But I think Andrew's tyres are going to be a little bit better than what Peter's are, and he might just actually get through in the end.
Got some good initial acceleration going up the hill here. Oops, switch, a little bit of a half-hearted look there. He's definitely got some much better traction coming out of the corners, Butcher, but just the horsepower in a straight line, Peter Dixon is just absolutely taking away any prized opportunities. Although, it might be one here as he goes a bit deep there. Butcher's going to hang it right around the outside. He's got his nose in front, and he gets it done, and some late evasive action there for the 21. So he had to give him the space, and he did. He probably just got a little bit too scared there, that thought there might have been a bit of contact. But Butcher is through with a very smart bit of driving, capitalising on the mistake of the heavier Monaro pilot.
He certainly did capitalise it, and here comes Peter down the straight and see if he can catch him before they get to the turning market. But if he doesn't, he certainly won't get past under brakes, because the BMW will just pull away under brakes.
Peter Fleming, the lap traffic there, probably sort of took away any possible chance that Dixon might have had to draw alongside Butcher going down to the braking zone at turn number 1. This is where Butcher will make some time. He's got great traction out of here up the hill compared to the Monaro, and he'll just take off, and that'll give him a bit of an insurance policy heading down to turn 6.
We switch back now to the under 2 litre race here, and we've Callum Jensen still got Paul Javots just behind him. Looks like the boot lid might have had a little
jar there,
jump. A jar there is bouncing up and down. Maybe it's just come a little bit loose.
Now I know Paul's got a couple of straps on either side of the rear bumper that actually hook onto the hatch to make sure it stays down. So maybe one of them's come a little bit loose.
And it looks like Mac has still got the number 1 position at the moment as they head down into turn number 1, and Luke's got the headlights ablaze because he doesn't want to get caught up and let the guys in front know that he's coming, as Mac is going to catch them right at the wrong place. I'd reckon they're going up over Jane Hill, but they hopefully will be able to see him coming and just hold their line, and then we get through without getting held up too much and giving anyone any advantage.
Yep, so down the hill from turn 4 and 5, Wayne Decker pulls over to the left and lets them through, and then same for Andre Noy, pulls over to the left, lets the 2 leaders through.
Which they've had a really good run through the traffic, and they've actually extended their lead over Jared Tonks, who hasn't been able to make too much of an inroad over the last couple of laps. So it's certainly given him a little bit of a breather, these 2 out the front.
Yeah, he definitely has. That gap has sort of stabilised now at around about 6.5 seconds. Probably got 2 more laps to go here. There's 40 seconds left on the clock, and it is time plus 1 lap. So he's got to survive another 2 here to make a first race win in improved production, Ian McLennan. He's doing a fine job at the moment now that everything's all settled down. There's only one driver out there that did a PB on a previous tours, and that was actually Andrew Butcher at a 4.88. It's a bit of a far cry from the new over 2 litre lap record that the man who's in first place set in the first race of Sunday morning for improved production, lowered it down to a 102.4, which is absolutely astonishing.
It is absolutely amazing. Luke gets some massive air through there. And just looking at the timing screen, it looks like Butcher's broken the back of Peter Dixon. He's managed to drive away from him in the closing stages of this one. So, but as you see up the front here, we've got Macca who's still managing to hold out Luke, who's just sitting there waiting, just push, and just see how Macca goes with the pressure. I do believe that he'll be okay.
I think so. Last lap board. Shaw is about to be held out. Yes, there it is. It is ready and waiting for them as they come across the stripe this time around.
It's going to get Willie and Oval now, Steve. Well, I think Luke's going to give it a red-hot crack into turn 1.
He's been gnawing away on the rear bumper of the 115 Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro for the better part of the race since the safety car went in.
And he keeps it nice and straight as they go through turn 1, no sideways, no lockups, and he's just driving the thing very straight now, trying not to paint the road too much. He's just taking overheating the tyres, and that'll slow him down. But Luke gets a massive drive over the hill, and he's coming through and got a really good run on Macca as they head up the back straight.
Nice and clean through the flip-flop, has a little bit of an insurance policy here. Looks set to be home and hosed.
He certainly does, unless he has a slip off the track somewhere, which I don't think Ian will, because he's driven really, really well this race. I think that he's just going to wobble around here, and he's going to put the pedal down and paint the road nice and black for us. Come on, boys. And he's going to cross the line. And it looks like Ian McClellan's going to get through for his first improved production win. Congratulations, Ian. Well done, Luke.
Big fist pump there as Ian went across the line. He knows it. Well done, Ian McLennan. The man who brought him into improved production in the first place. His good friend Luke Gretsch-Cumbo finishes second. So that's a picture that the pair of them are going to cherish for quite some time. Jared Tonks home in third. Fastest lap of the race for him at a 103.24. So he will extend his state championship points lead. He'll also extend the club championship points lead, both of which will go down to Island Magic in a little over a month's time. With Andrew Butcher fourth and Peter Dixon in fifth. Jinwook Song has crossed the line in sixth, but he does have that 5-second penalty over his head over Anton Bergman. Then in eighth place, Anthony Deana. Callum Jensen has taken line honours for ninth in the Peugeot, I believe. There he goes. Yep, across the line ahead of Paul Javots in 10th.
Okay, it's probably a good thing we don't have live coverage over to Macca's car, because I reckon there might be a few fist pumps and a few expletives going on in that car, because that's his first win, and I reckon he'll be very, very excited, and I wouldn't be surprised there's a few punch marks in the top of the roof there. He'd be that excited in that car. But, congratulations, Mac. That's a really great effort, mate. Well done.
Always great to see a new winner in any form of motorsport. There he is pulling into the pit lane at the back of your shot there. A first up win for the Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro. It's taken a few years, but he's finally done it. Well done to Ian McLennan. Gretsch Cumbo second, and Jared Tonks in third. Great run by Andrew Butcher then. Peter Dixon he really backed off after all of that little battle with the BMW for fourth and fifth. Jinwook Song in sixth, Bergman seventh, Dana eighth. First of the under 2 litre cars home. It was going to be the 52 machine of Brett Porter until it looks like the engine expired in that one, and he's unfortunately a non-finisher, with Callum Jensen now taking ninth and the first of the under 2 litre cars home, just ahead of Paul Javots, who gave him a close run thing at the end of the day. Well done to both of them as they got across the line for 9th and 10th outright.
As Macca comes into the pit lane, they're giving the engines a bit of a rev, so I dare say he's still pretty excited out there, Steve.
I think we're going to take a little bit of time to get him out of the car, let alone keep him in it. So we'll wait and see what happens down there. Big thank you again to Prestige Hino, Pro Cut Tree Services, Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre, DLL Photography and Design, and Reach Rock Art. So big thank you to them. We'll see all of them at Island Magic. We'll see you at Island Magic for improved production. David Cox, thank you once again.
You're welcome, Steve. It's been a really great weekend at Calder, and I really encourage anyone that wants to come out and watch some really close racing. The track's not that big that you can't see everything from the grandstand. It's a really good spot to watch motorsport. It's close to Melbourne. If you want to watch great sport, motorsport, get out here.
Absolutely. Short break here, and then Formula V will be out next.
Down here in Trade Alley at Calder Park Raceway, joined by Adam from Trico. Firstly, thank you so much for joining us for a chat, but also a massive thank you for throwing your support behind the Victorian State Race Series.
No, absolutely. Thank you guys for putting on such a great show. It really makes
Down here in Trade Alley at Calder Park Raceway, joined by Adam from Trico. Firstly, thank you so much for joining us for a chat, but also a massive thank you for throwing your support behind the Victorian State Race Series.
No, absolutely. Thank you guys for putting on such a great show. It really makes it a special occasion to get behind, guys, when it's not just about the brand exposure and everything that we're going to get out of it, but we're supporting good people, a great community, and I think that that's really one of the aspects that I've thoroughly enjoyed about being a part of this.
It's wonderful to have you along for that journey, but could you tell us a little bit about the product, Trico? Obviously, we're seeing it very prominently in the Australian motorsport scene of late, especially on my hat right here, but could you tell us a bit more about the product?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think one of the biggest staples of Trico is the fact that we're not just an aftermarket supplier, we are a large OE supplier, and we are the world's largest wiper blade manufacturer. The big catalyst to our products is that all of our premium lines, like the Trico Tech we've got featured here, are tested to 3 times OE standards. So that's 1.5 million cycles up and down a windshield, which is 3 times the testing that anybody else has gone through in the marketplace.
And it's not just wiper blades here this weekend as well. We've got 303 products, a few other bits and pieces on offer for the crowd coming up to Trade Alley. But just finally from yourself, obviously, you're here this weekend at Calder Park. Where would you rather be?
Oh, well, look, the Gold Coast would be a great place to be right now, but as a great second option, I couldn't think anywhere else I'd rather be.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you so much for your support, mate.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to Calder Park, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for season 2024, and a few state championships still to be decided. One of which is about to be decided is the Formula V state title. Only 2 men can win it between them, Lee Partridge and Ash Quiddington. Quiddington has the upper hand here. He leads by 31 points with 40 remaining on the table for this final race of the weekend. Tom Reed, it's not an insurmountable task, but it is a tall mountain that Partridge has got to climb here.
Yeah, it'll be very tough for him. Something's got to go clearly wrong for Quiddington here for Partridge to have any chance. And at the moment, it's looking pretty unlikely. But I've just noticed the weather. I walked outside before and it was considerably cooler than it was for this morning's race even. And the wind's definitely picked up. The sun is popping in and out of the clouds. So these drivers have a fair bit to think about on their roll-around lap and while they're sitting in the dummy grid. And we've got 30 seconds to go and they should be rolling out. Steve, do you want to take us through the grid?
Certainly will. So Lee Partridge and Ash Quiddington have split the wins between them this weekend. Ash Quiddington yesterday, Lee Partridge this morning. So it sets up another winner-take-all for not only the state for the round, but depending on the rest of the circumstances, it could be for the state title as well. Andre Curran and Brock Hamilton will start 3rd and 4th. Andre was right in the thick of that battle for the win this morning. Unfortunately, just couldn't find a way past to try and notch up a win for himself in that situation. Ash Clifford starting in 5th. Malachi Windsor, what a great drive from him. Started at the rear of the grid after some clutch repairs yesterday, and they have driven that car quite nicely up into 6th place. He might have something in store for Ash Clifford in this race. Let's wait and find out how it all goes. Darren Power starting in 7th with Shane Purvis there in 8th. And then the last 2 positions on the grid in 9th, it's Cameron Bell, and in 10th, it will be Charlie Richardson. The Richardson Racing crew, they definitely came on strong late in that first race this morning. That hastily repaired Jacer definitely was in a much happier place with for Charlie, but that she just ran out of laps and ran out of time to be able to really try and make a pass on either Shane Purvis or Cameron Bell at the end of the second race of the weekend. As they're rolling around this smaller grid that we're not so quite accustomed to seeing here in Vic State Circuit Racing. It's been a great battle for P1 and P2 and P3 and P4 yesterday, and a great 3-way fight this morning for the second race on us. What do you think we've got in store in this one, Tom? Because it is a little bit of a longer distance race, so a bit more time management, pace management perhaps, but unlike this morning, I don't think they're going to be quite throwing the kitchen sink at it on lap 1.
Perhaps, but we hope for even a top 5 battle for this race between the likes of Partridge, Quiddington, Kieran Hamilton and maybe Ashley Clifford. Perhaps even Malachi Windsor can tack onto the back of this battle. But if it's going to be anything like the opening race yesterday and race 1 this morning, should be very exciting for the fans that are up on the hill, which there are a fair few I've seen today, which it's great to see. We are so close to Melbourne, so it's obviously a lot easier to get down to here than, say, a Phillip Island or a Winton.
Absolutely. Now, I have noticed you talked about the weather before as well. Yes, it is a little bit cooler and a bit more overcast compared to what we were expecting, but I've noticed there's quite a strong tail breeze coming down the main straight as well. It has picked up in the last couple of hours, so that means a headwind when they're braking up into turn 6, but it also means a little bit of a different braking marker potentially going into turn number 1, the notoriously bumpy turn number 1, which we're about to head towards right now as the Formula V field get away. First to second gear change over in a heartbeat, second up to third, and then up to fourth. You only use gears 3 and 4 once you're in them in a Formula V. It's a 4-speed box, and the first 2 are pretty much just to get you off the line, and the rest of it is for the rest of your race. Oh, another big double lockup from Ash Quiddington. That's the second time this weekend, actually today in fact, that he's done that at turn number 1, and that was just as bad as what it was this morning.
Yeah, I wonder if his brake bias is a little too far to the front. He may need to tweak that a little bit further back. I'm not sure if these guys have adjustable brake bias in the cockpit. They do.
They do, and that's one thing that Ash said to me in the intermission between races, that he felt that he had his brake bias was a little bit too far forward, and then when it happened 2 or 3 times, he was then constantly playing with the brake bias for most of the race, just to make sure he was in a happy spot for all of the laps. A lot of drivers, they tend to just set the brake bias and then just sort of deal with it, but you do have that little bit of adjustability, and if you're constantly adjusting that brake bias in an open wheeler car, it kind of suggests there's maybe a little bit of a balance problem, or something's not quite right there, or your tyre pressures are a little bit different compared to everybody else, and then it just makes the effect, it just magnifies it, in other words.
Yeah, it's another thing for these drivers to think about already when they're in a 4-way battle for the lead. It's just something that you don't want to have playing in the back of your mind. You want to be confident that you can stamp on the brakes as hard as you can down into turn number 1, and we take a look at the battle for the last few positions there. I think Purvis has just been overtaken and shuffled all the way back to the rear. Cameron Bell is leading this group from Malachi Windsor, and then the 16 of Charlie Richardson, she's moved herself up nicely into position number 9.
Yep, and Malachi looks like he's had a pretty poor start there. He started in 6th place, he's fallen behind Darren Power, he's fallen behind Cameron Bell, who's probably had the best start out of the second half of the grid. He started in 9th and has moved all the way now up to 7th. So, and Purvis, who started in 8th, has moved himself back up to where he was according to that, but then he's now gone all the way to the rear and is trailing Charlie Richardson at the moment. So, good start for a couple of drivers in the lower half of the field, and a couple of poor starts there as well. Now for Windsor, he probably would have been hoping to get a reasonably decent start and see if he could tack on to the back of the Star Res Sabre of Ash Clifford, because while Clifford's about halfway down the front straight, these guys at the back here only have just exited the final corner.
Yeah, we see Malachi Windsor sort of pull to the driver's left side to try and go past Cameron Bell, and he's already done it. Way past the blue machine of Cameron Bell down into turn 1, and Malachi hopefully put his head down, march forward through the race, and hopefully get up to the back of Darren Power and Ashley Clifford, who sort of find themselves in no man's land. They're sort of in between 2 battles and can't really move themselves forward, and can't, the battles behind restricting the guys behind them, catching them up.
That's right. So Windsor now setting sail for the back of his Acura Racing stablemate in Darren Power, and leaving behind Cameron Bell, who's hoping to stay ahead of Charlie Richardson. Now this group of 3, which was the same group of 3 that we saw earlier this morning, has motored away from Brock Hamilton again. So it's not been a great couple of opening laps, the opening 3 laps in fact of this race for Hamilton. He trails the race leader Partridge by around about 3 seconds, and we saw he was about 2.5 seconds behind at the checkered flag earlier this morning. So he's lost quite a lot of touch and quite a lot earlier compared to what he did this morning.
Yeah, it sort of seems like Brock sort of struggles on the first opening laps. He can't quite hang with them at the start, but then as the guys in front of him battle, he slowly starts to claw that margin back. Taking a look at the lap times, on the last lap, Ashley Quinton did a 1 minute 8.76, and he was the fastest round. Lee Partridge in the lead doing an 8.9. And Andre Curran in third doing a 9.2, sort of just off the back of this leading pair.
This is a little bit more subdued than what we saw this morning, which tends to suggest that they're playing the longer game here, knowing that it's 19 minutes plus the 1 lap. So we got 10 or 11 laps this morning, and it's probably tack on about another 5 at least, I would say, give or take a lap. So it is quite a long journey.
Perhaps, yeah, with 11 minutes 40 seconds to go this time by the stripe. The battle for the lead is going to be on down into turn number 1. Ashley Quinton right behind the 28 of Lee Partridge, the Stickaroo entry. Where is Quinton going to go? Is he going to go to the inside or the outside? No, he's going to sit behind, bide his time. Of course, with 11 minutes to go, he's got plenty of opportunities to make this happen, but he doesn't want to leave it too long so that Andre Curran will join this three-way fight for the lead.
Curran's losing some touch here as well, so they probably haven't tuned that car for the conditions. They're probably expecting it to be a little bit warmer than what it is, and he's now around 1.3 seconds behind the leading pair, which is effectively putting him out of slipstream range. So he's going to rely on the 2 Sabres in front of him to fight and argue for a handful of laps, and hopefully he can just put his head down and that margin will start to shrink. But he needs to start really getting his skates on if he's going to have any sort of impact on the top of the rostrum here at the last race of Calder Park. So as it sits right now, the man leading the race is not going to have enough points in the bag to snatch the state title away from the man in second place. He's going to be relying on the number 12 entry, the Silver Fox Racing and Oasis Building number 12 of Ash Quidington, to make a mistake or to have some sort of failure to amass enough points to be able to overhaul that 31-point deficit.
One thing I'm noticing with Vee Racing is it's a bit like a rubber band effect, with the leaders, Partridge sort of pulling away throughout the back section of the lap, and Quinton closing right up at the back of him. Down the front straight, of course, using that toe to great effect, but down the back straight into turn number 6, this area has been improved with the runoff lengthened. Both see them pedaling the car through turn 6, through the right-hander, through the left-hander, taking a massive amount of curb there is Ashley Quidington, and then he's going to set up his run through the last corner onto the front straight. Let's see what he can do. Is he going to make a move by the time they get to turn number 1?
Well, we're about to find out. Talking about rubber bands, I think the correct terminology of that, we call it the elastic gap. It's always ebbing and flowing. It gets bigger and it gets smaller depending on what happens. So you're right, the different strengths and weaknesses. It seems to be that Quidington is much better under braking, especially for turn 1 and for turn 6. But Partridge has a little bit better drive and a little bit better traction out of some of the corners. So that's where it gets bigger and then it gets smaller. Shane Purvis here, tucked in behind the Pogo Espresso Jacer of Charlie Richardson. He pulls out to the left-hand side. And I'm a bit surprised, actually. Charlie's sort of holding her own there for a little bit longer than I would have anticipated. But Purvis is through at the end of the day. He was a little bit deep into turn 1, but he didn't lock a brake. He manages to carry the momentum all the way around the outside of the corner, and that carries him back up into 9th place.
Yeah, Victorian doing well to pull that move off down the front straight. We're looking to attack the number 4 there of Cameron Bell. Through the flip-flop they go, lifting wheel on the left-hander down the back straight. Too far away to make a move this time by, but will set his run up down the front straight and see if he can get past.
I wonder how Heath Collinson in the Silver Fox garage feels watching the number 4 go around, because of course that was his championship winning car from several years ago, and when he, I guess, quote unquote retired from racing, that car was sold to Cameron Bell. Heathy has had a little bit of a run in the Vees this year. He had a run at Phillip Island when there was a vacancy in Silver Fox Garage. It was great to see him back out there, actually. I believe he is quote-unquote obligated to enter Island Magic now that one Reef McCarthy, I've noticed, has put his registration in for Island Magic, a man who's got a bit of unfinished business after last year's second place to Daniel Reynolds in the Maury Fordham Trophy, a man who was on a winning streak for Maury Fordham trophies up until that point.
Yeah, Phillip Island always produces fantastic racing for Formula V, much like Formula Ford, who will also be attending Island Magic in November.
Yes.
And on the front straight, again with the front two. Not sure if Quiddington has quite got the pace at this stage of the race to try and do anything. As we look at Pervs getting past Bell down into turn number 6.
Good job there.
It's the job done nicely in the Joust Raceway machine.
Yeah, would have got that done, I'd imagine, out of the flip-flop chicane. And just some drivers have had a much better run through there, just get their line a little bit nicer than others. What they did last year with that little kink in the back straight, that right over left situation, was they tightened up the apex on the driver's left. So turn 5, which was sort of almost just like it was almost inconsequential. You could take it flat. So what they did was they pulled and sort of sharpened the curb at turn 5 a little bit to force drivers to just check up a little bit from a safety point of view, spot their marker, turn it in for the right-hander, turn it back for the left-hander. That's why you see so many drivers putting a couple of right-hand side tyres off as they come out of that chicane, because they're just pushing the limits a little bit too far. So watch these, we're about to say watch those two come up and over, and you'll probably would have got a fairly good illustration of it. But we'll get probably a good read on these two as they go through it this time around. And you can see here Quiddington much closer this time. Half a second last time was the gap across the stripe. It's about half that now, maybe a little bit less, slightly less than half.
I dare say we'll get a change for position here. Down the inside goes Quiddington, down the front straight. Tucks out behind Lee Partridge in the 28, and he's already cleared him by the time they get to turn 1. Perhaps Partridge is just playing the long game. 5 minutes, 40 seconds to go at Calder Raceway.
I don't think Partridge will mind this. He's led the majority of the race so far. He's led pretty much the first 10 or 11 minutes of it.
No,
he won't mind sitting behind Quiddington for a couple of laps. He'll know there's still plenty of time on the board, and he will have done the math, worked out how many laps there are. See, almost zero curb use for these two going through the flip-flop chicane, whereas some drivers in the V's are just taking an ever so slight amount of the inside curb. Malachi Windsor, here we go. He's back past his stablemate from Pura Motorsport in Darren Power. That's just happened down the front straight. So the car's got some pace for Malachi. He's definitely very quick. He's starting to come to grips with that car very well over the course of the weekend. He's had a couple of poor starts and a little bit of bad luck with the clutch yesterday.
Well, I wonder if Darren's had an issue. He seems to have fallen a fair way back off Ashley Clifford, but
11.4 last time around for him as
slower.
well, compared to Malachi's 10.3. So I mean, there's a second gone straight away.
Even going back to the lap chart, last time by for your leaders, Quiddington and Partridge. Quiddington did an 8.8 and Lee Partridge did a 9.3. So that's where all the time was picked up. As we take the front two again, right on the back of the gearbox is Lee Partridge on the back of Ashley Quiddington.
Here we go.
Mount Jane through the flip-flop. Let's see if these guys take any curb through here.
There won't be any curb. I think if there is, it'll just be a couple of millimetres either side. You can see Partridge's right side tyres just gave it a little bit of a snick as they went through, so he's got the line absolutely right. It's not like improved production in the last race where you'd see them getting some air under the left tyres and some air under the right-hand side tyres as they went through much bigger, heavier cars. They can sort of control their weight a little bit better than these two cars here. If you take a bit too much curb in cars like this, it does upset the balance quite a lot.
Yeah, you've got to be quite careful with how much curve you're taking in these cars. You see them lifting a wheel, sometimes trying too hard. Watch these two through here. Cameron Bell taking the right-hander curb.
Yeah, a lot
he's going to set up his run down into turn number 6. Does he pull out and go for this move? No, he doesn't. He sits behind. He's going to bide his time and perhaps just draft past the Joust Raceway car down the front straight.
Yep, I think the front straight and then the braking into turn 1 is probably Cam's favourite point at this stage. He seems to be gelling well with the car. Last time they were here, it was the Sabre 01 that they were piloting around this circuit 12 months ago. So it's a bit hard too when you go to the same circuit but in a different car. You do take a bit of time to get a bit of a different read on things. Earlier this year they were looking forward to Phillip Island the most because that's where they'd done the most running up until this point in time. That sort of gave them a bit of an idea about where they were at and what direction they were going with this car. The number 4 machine stuck in here behind Shane Purvis.
So looking down at the timing screen, I noticed Darren Power did his personal best at that time by. Did a 10.5. He is currently sitting in position 7. He is just behind Malachi Windsor there, which is just ahead of these guys, number 6 and number 4 of Cameron Bell, who's going to have a look down at one of maybe the third opportunity of the lap, third clear overtaking opportunity of the lap, and he's well clear of number 6 there.
That was fairly easy pass at the end of the day. I for a moment thought that Shane might have made a little bit of a mistake exiting the flip-flop, but in fact I think he actually pulled out either to defend or just to realise, you know what, I'm not going to sit here and worry about you in my mirrors. I'll just let you go and then I'll see if I can get you back before the end of the race. There's just over 2 minutes left to run in this race. Here are your leaders down the hill off of Mount Jane, again through turn 4, right-hander, through turn 5, left-hander. Now moving the cars over to the left-hand side of the circuit for the right-hander approach into the 6, 7 and 8 complex. Turn goes right, then it goes left, and then a little bit of a kink to the right, and then this big 180-degree bend at the final corner, and then put your power down and get onto the front straight. Looks like Partridge maybe got a little bit crossed up there. I think he may have caught a little bit of the inside curb at the beginning of turn 9 that he wasn't expecting and had to correct the wheel there. But whatever he did, it's actually put him right on the gearbox now of the number 12 out of the Silver Fox Racing stable. Ash Quiddington towing the number 28 of Partridge down the front straight. Back to Cameron Bell and to Shane Purvis. That's very much still a status quo like it was a lap ago as they come into the final complex of corners. They're still trying to give chase to Malachi Windsor and Darren Power, who are just ahead of them on the circuit. But back to our race leaders, who are probably going to go very close to getting 2 more laps here. Just judging by the time, there's 50 seconds remaining.
Easily.
We'll get 2 more after this.
Yeah, definitely get 2 more laps between these two. Battling well. Partridge has multiple laps here to think about how he's going to get past Ashley Quiddington. Deep under brakes, both of them.
And then now they're pushing the limits. I just saw the tail of the number 12 kick around just a little bit, chattering on the rear brakes, so brake bias is now fully forward. That's making the tail of the number 12 a little bit happier than what it was before. It's not so planted, and Partridge has probably seen that and knows that there's an opportunity to pounce here. Is it this lap or is it the next lap? Partridge will be doing the math in his head because there's be 2 more to go.
He's sitting behind. I'm watching him down the front straight out of our commentary box window. The same shot you guys are getting on your screens at home. He's going to sit behind. I dare say he'll wait for the last lap board to come out next time around, and he will pounce down the front straight.
I think so. I think he's waiting for that opportunity here. It's been a very long race. This is the 15th lap that these drivers are working, so 16 laps in a Formula V is quite a long journey. Quick look at a replay here. This was how Cam Bell got back past Shane Purvis, so there's been a couple of exchanges of position between the number 4 and the number 6 over the last couple of laps. Very good job there between the 2 of them. Right. Partridge looking left, looking right. Quiddington sitting in the middle of the road on the approach to turn 6. Now pushes a little bit harder into turn number 6 under brakes. Tries to open the margin up a little bit to his championship rival. Partridge with a little bit loose out of the final corner. Did he get a good purchase on the rear tyres to get a good run down the front straight? It's not too bad. He's sitting in the tow and the last lap board is out this time around. So if Partridge is going to pounce, he's got 2 opportunities to do it. The first one comes up here at turn number 1. He swings to the left. He's going to have to go the long way around. He's cleared him. He could cut down in front now, but you've got to be very careful. You don't then cause the driver behind to run into your rear tailpipe. And Partridge is through at turn number 1. He's got to hang on for 8 more corners.
So poor Ashley Quiddington had a target on his back the whole way down the front straight, and Partridge used his time, bit his time nicely, and he took the lead off of Ashley Quiddington through the flip-flop. It's going to have to be a mistake here for Ashley Quiddington to get back through for the lead.
He pushed it very hard through the flip-flop there, got a little bit of air under the tyres for Quiddington, has a think, has a look, at the inside at 6. Nope, no room through there, and there probably won't be much time to get room through here in this final sequence of corners. It'd be a Hail Mary up the inside at 9 if it was. It's not going to happen. Partridge might be taking the win and taking the round, but your state champion is going to be the man in position number 2 for Oasis Building and Silver Fox Racing. It's a second place for Whittington, which is enough for a state crown for him, but Partridge will take the round honours and will lower the margin going into the final club round of the championship at Island Magic in 4 weeks' time.
Awesome racing between Malachi Windsor here and Darren Power, I believe, in the J-Sir on the last lap, last corner, this time by the Acura Racing teammates. Who's going to get the job done out of these two? It'll be Malachi Windsor who holds on, and I believe that will be for position number 6. Darren Powell will come home in 7th. And then looking further back, we'll have Shane Purvis and Cameron Bell. This battle for position number 8 and 9 will be settled with...
It's going to be Purvis.
Yeah, Purvis will get that spot.
And Charlie Richardson looks like she's faded a little bit late in this one. She'll be the last one across the line in the orange and black J, so there she is. So everybody home in Formula V for the last Formula V race of the weekend. Great exchange out in front for P1 and P2 yet again, with 0.3 of a second separating them. Partridge, your winner and of the race, and also the round winner, but Whittington doing just enough, as he has done all season long, to be crowned the 2024 Victorian State Champion for Formula V. Andre Curran very nearly slipped back into the clutches of Brock Hamilton there at the end of the race. There was only 0.7 of a second between them at the checkered flag, so another podium for Andre for this weekend. Then Ash Clifford in 5th, Malachi Windsor just ahead of Darren Power in 6th, and then Shane Purvis and Cameron Bell nose to tail at the flag there. Charlie Richardson, the last car home, in 10th place.
You saw how much that meant to Ashley Whittington, winning the 2024 Victorian State Series for Formula V. He was fist bumping the air as he came across the line. Same with Lee Partridge, who took round honours, and the crowd saluting these drivers as they come down pit lane, waving to the crowd.
Great job for the Formula V drivers, and duly acknowledged by the fans on the hill here on the front straight. Pretty much up the drag strip end of Calder Park, and they got a great view of that from the circuit. So Formula V finished there. My thank you to you, Tom Reed. What a great way to step in and fill in the big boots of Dan McCarthy. It's been a pleasure having you on board.
It's been great fun, Steve. Look forward to coming back for more.
Absolutely. So we are running slightly early here. You can see there that Formula V, it was scheduled for 2:18 p.m. and we've actually just gone 2:21. So there's been a bit of a rejigging of the schedule about 25 minutes early. There's still 5 races to go here on Championship Sunday of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships at Calder Park, and the Hyundai XLs will be up next. We will take a short break and be back with them.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Championship Sunday rolls on here at Calder Park Motorsports Complex in the northwest of Melbourne. It's a fantastic day at the moment. It's been pretty changeable. It's been pretty muggy outside. The wind has picked up. It's dropped off. The sun is hidden behind clouds from time to time. We even got a few spots of rain earlier this afternoon, but that's all cleared away. It's a glorious day for racing, and we have one more outing of the Victorian Hyundai XL Championship to go. My name is Matt Dunlop. Joining me alongside the box, it's actually quite warm in this commentary box, Tom Reed. We've got these big glass panels here that are radiating a lot of that heat onto us, but for the drivers out there in these cars, they're really going to be feeling the heat.
It is quite warm in here, quite stuffy actually. We need a bit of aircon, a bit of ventilation. We just got the stat there of 26.3 degrees. I think it said 20 kilometres of wind, and that is sort of a crosswind at this point in time down the front straight. It used to be a tailwind down into turn 1 and a headwind up into 6, but no, it's more of a crosswind at the moment. Taking a shot there of turn 1, bathed in sun.
Copping the wind straight into the microphone that we can hear there as well, so you can just hear how much of that gust is blowing. But these Hyundai XLs, they're pretty light cars. They're going to possibly feel that buffeting quite a bit. Beautiful facility you have here. So much history encapsulated into these acres here. Back in the days when those seats were filled with so many fans here for the Oz cars and the NAS cars around the Thunderdome. But we've got plenty of our own action here to come. Race 3 of the Hyundai XL is coming up. Ashton Kadich is on for a perfect round here. He's won the first 2 races, and he starts from pole position alongside Tice Hodge, the champion-elect, with Hugo Simpson up in the Gold Coast this weekend racing 86s. He has left that vacant, so if Tice Hodge finishes in the top 10, he will win the championship. If he finishes below that, Ashton Kadich actually finds himself in with a shot, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
William Sala starts from 3rd position with Harry Strick, who had a very exciting excursion across the turn 3 curve last race. He'll be starting from 4th. Tabitha Ambrose in 5th position in the number 199 Marcus Ambrose Motorsport car with James Serra. Lachlan Harvey, great result for Lachlan Harvey there in 7th position with Brendan Sala starting out of 8th.
Then we move to position 9 and 10, which would be Samuel Gibson and Rio Campbell in the 333 off 10th. Jack Johnson, Ben Gallagher in position 12. Then we move back to your 13th and 14th place starting cars, which will be Carly Fleming, the Victorian, Lee Salemeiler in the 327 off 14th, Keenan Jones off 15, and Emily Jones has made it out for the final race. She unfortunately had a DNF in race 2 this morning, but it's great to see her back out. Just hearing word that Lee Salemeier may not be out there, may not take a start this race.
Yeah, it's a shame that that car won't be on the grid, but it's good to see that Emily Jones had a throttle cable issue. So a throttle linkage snapped when she was coming onto the back straight, so she lost all of her drive. So she retired had to pull over the side of the track there, brought out that safety car, which wreaked quite a bit of havoc there once it came back out again. So for Emily, she's a bit annoyed with herself that she's lost all that momentum that she had, obviously pole position, finishing 2nd in race 1 as well. So 19 minutes and 1 lap is how much time that all these drivers have to do the best they can to get these feature points for this feature race. Emily Jones has a little bit more time up her sleeve to try and work her way through the field, and turn 1, lap 1 is going to be one of the biggest action zones, because if you get a pass done there, it's quite difficult to really make a move around the outside. So if you can file in, get on that inside line, get a bit of pace, then it might pay off dividends. As we saw on the restart last time around, Harry Strick used that to advantage. Starting from 3rd, was able to pass 2nd up the inside by just hanging on to the back of 1st. It's just that much quicker on the inside in turn 1. So there's going to be a lot of jostling for position as they make the run down to turn 1 for one final time here in the Victorian Hyundai XL Championship. Tice Hodge pulling up to 2nd place on the grid. He's got 9 out of 10 of his fingers on that trophy already. It would be a very, very unfortunate situation for him if he wasn't to take the start. We are just seeing there is an empty spot on the grid, but the cars are still filing through. So everyone's just gridding up now. It does look to be that Lee Salemeier is unfortunately indeed missing from this race, but we've still got a bumper field of Hyundai XLs, which have been given the green flag at the back. The 5-second board has been withdrawn. The red lights are on. We're underway. It's a pretty even start at the front between Hodge and Kadich. Kadich seems to be pulling away just a little bit, but it's very, very close between he and Hodge. They're basically neck and neck in terms of their acceleration, their gear changes. There's not a whole lot between them, but let's see who can get the run down here into turn 1. Hodge is going right around the outside. I think he's already resigned to the fact that he may have to drop back, but he's actually got a bit of a nose in front here. He's going to try and hang it around the outside of the number 13 of Kadich, but it is going to be Kadich who leads into turn 1. We can see just how bumpy it is on the exit there of turn number 2. There's such stiff spring rates in these Hyundai XLs. They really just get shaken around, and they've got to be careful on these curves as well so they don't spend too much time in the air. Kadich has a couple of car lengths already, with Hodge sitting pretty comfortable in second, but he's got a train forming up behind him already.
While you're watching that battle for the lead, I was looking down the back, and Emily Jones made up 6 positions by the time they got down to turn 1. So she had a ripping start there. And we're looking at Sala down the inside here of the 630. That is Harry Strick, who's going to have the outside line, turn to the inside line for the left hand of the penultimate corner. Can he keep it there for the last corner? No, he's not. He's going to tuck behind Sala in the 38, but down the inside, look at Tabitha Ambrose. She sniffs an opportunity. She's going to go down the inside of the last corner, but can't quite get that move stuck.
Just got pushed a little bit wide out onto the curb there, and these curbs are so treacherous for these Hyundai XLs because of that stiff spring rate. They just get bounced around, and it's an open differential in these cars as well. Look at this side-by-side action between Sala and the number 25 there. They're going hammer and tongs. Everyone's fanning out now. Kadich is miles in front, but look at Emily Jones already in front of how many cars is that she's passed? I think that's 7 cars now she's passed already in this race, just on lap 1. Fantastic start from the number 6.
She's up to position 8 behind Rio Campbell already from the back of the grid. So that's an incredible start. Bit of contact there between Johnson and Sala. They need to play this a little nicely here through the left-hander over Mount Jane. Let's see if these guys can get this battle sorted out. Don't go down the inside there. He won't do it through the flip-flop. You'll see he's run up down into turn number 6. Probably have a lunge down under brakes.
He's very much got some work to catch up on, does Johnson. He didn't finish race 1, so he's missing a few points. So he's looking to make as much of a run as he possibly can as they all pile in behind. Now James Serra is going to find his mirrors filled with the number 6 of Emily Jones. They're all starting to form a bit of a train now. They don't want to let each other go in terms of slipstream. Now that we're getting more of a crosswind and a tailwind, there's going to be a little bit more benefit to having that draft down the main straight. So they're going to tuck in really tight here. You might even expect them to see them snaking out quite a bit, and you could definitely expect to see some very defensive driving on the run into turn 1, because it is such an important part of track to be able to protect.
Here comes Emily Jones there on the back of the 994. That is James Serra, but we're looking at Sala down the inside of Tice Hodge. Hodge, remember, is in a championship position, He needs to finish inside the top 10. Let's see if he can hold on, as I think Emily Jones did get past Sarah in the 994. So she set sights after of Rio Campbell.
Rio Campbell having that off last race that we saw after a little bit of contact with the 199 of Tabitha Ambrose. Got speared onto the inside of the track. I was worried that he might have taken a little bit of suspension damage, but no harm done. So he's out on track and he's giving it everything for race 3 here in this feature race. We don't have a timer working on this display here screen, but we've got 20 minutes of this, or around about 20 minutes of this race happening from the moment they rolled out of the pits. So this is going to be a good one, and there's still plenty of action to go, folks. Don't you worry about that. Look at Emily Jones already swarming all over the back of that number 333 car there. She's going to be looking to make as many moves as possible, and she's got the chance to do it. There's going to be if she has a good run down the straight here, she's already tucked right in. Look at the gap as they go past the camera shot here. Nothing. Basically being towed, like full-on tow bar action there for Emily Jones. Has already pulled out onto the inside, and I reckon she's going to pretty comfortably have that move as long as she can find her markers and not overshoot as she runs into turn 1 here.
So that is for position number 6. Unfortunately, the timing screen and our timing screen in the commentary box has sort of had a little bit of a meltdown, and we can't tell you how long we have left in this race, but Jones did make a pass there on Rio Campbell for position number 6. She'll get up the back of Tabitha Ambrose there in the 199. Who is sitting behind Harry Strick.
Yeah, Tabitha Ambrose got a little bit hung high and dry on those curbs we saw a couple of laps ago. I was talking to her earlier, and she's still like very much learning how to racecraft and like where to put the car in the right time, especially in this part of the track that we're seeing on screen now, this 6, 7, 8 sequence, because it's so important to string that together, especially if you're mid-battle, getting your lines right, but also not sacrificing too much of your pace. And they have to run these cars all the way out to the concrete there on turn 10, between 9 and 10, because they just understeer so much, these Hyundai XLs. They need every last millimetre of exit runoff there that they can get to get as much power down as possible down this main straight. So, fastest lap that time around, Emily Jones with a 113.6273. For reference, at the front, Kadich is a 114.09. So Emily Jones is flying 4/10 faster than the leading car on track at the moment. As we can see now, this is the battle for second position. So This is William Sala holding off Tice Hodge, the champion-elect, and Harry Strick. Tice Hodge isn't going to be looking to make too many risks. He knows what the stakes are for the championship. He's got it in the back of his head. He knows that he just needs to finish at the pointy end, thereabouts. Top 10 is going to be good enough, so he doesn't want to do anything silly here. Just dips a wheel in the dirt there on the exit there. I think at the same time, you don't want to do anything silly, but if it's your last outing of the season, you want to have a little bit of fun, don't you?
You want to have a little bit of fun, but you also want to keep the car straight so it can roll into the trailer. Nice when you get back to the pits at the end of the race. But top 4 or so slowly closing up to, the second, third and fourth are slowly closing up to the back of Ashton Kadich here. They can't let him get too far away down the front straight using all that road, like you said. For not a very high-powered car, they do use a lot of it.
They certainly do. They have to. With all the lack of power that they have in these Hyundai XLs, momentum is crucial, and nailing your racing line through every single corner, because you can't just put your foot down and get the benefit of that if you lose a bit of time in a corner. You have to use every single little iota there. So that's why it's such a good tool for these young drivers to learn their craft, learn their racing lines, and learn smooth driving first and foremost, so that they can really get the most out of these really nimble, lightweight, down on power, relatively speaking, little cars. So that's why they're such a good tool. We see here pass now. That is the number 11 of Gallia going up the inside of Carly Fleming, or at least trying to. Has to back off a little bit, and Carly Fleming holds on around the outside. Great job from the number 142 car there.
So the battle surrounding Tice Hodge there, second, third and fourth. One of those cars is bashing the limiter through turn number 2 and 3, looking to get every little bit of advantage over their competitors as the top 4 have closed up. We're looking back here at Gallagher through the flip-flop, taking a wonderful curb cam, which seems to get moved every race.
It certainly does. That car livery, oh geez, it's doing wonders for me, because I remember like my first days of being a fan of racing. We had this cassette tape, a VHS if you will, of the old Bathurst, the mid-90s ones, the Larry Perkins, Greg Hansford, Russell Ingall, that sort of era. That Castrol livery, it taps into the right part of the nostalgia for me. I love it. It's a beautifully presented car, and he's doing quite well out there at the moment. Currently sitting in, I believe, he's in 14th position as we stand at the moment. So great little scraps all the way up and down in this XL field, and we see Keenan Jones in the 380 doing his best to hold on to the back. Now, I remember last race, Keenan Jones and Gallia were both having some issues with braking markers there. Now look at this. Emily Jones has already made it past Tabitha Ambrose. She's up into 5th position now. Unbelievable stuff. From starting at the back of the field today, this has been an incredible run, and she doesn't have far to go to make her way up to this leading pack here.
Doesn't have far at all. If the top 4 start squabbling a little bit more, she's going to be right on the back of them. She has set the fastest lap of this race with a 13.6. She is clear of everyone else. You can hear them squirming under brakes there into turn number 6.
Any gap that Ashton Kadich had at the front has evaporated as well. It is definitely a 4-car train for the lead. He was looking to have some pretty good runs down the main straight, but this pack has caught up to him big time. They've all still stayed pretty line astern. They're not chopping and changing positions too much, and now we've got a full draft train happening down the main straight. Kadich, Sala, Hodge, Strick. This is the battle down for 13th position, and we see Gallia has moved up in front of Carly Fleming now with the green numbers on that 142, but Carly Fleming has gotten, if you take out the average of how many events these drivers go to and how much track time, I'd say Carly Fleming is at the top, because she's doing double duty in that XL in most things, and more often than not, when Formula Fords are on the billing as well, she's running one of those too.
Yep, as much seat time for her as possible. It's fair enough. I'd love to be doing the same thing. It'd be awesome to be at every racetrack. But this battle between the back sort of 3 drivers is hotting up. Around the outside is Carly Fleming. She's going to try it on Gallagher. It's going to have to be a deep lunge under brakes. Around the outside, probably not going to work. She won't be able to stick that there. And the 380 might get a run on her down into turn number 2, but can't quite get it done. And these guys will press on and live for another day.
She's been feeling pretty comfortable going around the outside of turn 1, which not a whole lot of drivers have been so far this weekend. We saw Harry Strick just after the restart in this morning's race in the XLs going around trying to make some use of the outside line there, and it paying off quite well for him. But at the moment, yeah, that number 11 there, that Castrol liveried car, is sitting quite well in 13th position now, but there's a bit of a gap of around about 5 or 6 seconds up the road to 12th position, Gibson in the 172. Meanwhile, up at the front, Tice Hodge having a look up the inside, as does Sala. Are they going to make it 3 wide on the run down into turn 1? They bump mirrors. Tice Hodge gets his mirror folded in just a little bit, Bit of bumping action between the 36 and the 630 as well. These fellas are neck and neck at the front of the field. Great racing, and now Tice Hodge has his sights on a race win. Ashton Kadich, though, he's been driving great defensive running all weekend long. He's not going to let that 185 by without a fight.
Along with a race win, Tice Hodge is also looking to claim the state championship for the Hyundai Excels. Around the outside, we're looking at Harry Strick in the 630, as well as Tice Hodge having a look at Ashton Kadich into turn 6. Can't get it done. What about the 2 cars behind them? Strick's going to send it on the inside. Can he force the car out wide? He has, but he's going to have to chop his nose here through the last corners. A little bit of contact, a little bit of left front to right rear, and we go yellow in our timing screen. There is a safety car.
Safety car indeed. We're not sure what has brought that safety car out, but the field has been neutralised. So they'll all come to the line and slow it right down here, and this will neutralise things. So there was already a pretty close battle at the front of the field here, and it is Sala, the 181, who is pulled up there. That car is not pointing. It's either in the wrong direction or it's sitting on an escape road. Either way, that is not where you want that car to be. I think he's actually, so what he's done is he's turned left just towards the end of the main straight onto the connecting road to the Thunderdome. So that's where he's parked his car. Has he been spun around? Because from this angle, it's hard to tell, but he doesn't look too far from the racing line. So we've got no idea what's happened there, but it's very unfortunate for the 181. That is Brendan Sala.
I can't help but wonder if he's had contact with Rio Campbell, who is a long way back.
Yeah, well, we've got a replay here. Let's see what's happened. So we pan across here. There you go. So that's James Serra.
Separate incident.
With Rio Campbell. So this is separate. So he is stuck on the track. So there's no movement for the 333, just sitting on the curb. But so, yeah, it looks to be a completely separate incident to what may have affected Sala. The car looks straight.
Yeah,
doesn't look to be any damage, at least on this side. So he may have just had an issue.
Yeah, I think it's a mechanical issue. Those 2 incidents separate. Campbell was able to get going there, but there was a little bit of a clumsy incident, down the end of the front straight. And yeah, just getting word that Sala was stationary when they called the safety car.
So the lights are already out. The safety car's coming right back in. All these cars have gotten out of the way again. And look how much the field is bunched up here. So Ashton Kadich takes control once again. Look at Tice Hodge. He's basically glued to the front of that car right now. Green flags are waving. The feet have already hit the floor. Kadich is trying to make his run for it, but Tice Hodge has not left too much of a gap there. There will be 3 to go. 3. They're blasting across the line now. Green flags are waving. They're all line astern. Kadich isn't able to make a breakaway from the front as much as he would like to. Look at them fan out now. Harry Strick, he feels like he wants to have a look around the outside. So does Emily Jones. Big puff of smoke from the right front of Harry Strick. He's going to lose a bit of space there. That's going to give Sala a good run, but he makes contact. Gets up on the curb. He had both front wheels off the deck there for quite a while. Lost himself a bit of momentum. Drops back to 4th. Harry Strick moves up to 3rd as a result. Emily Jones will be sitting tight looking at this going, this is fantastic. Now I get to shoot through here.
It is fantastic, but Sala and Harry Strick have been rubbing panels for a while here, and the safety car has sort of hopefully cooled their nerves a bit. But Strick around the outside is going to have a look at Tice Hodge. Pulls up to the left side of him. He's sort of ahead of him. He's got an overlap on Tice Hodge. Good left-hander, can't hold it there. He's going to have to slot back in. Emily Jones behind these guys, behind Sala. We're looking to claw our way up into a podium position. And up front, Ashton Kadich just wants these guys behind him to battle as much as possible.
He'll be liking what he sees in his mirror. All these drivers bashing elbows with each other, chopping and changing positions. Tice Hodge doesn't want to see that. He wants this win. He wants to cap off his championship season with a victory if he's going to take it home. He's already moved over to the right-hand side now just to get out of the way and get a little bit of clean air. They're all fanning out, trying to find their own little skerrig of real estate here. Kadich on the defensive, parks it in the middle of the track, makes everyone
Emily Jones.
Emily Jones around the outside there of Sala. Can she hang it tight there? They're going to be neck and neck, those two. So she's going to be able to slot in front here through 2 and 3. Potentially, yes, gets it done. She's up into 4th position.
She's come from 16th on the grid to 4th. What an amazing drive by Emily Jones.
Fantastic stuff in the number 66 VRS machine. Meanwhile, back in front, look at Harry Strick. He knows he's quick. He knows he's got what it takes to win this race as well. Everyone in this leading pack does. Ashton Kadich has a lot of work on his hands, making that XL as wide as he possibly can, nails his market, nails his line, doesn't give anyone the chance to slip up the inside or the outside. So he is the one in control of this race, and he is dictating things now. Can he hold on for what is going to be just a couple more laps, I think?
I believe we're going to get 2 laps to go. No last lap board shown this time. Of course, that will be shown when the clock runs to 0. But Hodge will be wanting to get this race win to top off a championship. Perhaps. Can't call it too early. Don't want to put the commentator's curse on him.
You just can't call it too early. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know who's going to be able to capitalise when all the music stops, who's going to be sitting in this right seat here. Emily Jones just keeping it nice and tidy there. Strick goes all the way to the outside. Kadich has to defend because Hodge is going around the outside. Hodge has the position. Can he hold it? I don't know if he can because it's just so bumpy out there. He's going to have to slot in behind the number 13 once again. So Kadich just doing what he does best, defending in turn 1 to make sure that no one can get past him.
Couple of personal bests on the timing screen further down in the order. Gibson, Gallagher, Keenan Jones setting their own personal best here, but our eyes are fully focused on the top 4. So is everyone up on the hill. Everyone is glued to this battle. Everyone is keeping a keen eye on this as Strick is going to try and go around the outside. Can't get it done. This is an amazing battle between the top 4. If I'm Emily Jones, I'm licking my lips waiting for these 3 to have a potential incident together. Of course, we don't want to see it, but should be rubbing your hands together hoping that happens.
That you can just see how bouncy these cars are because those springs are so stiff in these Hyundai XLs that you just got to make sure that you keep it planted so you're not losing too much traction as you're bouncing through that final corner there. Final lap board is out. These drivers will have one more tour of the Calder Park Racecourse here. You can see action happening all the way up and down there. There's a couple of cars fanning out. Tice Hodge feels pretty good about his slipstream. Harry Strick wants a bar of it as well. Hodge has a little bit more pace around the outside of Kadich. He's a little bit ahead, but I think Kadich is going to have the advantage here this time around. But can Hodge hold it around the outside? Yes, he can. They bump doors. They're neck and neck. Hodge is going to have the outside through 2. That'll give him the inside in 3. He's not going to have the race lead yet, but he is going to punt Kadich to the side. And now Harry Strick finds himself in the lead of this race. It has all changed in an instant. The 630 car leads the way. Ashton Kadich nails the curb there, gets the wheels up in the air. Hodge has fallen right back, and that has put Emily Jones into potentially 3rd position. Look at this gaggle of XLs. They all want a piece of this pie. This is on for young and old for 3rd position here. Tabitha Ambrose side by side with Brendan Sala. He's going to shoot wide and go across the grass. Just gets it in time, I reckon, so not much harm done there. Checkered flag will be out as they go to the front of the field. It's going to be Harry Strick who crosses the line to take the final race of the state season. But back further down the grid, I believe he's going to be in 4th or 5th position. Tice Hodge in 5th position is your champion. Your state champion for Hyundai XLs, the number 185. Congratulations, a championship very, very well earned. He'll be disappointed that he didn't get to race against Hugo Simpson in this final round of the season, but who needs a driver like Hugo Simpson when you've got that sort of action happening in every single corner? What a race.
Driver of the day, Emily Jones, got 3rd position in the end. She came from 16th. What an amazing drive from her. Bit of action there on the last lap with Tabitha Ambrose. She managed to get herself up to 4th in all of that. So she was having a close battle with one of the Salas, William Sala there. But we took a shot of Tice Hodge, absolutely ecstatic with that championship win.
Fantastic racing all the way up and down the field. I'm going to have to catch my breath now. Here's your final results. Harry Strick gets the win in the final race. Ashton Kadich takes 2nd position. That will be the round win for the number 13 car. With Emily Jones, 16th started on the grid, finished 3rd. That's an incredible run. Tabitha Ambrose crosses the line in 4th. Her best result of the weekend so far as well. With Tice Hodge, our new state champion, crossing the line in 5th position. William Sala, Lachlan Harvey, James Serra, Jack Johnson and Samuel Gibson round out your top 10. Folks, if you're on the hill, get down to the fence. They're rolling down to the pit lane now. Give these drivers a round of applause for the show you've just seen. That was absolutely incredible. We're just taking a look at the replay now of that last bit of action between Kadich and Hodge. Bumping doors, bending mirrors. I thought Hodge had him here on the inside, but just couldn't get it stuck there and had to push Kadich a little bit wide there. And Emily Jones was right there to take advantage. Couldn't get any further than third position. But what a finish to this season of Hyundai XL Racing. Tom, thank you so much for joining me. Fantastic racing. How did you see it?
It was incredible, Matt. Both the calls for me today have been amazing. Formula V put on a great show. Hyundai XL's always put on a good show. And it was great to see. Ultimately, Tyce Hodge coming away with the Victorian State Hyundai XL Championship. But we will move on in our program. Up next, we have the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship with their 19-minute race plus 1 lap.
Darren Smith and Callum Brannigan will join you in the box right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Trade Alley here at Calder Park Raceway. Brett Dickey, you've joined us to talk about Trade Alley, a wonderful initiative here this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity to expose the businesses that help us and obviously keep us employed during the week to our competitors and obviously all the fans that come and watch state racing, and especially out at Calder. It's good to be back.
So some of the vendors we've got here, obviously Fair Dick and Builds, they're one of the more prominent vendors here for the Trade Alley this weekend.
Yeah. So we got Fendick and Builds. So long and short of it, G&G Engineering Group, a group of companies, and our main side of the business is Fendick and Builds, and we have 4 different franchises there. So we got Hoppers Crossing, Pakenham, Lilydale, and Sunbury. So we've definitely got everyone covered in the shed side, and it's cool to show everyone, because obviously everyone needs to put their race car somewhere.
Absolutely. So what's your advice to vendors who might be watching this broadcast, wanting to get involved in Trade Alley in future?
I think it's a good way to give back as well, and you can come here and promote the businesses, and it's good because everyone knows each other, everyone's welcoming, and I think everyone needs to get behind it and actually help grassroots motorsport and help state level racing.
Brett Dickey, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you ready to rock, Calder? Because we're about to go sports sedan racing. We're going to shake the foundations here. Get yourself out of the grandstand, push your face up against the window for a bit of Groove Train Eastland sports sedan action. If you're joining us on television, just pull yourself a little bit closer to the TV. Turn it up to 11 because we've got the Gods of Thunder idling away, going through their warm-up procedure in the marshalling area. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, Callum Brannigan, a hard act to follow, Matt Dunlop and Tom Reed calling that XL race. A couple of young commentators going at it out there. An older one and a younger one, Callum. You find yourself about to do some sports sedans, the big bangers.
Jeez, who's the older one out of that one, Darren? Thank you for having me here this afternoon here at Calder Park Raceway, the traditional home of NASCAR and OzCar back in the day, and we are reviving that. We are taking a step forward in terms of noise and thunder with the sports sedans making their way out of the dummy grid and out onto the circuit for their third race of the weekend, Darren. This will be 19 minutes in duration plus a lap. And it's very bumpy out there. The bumpy circuit, or the bumpy surface, I should say, of the Calder Park Raceway is giving the drivers up and down the sports sedans field a lot to contend with. But out of a highly energised race we saw this morning, Travis Condon in that green Toyota Corolla. It's powered by a V8. A massive amount of effort from that man, Travis Condon. He's got a massive set of mutton chops. If you're ever looking for him in the paddock, he's not that hard to spot. However, More than 50 hours he put into that car to get it turned around and ready for this round, and also in readiness for a cameo appearance at Mount Panorama, Bathurst, coming up later on this month. But there you can see on screen Travis Condon in that green Corolla coming through the flip-flop. He's got John Ippolito for company as well. And Dean Cam sitting in position 3. Now, Dean Cam, that car, I've heard some numbers in the realms of 270, 280 kilometres per hour at the end of this long straight here at Calder Park. But it wasn't quite on song in that last race. It was just a little bit off the pace that we're used to seeing from Dean Cam. And of course, Brett Dickey fell out of contention. He was leading the race in race 2 before a water pump. Sorry, just distracted by something there. But a water pump belt fell off the Prelude. And it went into limp home mode because the temperature started soaring in the Prelude. So luckily the car took care of itself, and it wasn't too much effort for the team to get it turned around and ready for this race. But it does mean he's starting from the back of the grid, as you can see on the screen there. So that is going to be something to look out for. That is going to be a headline of this race, Darren.
Featuring this weekend for the first time in State Series trim is the rolling start. So we see the cars making their way around just to get an extra lap in there. Travis Condon strapped on a new set of rubber on the front axle for the race this morning, and we saw how gripped up he was in the front. The back was a completely different story. He had it lit up, it was live, and it was very, very active. They go around on their second warm-up lap. They give us the opportunity to strap on our life jackets and get set to get wet with the sports sedans for the Groove Train for QP Lubes and also National Blind Suppliers. The Gods of Thunder are going to bring it to Calder this afternoon. The track is a lot hotter now. Can Travis Condon, can he withstand what is going to be coming at him from behind? Dean Cam has to finish in the top 4 to take the championship hunt, and Travis Condon has to win. So there's a couple of things we've got to keep our eyes on. John Ippolito wants to take a race win. So does Francois Habib. He's still in the calculations as well. But I would suggest that we're all going to be watching this car, the white and yellow Brawn type of GP livery on that car of Brett Dickey. The Bollards direct entry draws alongside Adrian Reed in the white liveried Mini. And we have got ourselves a compact field of Victorian sports sedans about to set Calder Park alight. The place has seen many, many sports sedan battles over the 80s. In fact, sports sedans lit this place up right through the 70s and 80s. And we're about to do it all again now. They come round now. Everyone's beautifully bunched up. Travis Condon will control the pace as they come down. And our starter has been holding them right down the line. And, well, Francois Habib has gone very early there, as does Brad McGlurk. And Brett Dickey, the whole scene opens up down the middle of the track. The Honda just comes storming on through, gets through on Rand McGlurk and the Grim Ruiner in the 94 Calibra there. Condon goes back 2 spots. Francois Habib was early on the gas. We'll see how that one washes out during this race as Habib looks to the inside, tries to hold Condon off. Condon gets a lot of wheel spin. In fact, the entire lap is just about made up of wheel spin for the little Corolla. We see him over the bumps there. Brett Dickey into P4 down the front straight. We get up to the flip-flop. He keeps it off the curbs. The sports sedans don't like those curbs.
No, indeed, Darren. It's extremely easy to unsettle these cars. It's even to the point where they have to choose carefully the line that they come over the Jane Hill or the rise at the back part of the circuit. The hot tip is to keep it to the left-hand side because the bumps are so severe. We even saw the car of Ippolito, the front wheels departing or getting clear of the surface. So treacherous is the bumps over that particular hill. So coming past the start-finish stripe for the first time, it's still Ippolito leading the way. Ippolito leading the way from Habib, but there is a bit of a question mark over the starting procedure there from Francois Habib, one of the gentlemen, one of the fine scholars of the sports sedans paddock. Always up for a chat, always smiley. And confirmation there that it's actually been a penalty being slapped on Francois Habib. So unfortunate for the Dodo Commodore. He will receive 5 seconds on top of his lap time. His race time. Now there's Condon. He got a fantastic Hole shot out of turn 3 coming over the hill there, as we saw in the race earlier as well. But here comes Brett Dickey. He's looming large in the background. He's raging in on this battle as well, so he's also out for redemption, much like Travis Condon was earlier today when he got the chockies after the massive amount of work he put into getting that car ready for this weekend. Here's a great example. A thoroughbred V8 supercar versus a V8 powered Toyota Corolla made in Travis's warehouse. You don't get it anywhere else in Australian motorsport, if not world motorsport. Here comes Brett Dickey though, plenty of power underneath the bonnet of that Honda Prelude, but he's going to come back under fire from Condon. Under brakes coming into turn 1, but Dickey does well to cover him off.
Dean Cam back in 6th place. He's going to kiss the championship goodbye unless he can get 2 spots back up from where he is. Francois Habib side by side with Ippolito. Dickey gets through on Condon. Condon showed us his geometry underneath the front of his car over the rise last time round. That gets squirrely underneath him this time as well. Brett Dickey poised, absolutely pinpoint perfect there. Condon, whatever the opposite of that is, he's doing a jagged waltz over the top of the hill there at the moment. I don't even know what a jagged waltz is, but Travis Condon's inventing it here at Calder Park today. Gets it back through on Dickey. So this is an absolute battle of sports sedans for the ages. Where's Dean Cam? Dean Cam was 6th as they went across the line the last time round. He looks to be falling into the clutches of Greg Lynch at the moment, but John Ippolito leads the way magnificently. The fastest car on track is Brett Dickey with a 1:03.36. Dickey around the outside of Condon. They're going to go side by side into the braking area. Condon will lock one up. He doesn't mind to send a smoke signal under brakes. He doesn't this time around. What he will do is he'll get all hippie shake coming over Mount Jane.
Fantastic effort. Brilliant racing from these two, from Condon and Brett Dickey. You couldn't get two more opposite people in terms of their preparation in racing. When I say that, I mean that you've got perhaps the most data-driven person in the paddock in Brett Dickey versus someone like Travis Condon, who admits that the car does have data, but he doesn't look at it. He really couldn't care too much for the data. He just lets himself do the driving. He's the organic muscle component of that car, and he presses on as hard as he possibly can. It's getting extremely tight between the top 4 in the battle for the lead. Ippolito doing a brilliant job holding his own at the head of the field. But on screen here you can see Dean Cam. The car really isn't going as fast as we've seen so far this weekend. And Greg Lynch, the dentist in that Tribute Commodore, coming onto the main straight. He fancies his chances at a run as they come down towards turn 1. And we've also got the Koenig RX-7, that is a V8-powered RX-7, just behind in 8th position, Darren. This is a great race. It's heating up out there, but it's also heating up on track in terms of competition.
There's the RX-7 that Callum just mentioned, Koenig there, just off the back of Greg Lynch. Dean Cam's car just coming over the hill, airborne from Ippolito, airborne from Condon. We're getting an amazing look at the front geometry of these 3 front sports sedans. Dickey goes through on Francois Habib now. Habib still has that 5-second penalty. That'll be added to his race time as they go through on Adrian Reed. There's Brett Dickey and the Bollards Direct number 29. Visit their trade stand out behind the in the pit area on the way down to the cafe. They've got a presence here this weekend, so go and see Bollards Direct. Condon now onto the straight. This is where the horsepower of the Commodore seems to be able to just ease away ever so slightly. Brett Dickey now applies the right boot ever so professionally. He brings every single bit of his being to these races, and as Callum said, he's all about the data, he's all about the physical training, bringing his very best of everything to the track. Travis Condon, old school, hangs it out, drives by the seat of his pants, absolutely entertains us. Let's watch this head-on shot as they go over the hill. Both get airborne off the front wheels, and have a look at Ippolito. He has to let Travis Condon sweep on through. Will he get a second win for the weekend? This is sports sedan racing for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. This is why we come to the racetrack. Condon, Corolla, Ippolito, Commodore, the Honda of Dickey, the Commodore of Francois Habib. In the background is the Corvette of Dean Cam. And I tell you what, Trico are seeing them through all of this. All we need to do is add water, and we'd have a Christmas cake.
You couldn't have said it better, Darren. This is a fantastic battle. Have a go at the horsepower comparison between the Honda Prelude, which is a 4-cylinder turbocharged unit, versus the thoroughbred V8 underneath the bonnet of the Ippolito Commodore currently sitting in position 2. That's the number 97 car going past your screen there. Now, Francois Habib in a 5-litre Commodore is actually making more horsepower than it did when it raced in period in the 2006 V8 Supercar Championship. It's good for about 700 horsepower versus 650 back in the day. So plenty of horsepower underneath the bonnet of Habib as he runs it over the apron there, over the big curbs. And this is great stuff. There's quite a lot of distortion on the front bonnet as well of the car of Brett Dickie. There's not a huge amount of, I guess you'd say, support when it comes to the panels in a sports sedan. You try to strip out as much weight as possible. Massive wings, big tyres, and engines in places you don't often expect to see them. If you take into account the car of Rand McClurkin, the Holden Calibra, it's got a Dodge V8 positioned next to the driver. It's actually in the middle of the
Out
car.
of a NASCAR.
Out of a NASCAR. It's crazy. It's insane to see something like that. So if you are here at the Calder Park Raceway, we encourage you to head down to the paddock and get up close and personal with not just the cars, but also the personalities who sit behind the wheel of these machines and do a brilliant job racing them, because they are marvels of engineering. And if they look fast, they are incredibly fast in person in real life. There's nothing quite like experiencing the thrill and the thunder of these cars as they come thumping over the hill once again. Adrian Reed doing a brilliant job getting out of the way there in the Mini. And they held them up quite significantly there, so Travis Condon will be rubbing his hands with glee. He's actually opened up the gap to about just over 3 seconds now. So that lap traffic there was not working in favour of Ippolito and Brett Dickie.
This is actually manic activity in a sports sedan race. Dean Cam back in 6th place. Come on, Dino, get the Corvette up there. He's had an up and down season, but boy, oh boy, Travis Condon has taken it up to the category over the last 12 months or 18 months. Did some national rounds last year. Honda alongside Commodore. And this is a drag race. This is what Calder Park has made its name for over many years. And it's going to be the Honda at the bottom of the straight. Brett Dickie using all the force he can summons on his right foot on the middle pedal. Hauls it up magnificently. John Ippolito just looks to be getting a little bit weary there at the moment. Here comes Rand McClurkin onto the Corvette of Dean Cam. Greg Lynch in there as well. This is another battle. Space frame car versus floor-pan car versus space frame car. So what I mean by that, it's just a framework of welded bars put together with an engine and some bodywork over it, like we're looking at there for Dean Cam. The one behind it is a normal ABC pillar with a floor pan and normal hanging panels, and then the Calibra behind is bodywork hanging over a space frame as well, and in the background a floor pan RX-7 with a V8 in it, LS type of V8 in that RX-7, which is very interesting. Graham Gilliland running the only one of the rotaries out there in the 20B in the G&G engineering car. Dean Cam under fire now from Lynch, who won a race a couple of years ago at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for the sports sedans. This is not an ex-touring car. It is a bespoke-built car for racing in the HSV club, in Vic V8s, and also in Victorian sports sedans. A very versatile car build. Dean Cam riding the bumps nicely here, just not pulling away. There's 20 kilowatts just gone missing out of Dean Cam's car, and I am pretty sure he needed to get 4th place or better in this race to retain the championship. Otherwise, Francois Habib is in the hot seat for the series. Travis Condon is still certainly there as far as the calculations is concerned, and Ippolito as well. And they're all in that mix inside the top 6 there as well. So Travis Condon doing a brilliant job. Fastest lap of the race. He crosses the strike now to complete 10 laps, just under 4 minutes remaining. Brett Dickie 5 seconds behind now in the Honda, and he is absolutely romping it in. Brett was the fastest car on the track. It's now Travis, and a couple of cars doing their personal bests as well. John Ippolito doing a very, very good job, albeit that he's just he started off the front row and gone back a couple of spots in the last 2 or 3 laps. But Callum, Travis Condon in that bright green Corolla, he's got the spirit of sports sedans with him, hasn't he?
Yeah, he does. He embodies the spirit indeed. Working on that car entirely himself now. There he is on screen. Something that caught my eye, Darren, the last time around was the sheer speed of the Brett Dickie Honda Prelude. He was absolutely charging down the main straight. Travis Condon pressing on there. You can just see The tail end of that car getting a little bit loose as he tries to apply that massive power plant in the short wheelbase Toyota Corolla, coming on to the main straight once again. Now we're keeping an eye on the gap between himself and Dicky because, as I was talking about before, Darren, the car of Dicky, it seems like he's turned the wick up ever so slightly in that Honda, and he is in hot pursuit. He wants to charge down the car of Travis Condon and spoil his efforts for today. Now we've got a
Adrian
black flag.
Reed is been black flag, mechanical black flag for Adrian Reed in the Turbo Mini.
So that's a shame. They've been working hard on that car for most of the weekend. It's perhaps the smallest, or if not one of the smallest sports sedans in existence, certainly in Australia, running around the circuit at Calder Park here this weekend. Now this is a battle that's been raging on throughout the entire race, Darren, which has been 19 minutes plus a lap, with just over 2 minutes remaining in this session. Now Dicky's still pressing on, and the gap has closed to 4.4 seconds last time across the start-finish line, and it does look like it's getting ever so closer between himself and Travis Condon. But has Brett Dickey got enough time? Has he got enough up his sleeve to pull the cat out of the bag and take the final victory for the weekend? The conditions are quite warm out there at the moment. The UV is high. The cars will be tired. The drivers will be tired. The tyres are just getting to the point. They're not the best that they've been.
I reckon we've got another 3 laps here at the moment, but Greg Lynch looks down the inside of Dean Cam. It's not something he'd be used to doing, and I'm pretty sure that Dean Cam wouldn't be used to seeing that HRT liveried Commodore ranging up in his mirrors, but he draws right alongside. There is definitely something NQR about that Corvette, as Greg Lynch will run down the inside. He holds the real estate in the middle of the corner there and will stall Cam, push him wide. The 66 does exactly that, so Dean Cam will drop back now. That will put him from 5th back to 6th place, and let's just watch these cars as they come over the hill. Dean Cam very much looking after the drive line across here. He's not throwing the farm at it like we've seen Travis Condon and John Ippolito doing earlier on in this race, but certainly out in front now. Travis Condon comes to the line. What's the gap to Brett Dickey? Waiting for that to update. We've got...
it's 2.8 seconds according to the timing tower there, Darren. And Graham Gilliland on screen at the moment, the number 21 Mazda RX-7. Doesn't that 20B rotary sound absolutely beautiful? Recently installed that engine, or when I say recently, at the start of last year. It's been a bit of a mission for the team to iron out the kinks and make it work as technically beautifully as we see it today. But this battle rages on for the lead. This is the battle for position 1. Travis Condon currently sitting in the lead. He has a lot of work to do. He's just going to remain consistent and bring that Toyota Corolla home as carefully as he possibly can, because Brett Dickey is literally running out of time. He's running out of kilometres. He's running out of time to get back ahead of Travis Condon and try and get some redemption after the water pump failure.
Last lap around 1.2 seconds a lap faster was this guy, Brett Dickey, than Travis Condon. What is it this time? 2.9 was the gap. Waiting for that to update, and it still remains at 2.9. So Condon has responded to the charge by the car in his mirrors. They're on their last lap for the Groove Train Eastland Victorian Sports Sedan Championship, supported by QP Lubes and National Blind Supplies. There's the Bollards direct car of Brett Dickey. This guy is off to Mount Panorama for the Bathurst International, where the National Sports Sedans will be supporting the card. Coming up now on Graham Gilliland, who had a horrible miss last time coming past there, so we're not used to seeing him go a lap down mid-race, but Travis Condon trying to get around. It's been sent the long way around the Gilliland RX-7, only a couple of 100 metres left to go, and Travis Condon, out of adversity, fights and fights again for victory. Sets his run up to the line. There is the checkered flag. It greets him, and he will have a massive personal sense of relief of getting that car not only to the track, but getting 2 race wins out of 3 race starts. This guy here, now I am not sure the way the championship is going to play out, but he could be our Victorian Sports Sedan champion. Dean Cam, a worthy champion. He's done it in the past. He represents the category brilliantly, presents a magnificent racing car, and always races fairly. as Dean Cam all but limping to the line there. That car has certainly lost its impetus. Travis Condon, our winner for the Groove Train Eastland here, 888 Home Loans, and also Trico here this weekend, just cruising along. What an unlikely winner in a sports sedan race, a green Corolla with a V8 in it.
And you don't get it anywhere else, Darren. So that was race 3 of Sports Sedans. Proudly brought to you by Groove Train Eastland and QP Lubes, as Darren was talking about. So there you go. Travis Condon wins the race by 2.7 seconds ahead of Brett Dickey in the Honda Prelude. Francois Habib confirmed in position 3 after that 5-second penalty on the Dodo Commodore, but ahead enough to beat home John Ippolito in position 4, Greg Lynch in position 5, Dean Cam, we suspect, limping home in position 6th, Rand McClurkin in position 7 in the number 54 Calibra, Paul Koenig in 8th, Graham Gilliland in 9th position, and Adrian Reid, non-finisher after receiving a mechanical black flag, forcing him back into the Calder Park paddock. This weekend, of course, big thanks to our good friends at Trico Windscreen Blades. They have a stand in the back paddock just near Trade Alley. So we encourage you to head up to the boys. We've got Oscar and we've got Adam from Trico here this weekend. Happy to talk to you about the wonderful products that they have to offer. And they can even sell you a set of wiper blades for your car if you do need. Coming up next, we have the Saloon cars. Big thanks to our good friends also at 888 Home Loans, who are no doubt tuning in from home. So we'll take a quick break up here and we'll be back with Saloon cars very soon.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside here. We're in the final throes of season 2024. Big thanks to 888 Home Loans. Make sure you give your home loan a health check. Talk to the crew at 888 Home Loans. They've been with us for a number of seasons now. They deserve your business, so have a chat with them, and a very big welcome to Trico, seeing you through all of the great wiper blades, windscreen, washer bottle additives, and all the great products they've got from 303 as well. And we welcome Trico to the series. Hopefully we'll see them in 2025. Here's the grid for the final race for the 2024 Saloon Cars season. It's Brad Vaughan, straight from the win at Mount Panorama, winning races here at Calder here this weekend off pole position. Kane Baxter Smith in the number 56 Solar Swift Repairs entry out of position at number 2. Travis Lindorf in the 51 Commodore, the VX Commodore, out of position number 3. Adam Lowndes in the number 19. He's also in a Commodore, a VY Commodore for Pro Plum Racing. Daniel Johnson in an AU Falcon for PDM Detailing. Kerry Brighton, the Connected Automotive Commodore. Blake Harris in the 21. That's a Falcon AU there as well for Spray Foam Solutions. James Jeske in the 91, an AU Falcon, the red car. Then it's Andrew McSwain, the number 34, also in a Falcon. Justin Shembry in the number 10. That's a VX Commodore there as well. Chris Jackson always tiling. Keegan Gaunt out of position number 12 in the number 94. Darren Kritzis is the next on the grid. Brett Tate, I believe, won't join us today. He's had an argument with an e-scooter and has found his way into medical treatment, so that's a shame for Brett Tate. We go back to Tony Ordino there as well. Jaden Jamison as well in the Stan Hotel number 5 off position number 14. Tony Ordino off the rear of the grid. In fact, I don't think Tony is joining us as well. No, he's not making his way around in the right way. Industrial car. Matt Dunlop right alongside me. Darren Smith. This could be one of the races of season 2024 as the Saloon Cars line up for their championship. Rounding out the year, Daniel Johnson sitting back there on the third row of the grid. Car number 1, Brad Vaughan. Car number 85. Boy, he's had a ripping October, hasn't he?
He certainly has. That car has been rapid around here at Calder Park. He had a great race I saw with Travis Lindorf in race 1 yesterday. Can he continue that from pole position here? Race 3, the green flag waves at the back. 5-second board is up. The revs are building. They're underway here for the final time for the Saloon Cars here at Calder Park. Looks to be a pretty good jump from Baxter Smith from second position, who's going to get a good run there. They all get away quite cleanly here as they make the run down to turn 1. And look at the gap that Kane Baxter Smith already has in that AU Falcon. Travis Lindorf in the 51 trying to have a look around the outside of Bradley Vaughan, but I don't think he's going to be able to get much done there. We'll have to file back in line astern in that number 51 Commodore. Look at Adam Lowndes and DJ there in the number 1 car sitting right there behind. They all tuck in quite well. There's a bit of side-by-side action a little bit further down with that Harris car trying to get up the inside of Jeske there in the 91. Great scrapping so far in the Saloon race.
Brad Vaughan just getting it sideways, coming up from 1 up to 2 there. Give us a good look under the underside there. Some desperate manoeuvres trying to get the most out of these cars. You can launch a Saloon car right up in the air. The 85 threshold of braking looks to the outside of Kane Baxter Smith. He's got to be well aware of Lindorf. Lindorf's well aware of the Pro Plum Commodore of Adam Lowndes there as well. And Daniel Johnson in the back there. Bradley Vaughan parks the car on the apex of the corner there, and that was a magnificent move. And he's brought the 51 of Travis Lindorf through with him to come onto the straight this time around. So Kane Baxter Smith won the initial drag race down to turn 1. It's a couple of Commodores that have given him a short back and sides through 7, 8, and 9. But he fights from the outside, the 56, a little bit of a sway as he starts to apply the brakes there, but he's hung out wide, needs to pull it back in there because the 51 of Travis Lindorf parks himself there as well. So he's got to watch out. There's a rub. There's a big rub. In fact, a couple of big rubs there between these two. Not a lot of scar work there, but certainly there was some leaning on each other. Now that's more than a lean when your mirror comes off like that and Travis Lindorf has to take corrective action at the steering wheel.
That's a fair bump, and all of that biff and barge between those two has given Brad Vaughan a huge gap out the front of this race. And now the number 51 and 56s of Lindorf and Kane Baxter-Smith have to just get themselves back into shape, get the cars on the black stuff and stop bumping into each other so much so they can focus on getting these quick lap times in so they don't let that 85 car get too far out in front. But look at that gap. It's already about 3 seconds here. Daylight in second position of this race right now.
Kane Baxter-Smith got a mirror hanging up, bit of a play on, said the umpire that time round. And we continue on with lap number 3 now underway. So Saloon cars, that has set the tone for this one. If it's going to be rubbing, that's what we're going to have. We're going to tear mirrors off and it's going to be just a little bit of carnage. It's a little bit like Saloon car racing evolved. They don't tend to do that so much anymore. It's hardly at all I bring the whistle out anymore for a bit of umpire action there, Matty Dunlop. But Saloon cars, they've settled themselves down. They've gone, right, yeah, we don't want to have to do panel work after this weekend, but there's a championship at play here, and we'll do it if we have to.
It's such a good category to watch around here at Calder Park, and I think the reason I love them so much is just that flip-flop. They love just smashing these curves. I've been commentating 944s and XLs all weekend. They stay right off them because they want to carry as much momentum without getting a wheel up in the air and losing power. These cars, they don't care.
They're made for it, aren't they?
Made for it. They want to get 45-degree angles off the deck in these things, and it's fantastic to see. So every time there's a saloon car race on, we normally see a gaggle of about 5 or 6 photographers in high-vis vests out there with their lenses trying to get great shots of the undercarriages of these cars. Now here's a battle on between Jeske and the number 21 of Blake Harris in that Harris Racing AU Falcon there. They're also running Brad Vaughan's car up the front, so that team's got pace. And Ash Harris, he knows what he's doing when it comes to setting up a saloon car.
Certainly does. Lots of experience there, that's for sure. The 91 starting to come through there as well. That's further down the field. James Jeske currently sitting in position 7. Started out at 9th, so a little bit of progress there for James, getting through there. The 21 of Blake Harris there as well. Travis Lindorf has now set the fastest lap of the race out of position number 3 in car number 51. So he is on a rapid charge, is Travis Lindorf. He wants to get the turn the page bookshop from Phillip Island car back in contention. There's a drag race down to turn 6. Turns in 2 Falcons right side by side with each other. The 21 and the 91. 2J Racing just understeering off there, losing the ascendancy and also losing a bit of pace there. In fact, it looks like it's rolling right over onto the guard of that car, so let's hope there's no damage on that one.
Yeah, it looks a bit uneasy through that complex there, the 91 Jeske car, and so we'll have to keep an eye on that one to see what happens. We're also going to keep an eye on this battle. Locked up so hard, he nearly fully finished snapping off the mirror on the left-hand side of that car. Did Kane Baxter-Smith, hangs it right out sideways. He's got the window down because it is really toasty in these tin tops at this time of day. All those XL drivers I was chatting to, they are cooked after that race, and these guys are going to be feeling no different. It's going to be so warm, and Travis Lindorf has the lights ablaze in the mirrors of the number 56 car in front of him. He means business.
Imagine having 3 times the weight, 3 times the power to muscle around here. But you're right, Matt, these cars really do suit this layout. They can bounce off the curbs, they can slide, they can move them around, change position, change direction, manhandle it, muscle it. And Kane Baxter-Smith had a massive torching of that tyre and a lock-up here. So Travis Lindorf will have smelt that. That rubber smoke will have come streaming into his cabin, and it'll be like a shark with blood in the water out there at the moment. He'll be circling and going, right, I'll push him all the way down to turn 1 now. Hopefully he'll pick up that flat spot this time around. But Baxter-Smith, wily competitor, great knowledge, great presence of how this race is unfolding to crowd the corner. He's in the lead in this battle. He's allowed to do basically whatever he wants. If he chooses the track position to hold it there, but have a look at Lindorf. Again, this is where they rubbed it together 2 laps ago. Lindorf takes evasive action. That will be getting on his nerves. That will be starting to irk Travis Lindorf. He's put the car in a position to make a pass there, and Kane Baxter-Smith has given him a bit of, nah, we're not doing that today. Trav, just stay behind me for the moment, son.
I think Trav's just doing his best to pile on as much pressure as he possibly can in that 51. Just not wanting to leave the rear bumper of Kane Baxter-Smith's AU Falcon in front of him. And Travis Lindorf, it's fair to say he knows how to wield one of these cars around a track. He's a previous champion in the Saloon Car Series. He's had the number 1 on his door before. He knows how to be quick. He's won a race so far this weekend. He was leading the championship on the run into the early part of this season because he had a great outing at Sandown, another high-speed track. So his car, he's hoping he can get a lot more of that here this race 3, this feature race. They still have just a shy of 9 minutes to go in this race, which doesn't sound like a lot of time. But at a track where they're doing 1 minute 7 lap times, there's a fair few corners and a fair few laps to be had.
Brad Vaughan's checked out. 5.5 seconds is an absolute country mile in saloon car racing. He'll be on the back straight already. These guys are fighting it out, scrabbling for grip as they crest Mount Jane. Plunge down into the flip-flop now. That mirror is not going to leave contact with the side of the car of Kane Baxter-Smith. It's hanging on. It wants to get back in the play as they come under brakes now into the S's. Have a look at this. Lindorf puts the nose in there. That is a beautiful move. He is letting him know, Baxter-Smith. Another one, another look. And that is ever so close. Travis Lindorf, ever the gentleman. He's having the door slammed shut in his face. And he is just getting out of it and saying, righto, Kane, I've got your measure. I've seen the smoke coming off your front tyres. I'll just keep applying this pressure as long as Lindorf doesn't make the mistake before Kane Baxter-Smith does. But Baxter-Smith has got the better run onto the straight, so it gives him a gap, a little puff of smoke off that left front. So each time he applies the brake, he's just grabbing a little bit more of that tyre where the flat spot is, and that will start to wear down quite substantially. Still over 7 minutes left in this race, but Lindorf has just gone back an extra car length or so. You get the feeling, Matt Dunlop, that this race might just settle for a moment between those two. We'll go back to these two. This is the 19 of Lowndes and Johnson. Maybe it's about to all launch off here.
No settling in this battle, that's for sure. The reigning champion with the number 1 on his door, Daniel Johnson, is all over the back of Adam Lowndes there in that number 19. Adam Lowndes, they were having a bit of an electrical gremlin before this race. They were trying to get sorted out. They managed to get it sorted. They had a bit of a voltage drop somewhere, and they got it sorted. So he's feeling great about this one, and he's keen to get that number 19 Pro Plum machine as far up the field as he possibly can. There's a fair gap of daylight between himself and Travis Lindorf in front of him. But all he has to worry about now is just keeping that number 1 AU Falcon in his rearview mirrors, and he looks to be doing a pretty solid job of that so far. A few car lengths behind him as they go down the main straight. Look at the gap between Baxter-Smith and Travis Lindorf there. Miles between those two.
Yeah, certainly has. So P2 is 6.3 seconds behind Brad Vaughan in the lead. Baxter-Smith has now got 2.5 seconds over Travis Lindorf. I said to Travis, maybe relax for a lap, but don't nod off, Trav. Keep up the pressure because Daniel Johnson is keeping up the pressure on Adam Lowndes in the Pro Plum car. And I get the feeling it is only just pressure. I get the feeling that Daniel Johnson doesn't quite have what it needs to actually get through. He's there, and he's in the left mirror, he's in the right mirror, doing a bit of a Roy Kent. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere, having a bit of a look all over the place, sliding it through the corner there. The 19 being driven very nicely by Adam Lowndes, and I'm going to say this gap now because they're starting to share the same shot with with Travis Lindorf now. So maybe Lowndes is out after Travis Lindorf. He wants the last spot on the podium for race 3 for the weekend, the last race for the season for the saloon cars. And they have turned it on.
Potentially the number 51 might be losing a bit of pace there. I'm not sure what's going on with that car because it was definitely on par with the 56 of Kane Baxter-Smith. So Travis Lindorf's got daylight in front and behind him at the moment, and he'll be wanting it to stay that way for as long as possible with 5 minutes and GST left to go in this race. He'll be hoping there's no safety car because he doesn't want the field bunched up because he's going to be losing positions hand over fist on the restart. I can assure you of that.
Last time round, Travis Lindorf was 0.4 of a second faster than Kane Baxter-Smith, so maybe he's had a bit of a rest and they've said, mate, you've got 5 minutes left now, you've got to get right back on with it. Maybe that's what we're seeing now. Lindorf has just let the Bridgestones come back to him, although he wasn't the one torching them. It was Kane Baxter-Smith that was torching the Bridgies. And these tyres, gee, they put up with some punishment on these cars. I cannot believe the durability of these Bridgestones and the pace they have. Normally one's a trade-off than the other, but these tyres do a ripping job for the Victorian Saloon Car Championship. There's our race leader, car number 85, Brad Vaughan, 6.62 seconds up the road for foaminsulation.com.au. and Harris Racing charges through turn number 1. Up on the ripple strip, nothing aggressive, just on the ripple strip, controlling it, getting it out over there, and just setting very, very fast pace laps. 10 laps done. He set the fastest lap of the race, a 107.1 on lap 6, and just flowing the car nicely. Dips it off the back there, in fact, off the hard top, onto the dirt there. So our race leader is not giving up, is he? He is absolutely out after it.
I'll tell you what, imagine having a little GoPro camera strapped to the inside of the wheel there, looking at the tyre and just seeing how much punishment that Bridgestone cops around a place like Calder Park underneath the Saloon car, because they thrash those Bridgestone tyres like you mentioned, and it's so good to watch because they just throw these things off the curbs. They use all the curb and sometimes a little bit more, as we saw Brad Vaughan doing, just dipping a wheel on the exit of the flip-flop there. They use every single millimetre of this surface. Blue
flag being waved to some of the slower competitors as the leaders come through now. Baxter Smith, Lindorf is right back on Baxter Smith again now. This is the run at it.
He came
He
out
has
of
a
nowhere.
really good look at it. He's given the car a rest. He's given himself a rest. Baxter Smith again under pressure. Just a little nip on that left front tyre. Locks it up. Here comes Travis Lindorf. We are game on in the last 2.5 minutes left. Lindorf right into the back of Baxter Smith. Baxter Smith looked in the mirror half a lap ago and said, I've got this in the bag. He looked at it coming out of turn 1 and went, no way, the 51 is at me again.
Where on earth did he come from? It's almost like Travis Lindorf is just playing mind games. Like, yeah, I'm just going to throttle off a bit, just going to let you know I can be right back there if you want me to, mate. And now look at him. He's almost strapped to the toe strap on the back of that car in front.
1.1 seconds a lap faster on the last time around. Lindorf again back to where he was in the early stanza of this race. The 51 turned the page bookshop. Now absolutely racing for it. Runs wide, flows the car nicely, looking for the straight line speed. Down the Calder Park straight here. Draws alongside. This is going to be the ding-dong battle into turn 1. Goal umpire steps back from the goals. He knows something's going to get hammered through the big sticks here.
Little sketchy on the brakes for the 51. Just keeps it in line. Puff of smoke from the front of the 56 as well. They were both on the ragged edge on the anchors there. They both put it in, but Baxter Smith holds his lead, holds second position, but Lindorf is sliding that thing all over the shop. He really wants to get past. He's desperate to make second position here.
Great racing here in the Victorian Saloon Car Championship. This is what it's all about. Wouldn't you love to be out in this field mixing it up with these Falcons and Commodores? Great Aussie fare on the racetrack now. A Ford leading a Holden. In fact, it's a Holden leading a Ford, leading a Holden, leading a Holden, leading a Ford, and then another Holden. So it is absolutely what has brought people to racetracks in Australia for many, many years, and it has got our interest with 1 minute left on the clock. So we'll get 2 more laps around in the state championships for the Saloon cars. Lindorf now trying a different strategy. The run down in behind Kane Baxter Smith. Baxter Smith crowding turn 1 as well. Gee, he's used this trick, hasn't he? And it looks like he might have sold him a dummy, because Lindorf goes to the outside. Is he going to do the old switcheroo up to turn 2? Put the nose up the inside there. He's been a gentleman lap after lap, not stuffing it in there. He doesn't this time around. There'll be one more chance to do that move.
Baxter Smith just really hasn't given him a chance at all. He's hugging the inside through turn 1, and he's sticking to that inside line. And we've got a battle further back here. This is Bright and Harris here on the run into turn 1. Bright's feeling a lot more comfortable with his position, taking a bit of that wider outside line and keeping his pace up through turn 1, slots in and just keeps himself in P6. So fair gap between themselves and DJ, but we've got a replay of an earlier overtake that we saw from this same battle. So this is Harris on the outside, Bright on the inside on the run into turn 6. Harris is going to have the run, and he goes rally crossing right across the dirt. He's thinking at that point, surely he's got a redress, because he's made up so much time, and as a result, he's fallen back there. So that's certainly one way to take that corner.
Certainly redressing has no place in this level of racing. That is certainly something that V8 supercars have. The redress is not acknowledged as a thing in state level racing, but Bright looks through there, and we look now outside for the race winner for the weekend. It's a big run for it for Bradley Vaughan.
They've got one more lap as they cross the stripe this time by, because Bradley Vaughan was able to get across the line with a bit of a gap, but he's at the back of the circuit now. So he's got a huge gap in front of him, behind him now. 7 1/3 of a second. That's probably going to be extended even longer by the time he gets to the stripe. It's been a fantastic race for the number 85 machine.
What a drive. What an October for this young man. He's done a fair bit of racing, and greeting checkered flags has been a fantastic habit. He'll remember this October forever, and just wiggles his way to the line. He's got that much time up his sleeve. What a run there for Brad Vaughan. Takes the victory in the Victorian Saloon cars. For Trico, seeing it through, this battle rages, and we're talking about position number 6 and 7 in this race. Harris again out over the boonies there. Cracks it wide. Bright looking at the back of the Falcon in his Commodore and says, well, we'll have a crack at that. Travis Lindorf, meanwhile, gets home into position 2, dislodges Kane Baxter Smith into P number 2. Lowndes beats home Daniel Johnson in car number 1. These guys now come to the line. It's Harris and then Bright. I wonder where it was. We did get to see where Lindorf got Kane Baxter Smith, but it was in that last lap where Lindorf did get through. In the end, it was just under a second, in fact, at the line between Lindorf and Kane Baxter Smith.
We wait for Jeske in the 91 to cross the line in 8th position, with Justin Shembry just taking the stripe now for 9th position, and Jackson in the number 97, a lap down, but crossing the line in 10th position. What a fantastic outing of saloon car racing here. Bradley Vaughan, fastest by a country mile, first place, fastest lap. Daylight second, third, and then it's Travis Lindorf who crossed the stripe in second, just ahead of Kane Baxter Smith. Fantastic results all the way up and down. Battles as far as the eye can see, as we see time and time again in saloon cars, and what a fantastic season of saloon cars it's been.
Certainly has. Saloon cars remain to turn on the action. I remember many, many years watching the National Dial Before You Dig series, and it has risen to that level again. The racing is just absolutely fantastic. We might see a little couple of scratches and bumps on these cars as Brad Vaughan in the 85 makes his way back into the lane. Travis Lindorf fought hard and fought all the way to the end to get that second spot in that race, and ultimately rewarded with that second step on the podium. Fantastic racing there for the saloon cars, and they should be congratulated for putting on such a ding-dong battle. Great entertainment there from the saloon cars. MG and Invited British Cars will be up next here. You're at the final round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Big shout out to 888 Home Loans. Check them out. Give them your business. Make sure your home loan is a 888 home loan. And Trico seeing you through. We'll be back with MGs in just a moment. Welcome back trackside here. We've got 2 more races to go as part of the 888 Home Loans season here, and what a ripping year we've had. We started off at Sandown, and the event was run by the MG Car Club. They did a terrific job. We went to Winton, we had Phillip Island, we went back to Sandown, and then we had another Phillip Island, and we're back here at Calder Park. Great to see this famous venue up and running and open for us to go racing on. Cars are leaving pit exit now for the MG and invited British cars for race 3 for their weekend. These guys will also be part of historic Sandown in a couple of weekends' time. There are a lot of these guys will be doing this weekend. Will be doubling up as a bit of a shakedown for their tilt at historic Sandown, a massive event out there at that historic venue as well. So MG cars out on track. Let's have a look at the grid. Michael Trathen will start off on P2 as Phil Chester will be starting from the rear of the grid. Jefferson John Cox in position number 3. Rodney Wells will be out of position number 4. Paul Vernell out of 5 in car number 15, the MGF. Greg White is the next car there in car number 9. He'll start out of position number 6. That's an MGB, bright yellow in colour. John Makem out of position number 7 in the number 33 Bennett Signs MG Midget, red in colour. That unit that Johnny wheels around like an axe. Chris Gidney and Warren Lawler round out the field, but the number 72, the Monty Power entered MGB GT V8 of Phil Chester. As the field rolls around now, Michael Trathen pacing the field, and Phil Chester has an ignition issue. It's taking a couple of laps to clear the GPS side of things, so all this electronic management, and Phil has elected to start from the rear of the field just to get a feel for that car, and we can just hear him easing through, short shifting off the start line there. Jefferson John Cox goes charging down into turn number 1 in the Triumph TR7 V8, but it is the evergreen car number 1. Michael Trathen sweeps from extreme right across Apex's mid-corner there and just gasses up car number 1 and shows them a clean set of heels. Car 95 there, the Triumph TR7, and the number 60 of Rodney Wells, the midget, the grey and green car. Here comes Paul Vernell. He draws alongside Jeff White. So the 15 and the 9 go side by side momentarily there. Everyone keeping off the ripple strips. No one wants to tear up their racing car this early on in the event. So car number 15 under brakes now. Paul Vernell showing a clean set of heels, but he is now going to be dogged by the number 19, which is Chris Gidney and his ZR. And Paul Vernell will know the features of a ZR very well. That's what he normally races. He's jumped on board the Big State Race Series car. In fact, he's waving Chris Gidney by. He's given him the finger out the window. There you go, mate. By finger, I mean a very polite point in that direction as to how to get around. Car number 9 going through, and a massive lock-up for car number 1. Michael Trathen all over the place. John Cox almost going off in sympathy there, so a very rare mistake for car number 1. Shows you how much he's pushing it, and now he's got that horrible flat spot that every time you grab the brake pedal, the tyre goes back to that same spot, and you just see that plume of white smoke coming off it. He's going to have to manage that over the next 15 minutes of this race. Interestingly enough was the fact that Phil Chester was still down the rear end of the field, and the car didn't sound great coming down the straight here. The TR7 V8 of Jefferson John Cox leading the way in this race. A clear view out the front window of his Triumph, and he's got a couple of MG midgets in his mirrors here at the moment. He applies the heavy boot, drills it to the floor, and you'd like to think that the horsepower takes over around a bit this stage. Car 1, Michael Trathen goes with him. Car 60, that's Rodney Wells. He also goes with him. Not drawing as much as a gap as you would have thought the V8 would have over a little capacity 4-cylinder. Trathen now throwing it in. No lockups this time. up on the ripple strip there, so he is starting to get racy with it. Rodney Wells is watching on the battle in front. Doesn't seem to have an answer for the pace of the two cars in front, but at the moment he's got his hands full just keeping up with them and seeing how things start to transpire over the next 14 or 13 and a half minutes or so there. But Rodney Wells looks to Michael Trathen. Gee, that car's got some pace. Absolutely rapid little thing. You can see the big steering wheel, puts his gloves up, reefs at it, drives it through the corner. The green and grey MG X-Power liveried car just slowly losing contact with these two out in front. This is our race leader. Jeff St. John Cox leads the first 2 laps of this journey. And this would feel absolutely amazing to Jeff. Clear track in front. No Phil Chester to deal with at this point, as to start to look around to see where the blue and bright orange MGB GT V8, there he is. Down the straight, car sounds better. It's cleared its throat. And this is the issue he explained to me. The first 2 laps, the car was a bit of a nightmare. Wasn't sure what was going on, as we've got the aero advantage happening on the white midget, car number 14. The boot coming up as he hit the brakes there. So there's a bit of DRS in MG and invited British cars. Nice work there. I like it. That's good stuff. So a little bit of invention there. See if it happens this time. Here comes the 72 Phil Chester, ranging up now on Aaron Ailiff, and he goes romping on by. The system has a glitch, and Phil has just got to ride it out. Last time across the line, the officials have noticed that the aero brake on Aaron Ailiff's car, for the want of a better word, but the boot hasn't been secured down. I would suggest there's no harm, no foul there. There's not going to be any gain or any loss by bringing him in. A little bit of a exercise in futility to do anything there. Paul Vernell now has his mate Phil Chester ranging up behind him. Paul in the 15 Vic State Race Series Blendline TV entry. We have a good look at Phil working the bumps in the number 72. Really is a stiffly sprung car, all about getting that power down. Phil lights it up, just eases it up across the top of the hill there where that little bump is. We saw the improved production cars absolutely throwing care to the wind across there, and Travis Condon in the sports sedans as well. Paul Vernell waving goodbye to Phil Chester as he breezes on by in the Yarra Valley Towing multi-power MGB GT V8. Just watching the forces going through the suspension on this car as it rides the bumps. And he grabs another gear, drives it out of the final quarter onto the straight. Here's our race leader. Well, we've got the 2 cars on the same piece of tarmac. Oh, there's a whole lot of debris has just gone flying off the number 19. Not sure what that was. There was absolute stuff flying everywhere. Is it a window? Looks to have all the windows intact. No, it doesn't. The left-hand rear window has absolutely exploded out of car number 19 and smashed all over the track. That was very, very violent. Bit of footage there. Looked like a whole lot of ice flew into the air and smashed all over the track. It's going to be interesting to see how long it takes to get that mess cleaned up before our HQs, the final race for the weekend, head out onto track. This is back at the lead of the MGs and invited British racing cars, and it happens to be an invited British car out on the lead of this race. A triumph of all things over the MG midget. Here's a replay. There it is. That quarter window on the left-hand side of the MG ZR 160 absolutely got Chris Gidney's attention. In fact, he's driven off the circuit. Not too sure. That would have sounded like a bomb going off behind his left shoulder. Talking about a bomb going off. Car number 1, Michael Trathen. It's like a frog in a sock. Absolutely ripping away at it. He's Michael Trathen Jefferson John Cox has got just under 9 minutes to survive, and here comes Phil Chester ranging up in the background, as is the behemoth of this category. And Phil, exceptionally skilled race driver, the 95 and the 1 coming through the S's now.
We should point out the car, the number 1 car you can see on screen of Mike Trathen. He's won the Victorian Championship, the MG Championship, that is, for the past few seasons, and he's in the box seat at the moment to secure yet another one. And consistency is the key for Mike Trathen. Word is that he spends countless hours outside of in the workshop. As soon as he wraps up dinner, he heads straight for the garage and he tinkers away underneath the MG. And if that doesn't embody and explain everything about an MG enthusiast, I don't know what does. But Mike Trathen, he's a true champion of the sport. Salt of the earth, a lovely bloke if you see him up and down the paddock. He's always smiling, always willing to have a chat. And his enthusiasm for MG racing, but also Vic State racing, is incredible. And he is so consistent in that little blue midget sweeping through the screen. Here comes Phil Chester. Darren's been talking about him quite a lot this race. He's given us quite a bit to talk about starting from the rear of the grid. Phil Chester himself is a strong proponent of Victorian State Circuit racing. His tireless efforts behind the scenes, especially from a commercial standpoint, to help us get partners such as 888 Homelands as well as Trico. His work in that area has been phenomenal, and here he is. He's going to open the taps of that massive V8 power plant under the MGB GT. The Monty Tools, the Monty car comes tearing down the main straight. You'd hazard a guess he's approaching about 250 k's an hour, although he has taken the wick out ever so slightly. So he's got just one more car. I know he's shot into the lead. I must correct myself. So he's made his way ahead of the number 95, and with just under 7 minutes remaining in this race, he has slipped into the lead as predicted. He's going to be very much on track. If he can keep it nice, calm and collected for the remainder of this race, he'll be heading down to the Trico tent after this race to collect his pack, which is being offered by the team down at Trico, Adam and Oscar, here this weekend, giving little prizes, little packs to all of the winners of the feature races here this afternoon. So it's great to have them here this weekend, activating their product, but also throwing their support behind Grassroots Motorsport. You can see their event partner Trico, seeing you through.
I tell you what, though, these guys have just seen Phil Chester go through, and a fitting tribute to Trico is Phil Chester seeing his way through on these two guys. For all intents and purposes, this is now for the second and third step on the podium between these two. They understand they have they're in a different realm to what Phil Chester is, but they got some bragging rights going into presentation dinner season. They'll have a couple of dinners to go to. The MG Car Club does like a formality with a dinner for this and a dinner for that. Of course, the presentation dinner for the State Series widely will be held. I think it's around about the 19th of November. It'll be great to see all the competitors with their helmets off and their sweaty driving suits off and enjoying a lovely meal and a refreshing bevy and telling stories of the season.
Absolutely, Darren. It's always good to see you dressed up to the nines, wearing your very best. You're a fashionable, tech-savvy guy, and it's great to see you at that annual dinner. It's great for giving back to the competitors.
And a triathlete, you forgot to add
Sorry,
that.
yeah, triathlete as well. When you put the sausage rolls down, you're no doubt an athlete. So, no, look, as you said, Darren, fantastic. Gives back to the competitors, gives back to all the people, the wonderful community that is involved in the Victorian State Race Series. Everybody loves a chat up and down the pit lane. Everyone is friendly. They help each other. And that's why it is such a wonderful community to be part of, because it truly is a wondrous, not unspoken secret, but people who are involved, those who know. Here's Trathen up the inside, so he's taking away position 2. Look how nimble. Look at the handling aspect of that little MG midget. It's doing a brilliant job. Being bounced around, it must be said, so the fillings in Mike Trathen's mouth will be copping a bit of a hit. They might be falling out, falling onto the circuit, much like we saw Chris Kidney's window just a couple of laps ago.
He's decided to come back in. He's worked out, it's the window that's exploded out the side of the car, and it would have sounded like a bomb going off on there. It was absolutely well alert to what had gone on, but now we just got a gaping hole right above the Demon Tweaks sticker on board there. Now the tailgate wants to open up there as the cockpit is being depressurised. So allowing that air to exhaust out. Is this some sort of demon tweak in itself? Is this some sort of thing that to depressurise the cabin, get faster through the air in the MG ZR160? I wouldn't put it past any of the MG guys to think outside the square like that. If I explode the window on lap number 7 and then hit this button and exhaust all the hot air out the back of the car, I can get 0.2 of a second a lap faster. I'm just surmising. That's what they sit down with the calculators and protractors and do.
Yeah, Darren, seasoned competitor himself, Darren, back in the day. He knows where to find tenths of a second where possible. But as you said, inside that cabin of Guineas at the moment, it must sound a little bit terrifying given the amount of wind noise coming in. But look at this battle still raging on here. So John Cox in the number 95, the massive ducktail on the back of the Triumph Stag with the club plate on the back as well. Look at the size comparison too. Like the Triumph is actually quite a small, svelte car in itself, but in comparison to the MG Midget of travelling just ahead of him. Here's John Makem. He is the MG Racing Australia Club president. And he's quite a tall lad himself. You'd say he's about 6'2", 6'3", bit of a big unit, no disrespect. He'll be the first person to admit that himself. But have a go at the size of the roll bar on his little MG Midget as well. He's had to make it as high as possible to accommodate the sheer size of the man. Lovely bloke as well, always loves a chat, does John Makem. Coming through the flip-flop here, Bennett signs on the side. He is a sign rider himself in the number 33, and it's great to see him back behind the wheel. But he's a pretty handy commentator last time around.
He's giving Phil
the
very clear signal.
Giving him a wave. It's very MG.
Was he ordering one beer, or was that two he was trying to get off Phil as he
John,
past there? John Makem, great bloke, and joined us in the commentary booth at the last round. And really did enjoy his time commentating. He said he did like putting on the onesie and the helmet and doing a dance on the pedals as well, and that's what he's doing. Loves getting inside his race car there. His happy place is the racetrack. Have a look at this now. Jeff White now, just seeing these two come through. That big diameter steering wheel that car number 1 wrestles with it. Head looking at the apex, you know where he's aiming at, because his head's looking straight there. Starting to get a little bit tired towards the end of a weekend of racing. Number 9 also there as well, the MGB. Reef at the wheel there. Really traditional MG fare, isn't it?
I was just about, you took the words right out of my mouth there, Darren. So that MG right there, that is what MG racing has been for so many years, not just in the sort of the MG class like we see racing in Australia, but internationally. But it's such a wonderful collection of cars that you see, like the variety you see, as well as the invited British component as well with the MG Stag. I know you like a Stag.
That's
Darren.
not a Stag, mate. It's a TR7.
Sorry, mate. But I know you do like a Stag.
I do like a
Stand
Stag.
to be corrected. So, Gary O'Brien will be writing into the VSRS officers on Monday about his displeasure with that call. But look, as I said, the wonderful variety of the machines that we've got on offer. Taking it nice and easy coming through the flip-flop. You've got to keep these cars off the curbs where possible. It is very easy to unsettle them. And Paul Vernell in the background there, just stepping aside there in the Vic State Race Series backed car. There he is on screen. He's got Vic State Race Series on the side of the door there, so we'll need to give him plenty of love. He had a bit of a high-profile exit from race 2 at Phillip Island just a few weekends ago in his MG ZR. Yeah. Unfortunately, a tyre delamination speared him off into the gravel trap. But ever the enthusiast for Victorian State Racing itself, Paul has entered this weekend in the MGF, and he's not looking all that quick coming down the main straight. That might be flat chat. I'm not sure if something's amiss with that car. He did say it might look a little bit slower on TV than it is in real life, but I dare say he's just taking it nice and easy, given we have the race leader on screen right now, making his way through the final sequence of corners to come and collect the checkered flag, Darren.
Phil Chester now applying that in a big right boot, and what a joy this thing must be to drive here as he gets the last lap board. We head off for one more lap for the MG racing season here as part of the state championship. Pretty sure that their own internal club championship continues on in a couple of weeks' time. MG Cranbourne emblazoned across the window, Yarra Valley towing on the bonnet, and Phil Chester just bobbling his way through those evident bumps down there at turn 1. climbing up over the hill here, just looking after the drive line, gives it a punch over the hill, just gets out of it. Otherwise, the front wheels would be well off the ground there. And car number 72 streaming his way to victory. Came from the rear of the grid. He's got a 34-second lead over Michael Trathen in car number 1. Set the fastest lap of the race on lap 12, a 104.68 new lap record there for Phil Chester. And a car that has got an intermittent problem. It's very brave to set off on a lap record when you know there's some underlying issue with the outfit. Onto the straight he comes, and that is one awesome lap of the Calder Park Raceway. Round of applause from the flag marshals at the start line there, and a sweet victory to Phil Chester here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Car 2 on the road. Michael Trathen under brakes, goes past the signs at the back straight there, heads into the S's where this car is just like a go-kart. It's where its strengths are. If the wheel is straight, it's not making gains, but as soon as you start turning the wheel, this car makes a massive gain. And it is going to be Chris Gidney that no, he's going to beat him to the line there, so Chris won't get an extra lap. Michael Trathen, P2 in the final race for the season for the MG and invited British cars. Jeff St John Cox, what a terrific race. Led all the early laps in car number 95 in the TR7. Rodney Wells home in car number 60 there. Paul Vernell sweeping around the top end of the Calder Park Raceway. He points at the checkered flag as well now. So Wells to Aleph, Jeff White, Paul Vernell takes the checkered flag as well. John Makem has already received the checkered flag, as has Chris Gidney. And we see Phil Chester just disappearing off into the background at the back of our shot there. So, interesting race there, particularly Chris Gidney losing his window, going and chatting to the flag marshals and saying, yeah, you've just lost your window, mate, and then making his way back on track to finish that event. There'll be a little bit of work. You can see an official running up to where that window came out. Might be an opportunity to get the blowers out and tidy that up.
It's a clean sweep. Big thanks to the officials and the volunteers this weekend. Phil Chester taking out race 3 and indeed the weekend for MGs and invited British here this weekend at round 6 of Trico. Calder Park, VSRS. Mike Trathen home in position 2. The number 1 MG midget, 37 seconds adrift in second position, but a great effort from him. Jeffrey St John Cox in third position. Rodney Wells in fourth. Adam Alif in 5th position, Gregory White in 6th, Paul Vernell home in position 7 with John Makem in 8th, Chris Gidney in 9th position, although that was a bit of an up and down race for himself, and Warren Layla unclassified in the number 209, unfortunately, and a lap record there for Phil Chester with a 1 minute 4.6. That was an outstanding lap for him and actually puts him on par for the front or the leaders in sports sedans. So impressive is the pace. Big thanks to the people you can see on screen right now, the volunteers and the officials who make motorsport happen. It's a big thanks to them. You can see them giving a round of applause to the competitors as they come back in. You can see the enthusiasm on screen, and without the officials, without the volunteers, without all the people that work tirelessly behind the scenes to put on the Victorian State Race Series, we can't do it without you. So it's a massive thank you for coming out and spending your weekends here with us. Coming up next, we've got the Holden HQs. Dave Amor has walked into the commentary box. We very much look forward to him stepping alongside Darren for the Holden HQs, which are coming your way very shortly. We'll take a quick break.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the closing moments of season 2024. A big shout out to the great people at 888 Home Loans for all of their support throughout season 2024 and previous seasons there as well. Cam McKinnon and his crew loving their sports sedan racing today as well. So a big shout out to them and a big shout out to Trico for jumping on board for the last 2 rounds. We can't wait to partner up with both 888 and Trico, seeing you through for season 2025. It's been great having them on board. Fittingly here at Calder Park, we round out the season with the venerable HQ Holdens. Right alongside me, David Amor. I'm Darren Smith. We've got 19 minutes plus a lap, David, to rip through this. Ryan Woods starting out of pole for HSD Cylinder Heads, right alongside Andrew Magilton for Middy's Electrical. Rod Rogers in the Knox Panel Service number 33. Interestingly enough, to see Rod, I'm not going to say settle for 3rd position, but he's had to take 3rd position this weekend. Graham Crawford will start out of position number 4. Steve Banks, another one. He's going to have a big push in the number 76 from P5 forward. Warren Truan in the 77. He's bobbing his head up nicely. Glenn McDonald still also another one that want to see a big push from. Mick Magilton will start out of position number 8 in the number 75. John Mahoney out of 81. Ben Riches out of position number 10. Tracy Molden, Rebecca Verhaven out of 12. Ray Jardine and James Kenner rounding out our field, and just being told James Kenner in the Kenner Transport HQ not taking any further part. Cars coming around the back of the track now to grid up.
They certainly are, Darren, and welcome, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone here who's here for Blendline TV. Doing an absolute fantastic job here for the Victorian series here at Calder Park, the flat track, as they all start to line up. Great picture there, you can see the old grandstand. That's where we are, we're waving towards you. We're right next door to race control on the left-hand side of us, which is just before the start-finish line, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got some magnificent camera angles, some good pictures, and a couple of old veterans here ready to tell you when it's all about. But Ryan Woods, he put it on pole. He is one race 2, and he's going for the clean sweep, you might as well say. Trico wiper blades.
Well, yeah, mate. Get out the broom, put the broom away, get out your wiper blades and give it a good sweep from left to right in your HQ Holden. We are set for a race start. The all-important green flag waves for the last time on the season 2024 for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. HQ's perfect take-up, and they all drive off the line here, all fully intent on getting first place as they head down into turn number 1. Ryan Woods bobs his head up, but he has got Andy Magilton. It's going to be Magilton. He challenges for it, has to capitulate, but no way is Rocket Rod going to capitulate. Crawford has to. He has to let Banks through, and he even has to let the 77 of Warren Truan through there as well. So a couple of places, a bit of a short shift for Crawford there in the AW Automatics car. There's the 77 climbing up Mount Jane. Warren Truan getting away nicely. Have a look at this, car number 1. Out in front, Ryan Woods, the Middy's car of Andrew Magilton into P2. We're getting a good look back down through the field. There's Ray Jardine, was a retirement in race 1, retirement in race 2, had a head gasket yesterday. Further issues this morning?
Yeah, fuel issues in the second race, but hopefully he has fixed that. So he's thought, well, let's go out and see if it's okay, make sure it's right. HQ 4 hours isn't that far away in the start of December. And we've also, the HQ Holdens are running at the Historics at Sandown the second week in November. So we've got a lot of HQing.
Yeah, there's a lot of big program, isn't there?
Yeah, it certainly is.
Big lead up into Christmas. Everyone will sigh a sigh of relief, do their summer maintenance on the rocket ship, and head back into season 2025. Trico seeing you through on the leaderboard. Woods leads lap number 1 to Magilton, to Rod Rogers. Then we go back to Crawford. And it's been a ripping first lap. Spots changed there with Banks, Truan and Crawford. McDonald just hanging in there as well. There's Mick Magilton. He's hanging in there as well in the Magilton electrical outfit.
Yeah, right behind him is the young bloke from Colac Motors there, Ben Ritchie's in the black 53 E30 HQ. Very, very keen. He's into his third, if not fourth, season with HQ Holdens, and absolutely loves it. He's the guy that puts all those video links with that AC/DC music thumping in the background, showing pictures of HQ Holdens, and, you know, come and see us at Calder this weekend, which is absolutely fantastic.
Good stuff. Colac not too far from it. It's not a bad drive from this side of town, actually, to get back home. Be able to wave to Callum Brannigan at his place in Geelong on the way through. Say g'day as we stream onto the straight here. Andy Magilton. Gee, he'd like to get himself a sweet victory out of this one, wouldn't he? But car one, Ryan Woods is just showing him the way.
And also, this race here, this weekend, the final race, is a Dallas Crane Perpetual Trophy. Dallas Crane was one of those gentlemen who was president, vice president. You loved him, you hated him. He'd done everything for HQ Holdens, and sadly, cancer took him. So we've got the Dallas Crane Perpetual Trophy this weekend, and that's what these guys are fighting for, you know. And it looks like Ryan Woods has almost got two hands on it. But let's wait and see, mate. We've still got 12.5 minutes, and a lot can happen there, Darren.
Warren Truen and Steve Banks are giving us a good show here. These guys are fighting it out for 4th and 5th on the road. The orange headlights pop out, and the 77 got the clear lens. Lucas Prince of Darkness headlights on the front there. Crawford weighing in on it now after having a real tough run down at turn 1 at the start of this race. He's now ranged onto the back of these three. Three essentially blue HQs line astern with each other, battling it out. In fact, two of them running the GTS type of white stripe over the bonnet and boot lid.
Yep, they are, certainly are. So that's a 4th, 5th and 6th there as we've got it on the TV screen. You know, the fast plumber of Banksy. Now have a look, Magilton's a little bit closer. Magilton is a little bit closer this lap into turn 1. Yep, wind it up, Darren. Here we go, down into turn 1. Can Magilton make Woods make a mistake? HSD, cylinder heads. You need a cylinder head. You need your road car cylinder head fixed and all repaired. HSD, they're in Moorabbin. Go see the boys there. They do a rip roaring HQ engine, and they certainly do a lot of work. Eddie Woods, you know who Eddie Woods is.
Of course.
HSD. Whoa! Ready Roast has come in. The cavalry car's come in for an early tea break by the looks of it. The 87 car.
He's
Lucky
getting
for
your
some.
dinner ready. That's what he's doing, Dave. He's gone, right, I better get the charcoal fired up. Dave Amor's going to need a feed before he heads home tonight.
I tell you what, mate, with both of us, mate, they'll need a full kit there, I reckon, for tonight.
You don't think they're ready for it?
No, not
We
ready.
might stop at 1-800 lasagna first, have an entree, and then make our way down to Ready Roast. Here we go, Mahoney in the 81, up on the ripple strips, giving it a real flick out for the end of the season there, just making sure the Pettis suspension has still got plenty of go in them, testing them to make sure they'll go another season for next year.
Yeah, mate, we've also got Kenda tyres, Crow cams. Everyone knows who a Crow cam is, and Crow cams for your camshaft lifters and all your cylinder head stuff that you need to put your engine together. Rod bolts, flywheel bolts. Go see those guys. They'll do a ripper deal. And also, once again, we've got to thank Tyre Power for being the major sponsor for HQ Holdens in Victoria.
They look
Absolutely
fantastic when they all line up on the grid with their blue and red and white stickers across the window. There's a very clear message there. Kevy Stoopman, who raced these cars for a long time, along with Saloon cars and sports sedans. Tyre Power.
Yep, he certainly is, mate. He was a Tyre Power man. He owned a sales store at Tyre Power for 5 years. He's just sold that recently, and he's totally retired now and thinking about buying an ice cream shop up in Queensland. So look out.
All right, you reckon?
No, no,
exactly.
no. But mate, it's a dream, you know. You can't.
You got to cling onto something. He'll find his way. He'll trickle back to a racetrack. You watch.
Of course he will, mate. He'll be back in a saloon car next year as well. I think he's pretty happy to do that. John Mahoney there and Ben Ritchie's, as you can see, coming onto the front straight. We've got maroon and black, bumper to bumper as they come down the front straight. John Mahoney's got the second engine in his car this weekend. The first engine's got a bit of a rear main oil leak, so he put Old Faithful in. It's not as fast as the other one, but mate, it's not like the Esso slick machine out of Bass Strait. So down into turn 1, we got Ben Ritchie's in the 53 car, John Mahoney, Tracy Molden behind there. Tracy Molden, the number 7 car, and Rebecca Bourbon in the 36 car. The grey car is also out there. So we've got 2 ladies in the HQ Holdens. Up over the top through Mount Jane, you can see that. Ben Ritchie's there is having a really, really good race, keeping in front of the president, John Mahoney, JDM, for all your hydraulics and fittings and your crane repairs. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, most of these guys sponsor themselves or have got a mate that's got a garage or something like that to help them out. And it's affordable excitement, HQ Holdens. And they are a great car, great car to run. Affordable excitement. If you want to come into motor racing and you want to not get wet, and you've got plenty of room inside, Darren, for people that are a little bit bigger and wider than some. You fit in there quite comfortably, and value for money, that's the way to go. Magilton is hanging on to the back of Wood at the moment. 7 minutes to go, so Magilton is coming 0.6 of a second behind Wood. You can see that there, around about 4 car lengths, that's all it is, as they go down the back chute. We can see him over the far side there. Darren, just breathe in a little bit. Yep, I can see him right there as they punch themselves out through the window glass, coming then onto the front straight in a minute. Magilton is catching. Magilton is catching Wood. This will be interesting. Let's wind it up, Magilton. Middy's Electrical. Magilton Electrical, definitely closer than he has been for most of the day.
Certainly has. He's got a sniff for it at the moment, but we go back down through the field. The 81 of Mahoney gives it a lock-up, does not get out of it, flames out of the exhaust, grabs another cog, gets on with it, pulls up right beside the spot where he left the track on car number 53. Ben Richards says, hey, what about track limits, Mahoney? What are you doing? Bring it back on. Oscar Piastri lost his qualifying time for track limits. I'll tell you what, the track is only limited by the wall, and that is what Mahoney is looking for.
Mate, it's fast on the grass over there.
It is.
It is?
It is.
So, we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. But, he made a mistake. He re-entered carefully. He's now let Richie go back past him. Or Richie's got more horsepower. We'll wait and see.
Either or. Bit of column A, bit of column B.
There's no readdressing here in HQ Holdens. We just go 10-10s, mate, as you saw.
Yep, let's have a crack at it. And the 53 continues on. Let's see if the JDM transport outfit of Mahoney can get these corners right. He's had a couple of attempts at trying to get through there. They stream through the flip-flop. And let's have watch these guys as they go down. Here's a replay for the last lap around. Looks to the inside. I'm going to get you here, Ben. I've got you. Oh, understeer. Understeer. Just like towing a caravan in 1974 down to Rye Beach for the Christmas holidays. Understeer's off.
Yeah, but, mate, safely. And that's the most important thing. Here they are side by side coming onto the front straight. Mahoney, like I said, that engine is down on horsepower, and let's see what happens. It's a drag race. Side drafting each other down the front straight.
Yeah, the 53
Richie's has definitely
just drives away, doesn't he? Ben's just got the straight line handling advantage on this one. But Ryan Wood's out in front of 1:15.05, setting the fastest lap of this race. Last time around a 1:15.76 and a 1:15.77 to Andy Magilton. These two, the 53 and the 81, are getting around in 1:19.85 and a 1:20.2 for Mahoney. But absolutely enjoying this, Dave. Can you imagine they'll be like a couple of rat with gold teeth in there, smiling away, glinting in the sunshine.
Yeah, mate, I can't imagine that back in my heyday when I was a bit younger and a bit fitter. Yeah, mate, I would have been out there and having a go. And
I'm talking about these two. These two are grinning from ear to ear at the moment.
Oh, of course they are, mate. That's the reason why most of these guys got
the 81. He's trying to set himself up for the same manoeuvre there again.
Oh, mate, he's making that Kenda tyre look like a 50-cent coin, I think.
Not a problem. I know where you can get some new ones, Dave. You know Dave Amor down there in Leongatha.
Yeah.
He'll have some for you.
Of course I will, mate. Value for money there, not a problem. But have a look at this. Oh, Mahoney's gone really wide out to the wall, and now he's in behind Richie there as they scream down the front chute. Just over 3.5 minutes left, so we've still got 3 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen. So we're plus a lap, I understand.
Yep.
So, but here we go, back on to Mitchelton starting to lock them up.
For the Piermont Group and Middies, Andrew Mitchelton is throwing everything, the toolkit, the spare parts package. He's throwing the whole lot at Ryan Woods now. None of it seems to be grabbing his attention. He's in the right mirror, he's in the left mirror, he's in the middle mirror. He's sending smoke signals to those on the moon.
Yes,
But
he
at the
certainly
moment,
is.
Ryan Woods is not getting them.
Yep, that's for sure. He's now blown it out to 0.8 of a second for the lap. He got back down into the 7.6s, even a high 5 there. So, but
Nothing
yeah.
like a high five at the end of the season. Thanks for
no,
coming.
mate.
High
Yes,
five.
That's exactly right. Not like we're punching out high fives, mate, after our commentary every time. So, here we go. We'll just keep an eye on this. Yeah, you see Mitchelton's just starting to. Looking at the sector times, you can physically see Mitchelton's just starting to lose that little bit of a clap. He's locking a brake here, he's locking a brake there. He's just got to be careful. He shows us the underneath of the car then.
He's just letting us know the driveline's okay. I'm giving it a hammering, but it's all good. It's hanging in there.
I can
I've got all
actually
the
see
right components there. Look, scrutineers, it's all good.
Yep, that's for sure. So it's good to see the scrutineers were checking the cars after race 2, so we know that everything's right to go for race 3. Here we go. Have a look at that critter on the side there, literally a critter on the 77 car there. Rod Rajas. Then we've got Truan. Then we've got Banks.
So Warren Truan started out of 6th place. He's now into P4, so doing a good job. Banks started out of 5, holds station at 5, and they are trying to chase down this guy, the 33, Rod Rajas. And he, believe it or not, is fighting it out to try and stay in 3rd place. It's not even the lead of the race. Off goes Riches. He's seen how to do it a couple of laps ago and rejoins right alongside in the 53. Track limits. Oscar Piastri on the phone. Get it back onto the track limits.
Well, mate, you pay for the whole track, so you might as well use it.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. The track ends at the wall.
Yep,
Yeah,
well,
there is a
true.
line that delineates the racing surface, but it ends. The story ends at the wall, doesn't it?
Well, we're having a bit of a look here, as you can see. Watch Richie. He goes deep, and he goes way too deep. Big slide.
See, I think he had the arm up on the windowsill there, just like having a bit of a Sunday afternoon cruise. Working hard, though. These two are working very hard for it. Still smiling. They'll be talking about this after New Year's. Oh, the 36 has gone around. That's Rebecca Verhoeven in the B&B Master Blasters. That's in the same part of the track there, too, at turn 6. These two are going to arrive on the scene red hot. Yellow flags, yet double waved yellow, so they'll have to respond to that.
They certainly.
And they do. The car is semi-blocking the track. They gather it all up. Ease on through.
She might have it going. Has she got it going? Foot on the brake, just waiting for it. The fire into life.
Well, we are all but out of time. The next time the leader comes over, we'll have one more lap to go. So a lap and a half left to go. Our leader is up the back straight. This is the battle that we're watching here, coming out over Mount Jane. And we've got Warren Truan and Stephen Banks, position 4 and 5 on the road. 77 and 76. Steve Banks wants to swap it around in the rightful numerical order. But they will come up with double wave yellows. So no passing manoeuvres at all. Well, what do you do?
Yeah, what do you do?
What do you do?
Holy mackerel. That's what he would have seen Truan.
Well, he's done the right thing. Truan
yeah,
manages to regain.
Yep.
And they will have, there's the checkered flag. And it has been given to Ryan Woods. Get out the vacuum cleaner. Put your broom away, Dave Amor. We're going in with a vacuum. We're going to give it a good vacuum up. A clean sweep there for Ryan Woods. Andrew Magilton home into P2. Rocket Rod Rajas. Well, I guess he can celebrate the last spot on the podium, can't he?
Yeah, well, he certainly can. So Ryan Woods was the show all weekend from qualifying to race 1, 2 and 3. Done an absolutely fantastic job. If you want to see HQ Holden's, the second weekend in November, we're at the Standout Historic Round. Yep, just down the road again, the other side of Melbourne. So Sandown Historics, come see the HQs. There'll be 20 plus racing there again. And once again, thank you very much for Tyre Power, Trico, 888 Homes, Calder Park for this memorable, mate. 23 years since I've last been here, and I used to race over the Dome, you know.
Every weekend.
Almost, it felt like every weekend. Every month I was here testing and setting up and getting cars ready. And I had 10 years, but here we go. Woods, Magilton, Rogers, Truan, Banks, Crawford, Ray Jardine. Nothing wrong with his car, it's all right. Mick Magilton, John Mahoney, Ben Ritchie's ran out the top 10. So, Darren, I think that's all excellent. I might even go down the back and see if there's an ice cream still. I'll get 2 for you. And thank you, everyone, for enjoying what we've got to do and what we've got to say. And thank you, Blendline TV, for being here and giving everyone the opportunity to see grassroots motorsport. Thanks, guys.
Dave Amor, thank you very much. There it is, the Australian flag and HQs just driving by in the background. It has been a massive 2024. There is lots to celebrate as we go into season 2025. I want to point out the clubs that own and promote this championship: the MG Car Club, the Mini Car Club, the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, and the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria, all combined together to run this magnificent series, the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The executive, led by Paul Ziddy, the chairman, they do so much work to make sure this series goes on in the background. And of course, they do so much in between events to make sure it does. All the categories that combine to make this such a great 6 events to go to each and every year for all of us to enjoy the racing. Here this weekend, congratulations to Race Control, first time Clark, of course. Scotty, well done, a brilliant job keeping this event flowing right throughout the season, all the volunteer officials. Keep your eyes peeled for our 2025 calendar on the social medias there as well. The Blendline TV crew and all of their cameramen that stand out in the rain, hail and shine, and the guys that run the OB van do a terrific job. And personally from me to the commentary team, they keep stepping up, learning, growing each and every round. A big thanks to all the officials and volunteers at trackside again here this weekend. We'll catch you in 2025 at the 888 Home Loans and Trico event here from Calder Park. See you next season. Bye for now.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.